Coming to you from the monochrome home of the Greyscales, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the most anticipated and unprecedented Tour de Endurance season to date. The final season with a host team, of course being the Greyscales for the final run, with the opening event of the season being the classic test of strength, the block bumping. Hello everybody, I am one of your commentators, Big Jangus, for the season, of course joined by Ramen Powder up in the commentary box.
Hello everybody, I am Ramen Powder and I am delighted here to be your co-commentator for Tour de Endurance in Season 5. This is really the end of an era here in Tour de Endurance, being the final season with a host team. And what an event we have lined up here. Each team is going to get their own time in the spotlight to show what they can do to kickstart Season 5. The Ash Risers will demonstrate this event. Each marble will go down and hit the block one by one. You want to keep the block as center in the lane as possible. If it's even an inkling out of the lane, it will be an invalid run. You have 3 chances before you are disqualified, but of course you want to get it on your first attempt and get that block as far as possible.
There you see the event info that Ramen just summarized for us. Yes, they have 3 attempts. Otherwise, we've never seen actually a disqualification in the block bumping, but could we see that today from one of these competitors to open the season? It'd be a pretty poor start. But here we go. The Greyscales through to White Knight, seeded in the order of the auto qualification through to where they finished in the qualifiers. This event was not featured in the qualifiers, so this will be a technically new test in very good conditions for these competitors. 5 out of 5 were deemed by the stewards, but for the conditions, let's see how they run with the Greyscales in the first run of the day. Standard lineup there, as the coach is now allowed to change their lineup in between team events, with the Greyscales opening the season with the block bumping, and we're underway.
Oh, the first push is going to get it slightly out of the lane. The second push is going to push it completely out of the lane. And the Greyscales, in the very first heat of this event and the season, they are going to get an invalid run. Not what they expected perhaps, but they're going to try to go again and try to do anything but that and get it in the lane.
That's a better opening push. They push it further than they did the first time and keep it in. Second and third come down. This time they push it, it's just disjointed again. And it's come loose a second time. The Greyscales, 2 invalid pushes. Now it is a must get. You have to get a score now to the Greyscales, or else they will be disqualified to open their hosting season. It is do or die essentially. Get a score on the board or die trying for the Greyscales. In the final run that they hope to get a score. What can they do here? They've would have expended so much energy in the first 2 rounds. They've kept it clean through the first 2. Third one comes down now, still keeps it pretty good. Still in the lane for the Greyscales, and they will get a valid run and a great push at that, up towards 93.40. That is the score they will have, and that is a very good opening team, and you can see the sweat being rushed off the brows of all the fans in the stands after that one.
They are counting their lucky stars, the fans, in disbelief after 2 invalid runs, not 1, 2. We hardly ever see that in block bumping, but the Greyscales showing why they are one of the best teams. Even with 2 invalid runs, they managed to get a really good score. Now the Marauders, one of their biggest rivals, won last season. The defending champions will see what they can do here, and it's a great push to start off. The second and third are going to come together closely, and a nice push there, and that's going to get very close to the record mark. That is about exactly 100. And it's 100.1 that will surpass the Greyscales and will take the lead. The Marauders, the defending champions, off to a great start here in Season 5.
Those second and third pushes were beautiful. Look at them leaving space for the third marble to come around and put all their energy forward into the block. And 100 has already toppled most of the scores that we saw in this event back in Season 4. So a great start for both of those first 2 teams. Marauders and Greyscales could be heading for an early top 5 result, as Citrus Sprinters, after a miracle run in Season 4, have a great run at the championship and just fell short to the Marauders. It's nowhere near as good as the first 2 runs we've seen so far today. And the Anchor, despite was a pretty decent push, it is still only up towards 76 and well back of the first 2. That's going to be about the run we should expect after 2 great opening pushes. Citrus Sprinters wasn't bad, but they want to do better considering how the first 2 did.
Subbing in their reserve for the Citrus Sprinters, they did some experimentation with their lineup. Perhaps wasn't the best decision for this event here. The Citrus Sprinters not even going to cross 80 after a great opening 2 pushes. That's a far cry from the Greyscales and the Marauders. Now the Crazy Chickens managed 3rd place overall last season. Miracle run for them as well, I must say. And here they are in block bumping. Solid and clean first push. Nothing special though. We'll see what the second and third do. One of them will push their members out of the block, out of the track. And that's going to be a respectable distance. Better than the Citrus Sprinters, but not the cleanest of runs. Means that they're going to be shy of 90 and only at 84.9. That slots them into 3rd place.
In my years of commentating this event, I noticed that the second push is usually a pretty critical one. If your second one can get really far through, keeping your momentum through the block, it usually gives you a pretty good chance for a good score. So that second one by the Chickens was subpar to say the least, and that put them down in third place, but still a good run because of how good those first two were by Marauders and Greyscales. Now here's our first qualified team, the Rosemarys from the Boar Network, back into the top league of a custom comp yet again, but they can't get very far compared to the first, in fact 74 only. That's going to be in 5th, last place out of the 5 that have run so far, but still that seemed like an okay run, but it's not going to compete at all with the runs that we've seen so far today. It went wrong, I'd say, with that 3rd and 4th push, that hitting their teammate who was well away from the block. That 3rd push just was disastrous, and that threw off their entire performance for the Rosemarys. Not good at all. You want to try and be avoiding getting as far away from the block as that. Now the Blue Brigade line up next with a rather unorthodox lineup. They've subbed out their captain and subbed in their reserve.
We'll see what the Blue Brigade can do here. This team has won this event before, past gold medalist, and they look to be having a decent run here, but that final marble couldn't really get much into the block, and still that's about mid-80s. That's going to put them in 3rd, just behind the Marauders and the Greyscales. So solid for the Blue Brigade, even though it did seem like their potential was high. Their strength in the first push really strong here. Second push was also fairly good, but the marbles started to get in the way a little bit when it came to the 3rd and the 4th. And that curbed their distance a little bit, but still very respectable for the Blue Brigade. Now, Crystal Pistols back after a long time in the A-League. We'll see what they can do here after being in the B-League for a while. The first marble will turn the block, but does manage to get back in the lane. That's great news for them. Second one can't do much, though. The 3rd and 4th will come together, and they push it. They salvage it really well, do the Crystal Pistols. It was looking disastrous after the second run, but it's going to be in 5th out of 7 runs just far.
That is a very good save by the final 2 marbles. The second push in particular was very poor, but look at 3 here. Fantastic run, and pushing each other gets them up all the way up into a really respectable score. Mid-80s is a very good run based on what we saw back in Season 4, but the conditions today are very good, as no one's having a particularly poor result aside from what we saw from the Ash Risers, as the Popsicles line up for the halfway point of this event, and the first time they've been in the A-League. How can they do it? It's pretty good through the first 3 pushes. The last one comes down and can't make any difference to the score, and that will knock them down a peg or 2 for sure. 6th place out of 8 for the Popsicles. I mean, this is their first time competing with the top dogs of Tour de Endurance, so you can't say you expected them to struggle a little bit, but of course only the first event, and that's still a respectable score considering how good the conditions are today, and it's not anywhere near the bottom. So Popsicles didn't do too poorly there, and how we see how it looks so far, only Marauders have cracked the elusive 100 and still lead the way, while Greyscales, their rivals, are comfortably in 2nd place. What can any of these teams in the second half do to try and compete with those 2 gargantuous scores?
The Honeycombs will kick off the second half of this event. Beeswax leading the way here. Honeycombs did pretty well in this event last season, if I recall correctly, and their first 3 marbles all going to come down very quickly. The Anchor really taking their time here. They have a great opportunity at a big distance here, and it's not going to pan out whatsoever. They were so far after the 3rd marble, but the final marble only a few centimeters, I think, and that's only going to be 87.35. That will get them into 3rd place, but it could have been so much more. That could have well contended with the Marauders and the Greyscales. It's not to be. Still though, the Honeycombs can be fairly satisfied with this. They're sitting in the provisional podium right now.
Yeah, getting a good score, getting a good anchor is really tough. You've got to have some marbles that are well out of the way if you're going to have all that momentum pushing to the block. But now the Party Crashes, of course, not particularly strong in the team events. They've made some changes in the off-season. It's looking good. The first 2 pushes fairly strong, but 3 and 4 come down in tandem, and it does not push beyond 80. That's going to only get them to 79.80, and that is a bottom 4, 7th place out of 10 for now for the Party Crashers, but they still got to, of course, work out the kinks of this new team that they've got lined up. This second push in particular was very strong, but they just couldn't get out of the way for 3 and 4. That was particularly poor formation for the 3rd one, I thought. And it's still Party Crashes. It's not a bad result. We're seeing very good scores put down by all these teams as Team Sunrise line up next.
Another team that has returned to the A-League after a couple seasons in the B-League. We'll see what they can do here in block pumping. The first 2 marbles are going to come down close together, and the 3rd one does too. Fairly solid for all 3 of them, but the 4th one, will they get it far? It was a decent anchor compared to some of the previous ones we've seen, but that's also going to be in that high 80s range. Very close is this upper mid pack, but no one can seem to get past 90 and close to that 100 mark. It is good enough for 3rd place for Team Sunrise, but a lot of teams really bunched up together here, and that final marble, the marbles were really in the way. That was about the best they could do there. They couldn't do much more than that. But now, onto Team Mayhem, the 12th run of 16. We're getting to the final few runs here of this event.
Team Mayhem were the winners of this back in the Season 1 qualifiers. One of the groups have done third push. Oh, they pushed it out of the block completely. Holy, they pushed it past the record. Team Mayhem have come from nowhere. The final 2 pushes there break the record set back in the Season 1 qualifiers by the Silly Slimes. It has finally been broken, and out of nothing, look at these 3rd and 4th pushes. The second one looked like it was going to go pretty poorly, and then the 3rd one out of the lane, and the 4th marble saves it miraculously. Team Mayhem with a spectacular run, the greatest run, of course, we've ever seen in block pushing, and they've taken the lead from the Marauders out of nowhere. How can the final 4 even come close to compete with that? We're going to have to wait and find out. I am still shocked by that performance. Well done to Team Mayhem.
The Croissant Crew, I don't know how they're going to follow that up. It's a solid first push. And second one can't get much in it. The first marble is going to be out of the lane. And there's a lot of contact between marbles here. Still, though, that is good enough to get ahead of 90. Great response. And they're up into 4th place. Only behind the top 3 right now. The Croissant Crew, it wasn't the cleanest of runs once again here. But the strength was there for this team. Also returning from the B-League. Still though, far cry from Team Mayhem. There is a bit of secret to success in this event. If you can get it out of the lane slightly, your block can go flying as long as you get it back in the lane, but it's a very risky maneuver, and Team Mayhem did that beautifully. Still, now 3 runs to go to see if anyone can surpass Team Mayhem here. Lagoon Platoon will turn the block, but does get it back in the lane. The other 3 runs are all going to come very close here, and that's a great push from Lagoon Platoon. Really making good use of their timing. They're bunching up together and getting past 100, and that goes up into 2nd place.
That was perfection. As Ryan mentioned, pushing it out of the block causes less friction for some of those pushes, and that made the 3rd one fantastic. And that 4th one was just perfect. They all lined up and just allowed the momentum to travel for the block for a wonderful anchor, the best anchor I've seen all day apart from maybe Team Mayhem's. Looking at the Platoon, a very well-deserved 2nd place. Cheeseballs now lined up after a very poor Season 4 campaign. They're looking to improve it on that dramatically here in the first event. It's a good first, but they teed it up well, but they couldn't make it work as well as the other previous 2 runs have done, and it's good enough for a mid-80s run, but that is a really tight pack, and it's only good enough for 11th place, despite a very respectable score. Cheeseball a bit unlucky there, given how good the competition has been all day today.
Yeah, they did knock it out of the lane slightly, and I thought they might have been going for that same strategy. But no, it's not to be. It didn't pan out for them. Did the Cheeseballs in their first event in their sophomore season in the A-League. But now, on to the final run. White Knights to close out and see if they can beat Team Mayhem here.
Well, the first 2 pushes were fantastic. They've lined up pretty well for the 3rd and 4th. They knock him out of the block. They try to make it work, and it works wonderfully to get them up into 2nd place. 103. That is definitely, 2nd place for the White Knights. It is not enough to crack Team Mayhem's record-breaking score. They will win the first gold of the season, but White Knights have come in late here to secure a silver medal in another great, looking like a good campaign for them. Look at that 3rd and 4th one. They toppled it out of the lane to try and make it work, but there was just too much chaos to let the 4th one go through. And there you see Team Mayhem, 1:10:45, breaking the record. They win the first gold of Tour de Endurance in Season 5 with White Knights and Lagoon Platoon rounding out the podium just over the defending champions, the Marauders, who are those only 4 teams to crack that elusive 100 score. Well done to all of our competitors for today, but especially Team Mayhem for cracking a long-time record. With one event down, Team Mayhem 25 points, gold medal. It is still, of course, anyone's race, but those front 3 are off to a very good start with a podium that I don't think anyone would have seen coming for the first event of this season. And Team Mayhem in the opening driver's seat as we move on to the next, still 15 events to go, but the next one for the A-League will be the classic.
It would not be a Tour de Endurance season hosted by the Greyscales without the classic downhill drag. Hello everyone and welcome back to Season 5. Team Mayhem claimed gold in the first event ahead of the White Knights and Lagoon Platoon running out the podium. But here in the downhill drag, a pure test of speed all the way to the finish line. The Greyscales, one of the strongest forces in this event, as you can see on the screen, 2 gold medals in Season 2 and Season 3, so they are the one to beat in this event.
And of course, Greyscales, the record holder from Season 4 when the times are all reset for a longer track. Scaly has that record, and Scaly will be racing today. They are the favourite and the one to watch out for as the Expedition Pre-Show teams line up with Royal Blues, Team Cameo, Sky Dragons, and the Black Holes. And the push from the gate is important, but it's all about how well you keep yourself straight across the track. And it looked like Team Cameo there were able to pull ahead of the Black Holes, so had a great start out of the gate, as did the Sky Dragons, but Team Cameo clean, keeping on that line pretty much all the way to the end, and that is what you want to do, keeping it straight and quick without slowing down at all. As we saw in the qualifiers, this event has the potential to absolutely halt your momentum all in one place, and you can just not finish the race altogether. But we have very good conditions here today, so hopefully we'll see a lot less of that in the main league here. Here you see the heats lined up, prepared to take on this challenge.
The times we can expect high 4-second range. This is a very fast course, but of course these marbles can crawl towards the end and do some jostling. Now, Croissant Crew, Team Sunrise, Crazy Chickens, and the Popsicles in the first heat, then off they go. Crazy Chickens get the best launch of the gate. Croissant Crew, some contact there with the Crazy Chickens. Is that actually the Team Sunrise, I think, that got the best launch out of the gate, and they will get the win. And the Croissant Crew, that nudge with the Crazy Chickens, they sealed second place with that contact.
Yeah, I was thinking tough to tell between Team Sunrise and Crazy Chickens there, but it is Team Sunrise Beams to advance with a very solid time, and Pastry, the reserve of the Croissant Crew, doing some work. They've already gotten a top half finish secured as they move on to Heat 2. Crystal Pistols, Lagoon Platoon, Cheese Balls, and the White Knights, two of our podium finishes from last event, are in this one, and Crystal Pistols get a great launch out of the gate, and here come the White Knights, blasting past those two from the middle lanes. They will get second place, and the two reserves, Quartz and Armor, for Crystal Pistols and White Knights respectively, have advanced here, while Lagoon Platoon and Cheese Balls, they had a good push from the gate, but the White Knights just came flying and unlocked a new level of speed once they were off the ramp. That was very impressive, and well done to those two to advance fairly comfortably there, as both the other two teams were below 5 seconds on the timer.
Yeah, the White Knights started, I think, in last, but had the best speed across the line there. And they will get advancement along with the Crystal Pistols. Now in the third heat, Blue Brigade and Team Mayhem, Rosemary's. Oh, may Team Mayhem get knocked back, and they're going to finish in last place. It's not going to be a repeat goal for them. Rosemary's, meanwhile, the last place team from the first event, are going to get the win here. That contact with Team Mayhem allowed the Rosemary's to center their line and get ahead of the Blue Brigade, who I think held on to second place. And yes, they did, very close between them and the Party Crashers, but Blue Sky beats the captain of the Party Crashers to second place and advancement here. Well done to them.
Now Heat 4, Citrus Sprinters, Honeycombs, Greyscales, there they are, Scaly, and the Marauders. In the final heat of the day, it's the Honeycombs, Greyscales, and the Sprinters. Marauders were well off the pace, but Citrus Sprinters drift back in what is a photo finish for first place between Flutter and Scaly. Citrus Sprinters there, fighting with the Honeycombs valiantly, but the Honeycombs had the muscle and the power to push themselves forward, and that pretty much condemned the Citrus Sprinters to not advance. And look at how close that is for the win in this race. They will both advance, but Flutter gets the best of Scaly by 0.02 of a second, while the captain of the Marauders was really out of that race, did not have a good time whatsoever. I didn't see if there was any contact, but Marauders finishing 14th place, while Party Crashers with Intruder get best of the rest. The gold medalist from this will get a new gold winner in Season 5, as Intruder, the winner from Season 4, is already out, as we move on to the dicey semi-finals. Team Sunrise, White Knights, Greyscales, and the Rosemarys.
Scaly advanced with a grace time from their heat. We'll see if they can advance here. They have some catching up to do. Rosemary's will get the win here, but Greyscales managed to exert their dominance in the second half of the course, and they did manage to catch up. It was very close out of the gate. I think at this point, Greyscales in third place might have been worried that they wouldn't advance here, but towards the end of the course carried more speed against their opponents, and the White Knights and Team Sunrise will be relegated to the 5th to 8th. Rosemary's and Greyscales are advancing to the medal round. Greyscales looking like a very dangerous force here in the downhill drag, and on we go to semi-final B.
Two reserves, a captain, and the Honeycombs here, and then look at that, Honeycombs flying ahead, and in fact it's pretty much a steer clear line from start to finish there. Once we got the middle of the road, it was let's see how it happens. So Croissant Crew and the Honeycombs bumped off of their middle competitors, but then Crystal Pistols found more contact with, I believe it was the Blue Brigade, and that pushed them comfortably ahead of those two contenders. I think it was around here, there you see Crystal Pistols pushing off the Blue Brigade, who are already condemned to lose, pretty much from a poor push from the gate, and Flutter and Quartz onto the final. And here we see those are your 4 finalists lined up in front of their lanes, as White Knights will finish in 5th. Another good finish, a good start of the season for the White Knights after their silver and event run, while the other two podium finishers from last event are struggling, but we're going to get a brand new podium here. Sage, Quartz, Flutter, and Scaly for the medals in downhill drag. Who's going to get the gold?
And off they go, some contact between the Rosemaries and the Crystal Pistol, but the Greyscales clean throughout to capture gold in the downhill drag. In their second event as hosts in Tour de Endurance, they are on top. Rosemaries, did they hold on to the silver? I think they did. Head of the Crystal Pistol, that contact really ruined the honeycombs, I think, at the back. And they are going to get the fourth place. And it's a new record in the final, 4.562, set by Scaly, just as the nail in the coffin there, and they will stand on top of the podium again at the downhill drag after missing out last season.
Wonderful performance by those top three. Sage and Flutter did their best in the heats and semi-finals to push Skelly back, but in the final they couldn't win where it mattered. And congratulations to the Greyscales, already getting a gold in their home season. I wouldn't be surprised if there was more to come.
So after event 2, the Greyscales rise on top to first place with that gold medal. White Knights stay in second place. Our gold medalists from the first event drop to third, and it's the Rosemaries and Crystal Pistols with their medals in this event rising up to fourth and fifth. After this, we will go to the B League for the first event, the obstacle race. The third event of Tour de Endurance isn't just any event, it is the crown jewel of this competition. Welcome to the Funnel Classic, a simple funnel course where 8 marbles will race down and 4 marbles that circle and funnel the longest will get advancement and go to the final. Hello everyone and welcome back to Season 5 of Tour de Endurance, hosted by the Greyscales, and this is going to be a very hotly contested gold medal here.
And you see the previous results, Party Crashes, several medals in this event, of course, with Wanderer. Marauders have a couple, and so do the Hellhounds, but of course they're not here. This is an event where everyone is going for it. Everyone's going to put in their best enduring marble and their attempt to try and get the medal, because the gold in the Funnel Classic is unlike any other gold you can win in Tour de Endurance. As the Expedition Pre-Show teams line up just to strut their stuff, because if you don't know how this event works by now, you have not been watching this sport for long enough. As they go down the ramp, we got 2 translucent funnels, 5 orange, then that green one in the middle, 3 more orange, and then the final green one where you can truly try and make a run if you have fallen behind. There's many comeback opportunities on this course, and all 3 of the different funnel types function very differently, with the first 2 being very hard to overtake, while the orange one's all about angle, and the green one is all about contact.
Yes, indeed, this course is very similar to what we saw last season in Season 4. Conditions are stated to be a bit better though this time, so we'll see how that affects the times here in Season 5. But these Expedition marbles love showing us how it's done in this event. Even though all of these fans have seen this many times before, they love to see these Expedition teams, these young marbles, show us how it's done here. And you can see in the green funnel, if you can avoid the contact, that is really the key to staying there for a longer time than all of the marbles that are been dropping down into the final few orange and greens and into the last green funnel. That is your last chance when you can make one final last-ditch effort to make a comeback here. You can see those marbles really making contact with the royal blues, that dark blue marble there, and they will perhaps get an extra few positions out of this. And we've seen many battles of several marbles, almost all marbles sometimes, make it into that final green funnel and all battle for the gold here.
And you see Cherry Blossoms, Bone Rattlers, who look to be pushed by the Cherry Blossoms, and they do fall on through. You see just how much they crawl around the gaps when they do get to that event horizon. They are desperately trying to hold on and stay up, and sometimes that is a result of stopping altogether, but there are some chivalrous rules. You can't really just stop to stay on the course. That will get you a disqualification, as the Sky Dragons come on through to win the race, and pretty comfortably too. 13 seconds clear of the Cherry Blossoms, and there, as you can see, those times, the average time of Season 2's course was around 2 minutes, and low 2 minutes, around 2 minutes 2:10, and Milk's record-breaking run was up in the 250s, an unbelievable, probably the best run we've ever seen from a single race in the Funnel Classic, but that record could very easily fall today with how good these conditions are. As the first heat lines up, Honeycombs through to Rosemaries on the top row and the bottom row. Of course, the Greyscales, Silvery, the home team, and the current championship leaders are in this race. They're the one to watch, and off they go into the first funnel of the race.
In fact, a lot of heavy hitters in this first heat. You've got all of the champions that have qualified here, the Greyscales, the Party Crashers, and the defending champions, the Marauders here, after coming off a poor result in the downhill drag. They're trying to make up some ground here in the third event, and they look to do very well in that first funnel, but they're going to be beaten to the lead by Buzz, that is, of the Honeycombs. They have the lead in translucent funnels. It's harder to make comebacks early on, so Buzz looked like they were going to enter those orange funnels last, but of course everything can change very quickly into the orange here. Into the we're seeing marbles already drop down through. I think that's one of the marbles that's going to drop down through into the first funnel, into the last funnel before the first green, where things can really change here. Greyscales now take the lead after coming off a gold in the downhill drag. Things are looking very good for the home team. They're going to be beaten once again here by Buzz of the Honeycombs.
And there's two leaders, Silvery and Buzz, are very good funnel marbles. Buzz was the silver medalist in the funnel elimination race last season, and Silvery has gotten several top results in the funnel races over the years. And as you see here, it's the Rosemary's, the Green Platoon, and the Crazy Chickens. Rosemary's hot off the heels of a silver medal in event 2, looking to fall on through unless they get nudged by that duo of Party Crashers and Marauders who join the other pack, and Rosemary's are sent through all by themselves and now look to be in deep trouble. They'll need that green funnel to make a miraculous comeback. Marauders fall on through next, and they will join the second half of the course in second to last place. Through go Lagoon Platoon, as well as Chickens and Party Crashers crawling around that opening with a big pack of 3 front leading marbles, Greyscales, Blue Brigade, and the Honeycombs. They nudge into the Crazy Chickens, and those top 4 now look in a pretty good position to advance. Those bottom 4 will need to have a big push to try and make it through.
It's going to take some great spinning in those last few orange funnels for these marbles to make a comeback, but it's the Blue Brigade and it's not the Crazy Chickens that are doing a great job in that top green funnel. Crazy Chickens somehow managed to stay in there for even longer, but they are now in a battle with the Greyscales and the Blue Brigade here. We already have our first finishers here. That's the Rosemary's that will get dead last. They were in last place for this race for pretty much the whole race, but now 3 marbles circling is that Wanderer I see of the Party Crashers, not doing as well as we may have expected in the funnel classic here, but they still have some chance to catch up here. Lagoon Platoon trying to give them a nudge. They do give them several nudges, in fact. Now 5 marbles are here in the last green funnel. Oh, it's gonna all come down to these final few nudges, but Wanderer will not do it. Party Crasher will be eliminated, and so will Lagoon Platoon. 5 marbles left, only one of them will not make it here.
Oh, it's going to be so close. Marauders and Blue Brigade were fighting valiantly, but they nudge off each other, and it leaves the Crazy Chickens in no man's land with the Blue Brigade, and Crazy Chickens, despite leading after that first green funnel, will be condemned to not advance. And there you see the Honeycombs with Buzz and Silvery. They've been pretty much up front and leading the entire race. Will be the final 2 runners in this event, pushing for the win here. It doesn't matter. They both advance no matter what. You'd think there's some mind games here. Do they push as far as they can to win the race or try and save some energy, like I imagine Blue Brigade and Marauders have done, just to race in the final? And it is the Greyscales Silvery to win the race, and it's just taking their time. This is just showing off in the event horizon, just taking even more time. It'll be Silvery, Buzz, Mooney, and I believe Blue Tang of the Blue Brigade to advance. And there you see, as I theorized, the Greyscales 2 events in a row have broken the record. But just like in the downhill drag, they smashed it in the final, and this time they have smashed it in the heats with 3 minutes. The first time we've seen a 3-minute long course. The conditions out here are truly fantastic for them to spin that long, and the fans absolutely riveting with that one. They are so excited with the prospect of hosting this tournament and how well they've done so far as we move on to Heat 2 of this event. The Greyscales, despite such a storied history, perhaps never looked better here. 2 records on the bounce here, coming off a goal in the last event, but on we are here into the second heat. Citrus Sprinters look to have a poor arc into the first funnel, and they're going to drop down first, but Team Mayhem, a gold medalist from the first event, seem to be in a good position here. That's the White Knights. Milk also trying to get their record back, perhaps, trying to do well here, and it will be them and Team Mayhem in that first funnel. Team Mayhem will eclipse them, though, to the lead. We already have a few entrants into the second orange funnel, so quite a big spread here so far in the second heat. But Cheeseballs also looking to do well. They have joined the fray in that top battle after a last place in the downhill drag. Cheeseballs, in fact, take the lead here, and a bad arc by the White Knights that relegates them to third place now. They're battling with Team Sunrise, while the Cheeseballs continue to extend their advantage. But it's the Croissant crew that are now in last place, about to enter the first green funnel. Everyone now in this first orange section, so it's closed up a little bit perhaps. No one into the greens, and now as I say that, Croissant crew enters the greens. Cheese Balls having a very good run here. A bit of a surprise upset so far for that solid yellow team as Team Mayhem jump into the green and nudge the Croissant Crew. So it is a very close race so far. Crystal Pistol is also in there. This is going to go down to the wire based on how this race has gone so far. Sprinters, Team Sunrise also in there. Popsicles have had a good run. Good comeback after the start. They're now up into second place. Now these two in the orange are going to try and stay in the orange as long as they can to avoid that absolute melee in the middle. Team Mayhem look to fall on through, but they managed to avoid it, and instead the first to drop on through will be... Oh, it's Team Sunrise knocked through by the group, and Citrus Sprinters follow suit. There go the Crystal Pistols as the White Knights, Team Mayhem, Popsicles, Croissant Crew, everyone but the Cheese Balls who are holding strong and only just enter the green funnel. If they can avoid that melee in the middle, they will surely be in the best position to advance. It looks like they will. The White Knights, the last one remaining out of that pack, and the Cheese Balls trying to avoid them desperately. But down below, it looks like Team Sunrise, valiantly, they've vaulted into the first green funnel as White Knights and Cheese Balls are now fighting for the lead of the race. White Knights have held strong, but they can't quite take the lead, at least not just yet. Team Sunrise, though, in a lot of trouble. Croissant Crew also fall on through, but now everyone is in this bottom half of the course. It's going to go down to the wire.
Those marbles that aren't in the last orange funnel trying their best to stave off because there's going to be a lot of contact here in the final green funnel. 4 marbles now here. Croissant Crew, Citrus Sprinters, Crystal Pistols, and Team Sunrise. They're joined by Team Mayhem here. Only one of them perhaps might advance here, while 3 marbles are circling in the last orange funnel. But all of them could easily join that melee in the middle in the event horizon here. Oh, who's it going to be here? It could be any of them that advances. It could be any of them that doesn't. Team Mayhem will get last place. And now 6 marbles in this final orange-green funnel. 7 marbles now as Popsicles join on through. We have a few marbles that all drop down through. Team Sunrise will drop in 4th. That will be enough for them to advance, and the Cheese Balls, Popsicles, and White Knights can let off some steam as they have punched their ticket into the final. But what a close race from almost start to finish this was. Very little spread into that first orange section, and then after the green and into this final green funnel here all the way towards the end.
Yeah, truly heart-pounding stuff. All 4 of those coming through together in the 4th through 7th positions was very close, and the Cheese Balls come ahead of Milk. That is a great run by the Cheese Balls to get above every other contender. They will win. Cheddar, the captain, will move on to the final with Milk. Slushy, the reserve of the Popsicles, of course, the winner of the B-League Elimination race last season, and Team Sunrise's Daybreak. Those 4 will go on to the final, but it was really close. Look at this battle at the top of the course between Milk and Cheddar, just brawling around that opening. That probably pushed them far enough away to advance. You can see, yeah, them and the Popsicles were just skipping around that brawl in the middle, which left Crystal Pistols, Citrus Sprinters, and Croissant Crew out of the game. And now we look to the final, but of course not the 16th. It's Crazy Chicken's Gallo to get 9th place, and the Rosemary's 16th. Another dead last after getting last in Event 1 and second in Event 2. They've been really inconsistent so far. Got to get some positions up the order, but that's not good enough by the Rosemary's. They're going to be kicking themselves after that. But now we look to the final and this massive scaling tower. Who will come out on top, be the last marble standing of this 8 marble race. It doesn't matter how long you last now, it's all about just being the last one there. Silvery down to Daybreak, long hold in the gate, and off they go.
Milk and Cheddar of the White Knights and Cheese Balls feeling pretty good after how good they did in that last heat, but this time they have to face titans like the Greyscales, who are not going to let this gold up go so easily. But here we have the final underway. Team Sunrise looks to have the best start, and they will take the lead. It's either them or the White Knights who are going to get the best start in this final. A lot of marbles circling, entering the orange funnel. It's the Greyscales that enter first, and a very poor angle drops them down into the second orange funnel. Now 3 marbles now battling in that first orange funnel, while it's Honeycombs with Buzz also looking to do well here. Daybreak of Team Sunrise continuing their run in this event, and they have taken the lead. Milk of the White Knights has now dropped through into the second green funnel, and their descent continues in this event. And the Cheese Balls, after such a good run in their last heat, they are currently in last. A funnel to spare between them and the rest of the marbles here. Team Sunrise continuing their good run. They're looking to stave off the collisions down below, but they might make some contact with the Blue Brigade, and they do. Blue Brigade will take the lead here.
Blue Brigade leading comfortably now over that pack in the middle funnels, as the Cheese Balls and the White Knights, who were fighting for the lead in the last race in the green funnel, are now fighting to try and stave off of last. But it is the Honeycombs who join them, and they get finessed into the opening by the Cheese Balls. They will fall to last place. Now it's about trying to get bumped by those behind them. The Marauders do, but it's a really awkward angle, and they're sent straight back through the funnel. It's a battle of 5 in there to try and hold on to second place, as Blue Brigade try to dance as much as they can in the orange to avoid that melee, but I don't think they will. They're still too far away from the event horizon of that green funnel, the Blue Brigade. It's going to be a 6 marble race up the top there as the Greyscales get really well pushed by the Blue Brigade, but they're nudged into the popsicles. White Knights come on through. Team Sunrise come on through. It's just going to be whittling down the order up there. Who's it going to be to come on top? Blue Brigade come on through, and fourth as the Marauders, I believe. No, sorry, that's the Honeycombs. Honeycombs and the Marauders are really down at the bottom. Honeycombs in the green as Popsicle Slushy, the reserve, takes the lead of the race. How long can they hold that for with this absolute melee of 6 as Marauders and Honeycombs lead an absolutely miraculous push to try and get anywhere close to the top spots?
They're going to need to hope for all these marbles to come on through and give them contact in that final green funnel. Meanwhile, Greyscales take the lead briefly, but it's a huge battle in these final orange funnels. Cheeseballs will join the frame of the green. They might make some contact there. So do the White Knights. They also join them. Daybreak takes the lead for Team Sunrise. Oh, it would be such a good job by them if they could stay in this orange funnel and stave off all those collisions down below. Blue Brigade will join. Marauders are finished, and it looks like Cheeseballs are going to finish in 7th place. Will they drop on through? Meanwhile, Team Sunrise doing whatever they can, but inevitably will drop down through into the green funnel. Now it's a huge battle here. 6 marbles still battling for this gold in the Funnel Classic.
Team Sunrise are skipping around that battle in the middle. They're doing so well to avoid it, as it looks like they're going to start dropping on through now. It looks like Blue Brigade, it's any second. It could be someone. Honeycombs come on through in 6th place. Then comes the Blue Brigade. We've got 4 remaining. Team Sunrise are still avoiding everyone. Popsicles will miss the podium. Sunrise have finally made contact. It's down to Milk and Silvery as Daybreak chokes it away. Greyscales win gold. 2 in a row. Well done to Silvery. Milk will get another medal, of course, in the funnel events, and Daybreak, despite doing so well, can only salvage a bronze medal, but Silvery of the Greyscales finally cracks that gold medal in the funnel event, and after breaking the record, they almost just broke it again after a great comeback in the finals.
Didn't already think the Greyscales didn't look better before? Well, they certainly do now. 2 golds in Event 2 and Event 3, and a good result in Event 1. They are going to push their lead ahead in the standings after the 3rd event. What a run by Silvery here to get another gold medal for the team in front of their home fans. White Knights, another medal for them with the silver. And Team Sunrise, after looking so good in this final, they'll have to settle for the bronze, but that's still their first medal in the A-League after a long, long time.
Yeah, they should still be happy with that, of course, after their time in the B-League. With Greyscales, White Knights and Team Sunrise were really ahead of the curve today. Fantastic all the way throughout the event, and that is a very well-deserved podium for all of those teams. Congratulations, especially, of course, to the Greyscales, breaking the record, 2 golds in a row, now comfortably ahead in the table.
So the Greyscales lead extends to 10 points ahead of the White Knights, but really 3rd on down, really far away from the top 2. It's Team Sunrise, then the Honeycombs, Team Mayhem, Blue Brigade, and the Crystal Pistols down below in that very tight upper mid back, but still a lot of time to catch up to those top 2. And after this, we will go back to the team events with the 4th event.
The domination of the Greyscales and the White Knights so far has been unprecedented. 17 points clear are those 2, but the 2 golds of the Greyscales is the difference maker coming into Event 4. They lead the way, the home team, by 10 points over the White Knights. They're going to be what the crowd will be watching those 2 in particular to see how this title race heats up as you look to the swing wave. It's been in 2 seasons, seasons 3 and 4, with 0 repeat podiums. So this is really an event where anyone's up for debate, but 70 overall total by the Marauders is the best 2-round score, while 38 by the Green Peacocks is the best single-round score. So we'll see if anyone can try and match that as the rounds to try and... But that's the kind of score you want to be aiming for. As the pre-show shows how it's done, they'll get 2 rounds each, 1 in each lane.
So in this swing wave, these marbles stay single file, so no overtaking between teammates, and you want to really avoid the contact here. I think that really nullified this Cherry Blossom score on the near side, that contact between number 2 and 3. Bump those 2 marbles back to the 5 zone, and they will get a loss here, 27 points to 32 for the Polar Bears. You want to be consistent, so you really want to keep an equal gap between all 4 of your marbles, and it'll be 2 rounds where the marbles swap over the lanes, and the cumulative score will get you the win by the end of it.
Yeah, so this is not Olympic rules. You've got to do good across both the rounds and not just have one fantastic round. And Cherry Blossom's there, wonderful score. 3 in the 8 and 1 in the 10. And you can try and sink that green block to get 12. That is what you really want to try and go for, but it is risky. Missing it equals in a 1, and that really tanks your total. And there you see Cherry Blossoms actually did manage to pull ahead with 61 over the Polar Bears 59, as you see the run order in groups A through to H. Rosemary's and Greyscales will go first. Mixed fortunes for the Rosemary's, but Greyscales, of course, fantastic start so far. And Cheese Balls and Sunrise will finish us off. And here we see them lined up. You see they line up to the side. Standard lineup for both these competitors as they line up to start the swing wave, and off they go.
Rosemary's team to get the better push out of the 8, but it's not about that in the swing wave. The Greyscales will sink it one on the 12, and good gaps between their marbles means that they're going to get a very consistent and very solid score in this first round. You can see the Greyscales just doing enough between all of those intervals between the marbles to not make that contact, and a 37, that's a great first round score, almost beating the best first round score we've ever seen, and they will commandingly beat the Rosemary's in the first round. But of course they're going to have to continue that fine form into the second round, but they're off in the far side. Rosemary's will lose one very early, and the Greyscales will have one tumbling into the 1 there. Not a good run here for the Greyscales. Rosemary's even on the near side, they could have also done a bit more. Making that contact, oh, you can see it was a bit of an accordion effect, bumping one of those marbles all the way back there. But still, high marbles for the other 3, and they're going to get a 33 in this second round.
And the Rosemary 63 overall. They actually beat the Greyscales, so that 1 was detrimental in the end. They will be in second place currently, but 63 and 62 are very good cumulative scores as Team Mayhem and Citrus Sprinters come up next. Both of them lose one very early. Citrus Sprinters topple one into the orange, but Team Mayhem lost one particularly early. I think it was all the way back in the 3 or the 4. Yeah, the 3 for Team Mayhem's back runner. That is particularly poor contact to slow them down, but they did not topple one into the 1 like the Citrus Sprinters did. Compared to the first round, Group B here not looking anywhere near as solid, and 29 and 24, both sub 30, so not particularly great. They have to try and recover it now in the second round, see what they can do in round 2 here for Group B.
Of course, Team Mayhem, the only team other than the Greyscales to capture a gold medal in the A-League so far. Citrus Sprinters will once again push one into the 1. I think they're really trying to push for that 12, perhaps trying to recover some of that from the first round. It's not to be for the Citrus Sprinters. They're going to get another mediocre score at best here. And Team Mayhem, they did manage to keep one to the 10, maybe perhaps trying to play it safe this time and get one into the 10 and not go for the 12. But still, for Team Mayhem, it's not very consistent. 1 in the 4, 1 in the 6. So despite getting the win here in the group, it's not going to be very good overall. Now, Blue Brigade and Crystal Pistols in the third group, and off they go. Blue Brigade are very bunched up, and they will pay the price for it, but they do have 1 in the 10 and 1 in the 9, and so do the Crystal Pistols. That's 19 apiece for those 2 marbles from both teams. And who's it going to be? It's very close between these 2 teams in this first round.
That's 6 and 7 difference maker. It's going to be a 1-point win for the Blue Brigade, 30 to 29. That marble 2, getting a 7 over a 6. It's very good. Good opening scores for both teams. They'll need a 30, a mid-30 score to try and beat those top 2 teams so far, which is manageable. Blue Brigade lose a couple very early though, and dump one into the 1. The Blue Brigade will absolutely not be challenging for the top spots with that. Crystal Pistols also get one into the 1. They were hiding behind the waves, we couldn't see them, but both dumping into the 1 means they're not going to challenge for those top 2 spots. They'll be comfortably mid-pack, especially the Crystal Pistols, after Blue Brigade had a shambolic run there. All the way back in 6 was their highest finishing marble, and a 1. 17 only, and 47 overall, puts them in 6 out of 6 so far. Crystal Pistols go into 4th, but I don't know how high those are going to be by the end of the event, as Croissant Crew and Marauders line up next. Of course, Marauders were the winners of this in Season 4. Can they repeat and try and bump themselves up into the standings?
Ooh, Marauders doing such a good job of keeping it consistent, but they do lose it a bit towards the end, and the Croissant Crew will sink one into the 12. That's going to give them some big points here. 1 in the 5 for the Croissant Crew, so this is not going to be a record-breaking run. Still a good one, though. They had 1 in the 9, so do the Marauders. They'll get outpaced here by the Croissant Crew. 33, very solid for the Croissant Crew. We'll see if they can maintain it in the near side. Marauders have a lot of catching up to do, and dare I say, already eliminated from contention from gold in this event again. But off they go here for the second run. Marauders trying to keep it consistent again. They're doing a really good job of that opening push, but really can't sustain it in the latter half, as they do sink one into the 1, and Croissant Crew also all over the place here. That early contact sinks one into the 4, and actually despite that, they'd managed to recover nicely with an 8, a 9, and a 10, and that is good enough for first place. 64 total. That will eclipse the Rosemary's from the first round, The Croissant Crew actually looking very good after the first half. They lead the way ahead of the Rosemary's Greyscales, sitting stationed in third place. Team Mayhem Crystal Pistols in fourth and fifth, but still half the event to go. A lot of time for this to change.
Honeycombs and Lagoon Platoon kick off the second half of proceedings here, and it's pretty quick. They didn't have any early drop-offs, but they both go for the 12 and they both miss. That will tank both of their scores, but no early drop-offs will help their scores a little bit. I would consider 5 or lower an early drop-off. And now you see the Honeycombs. Oh, they were much closer than Lagoon Platoon were. They were going a bit too fast on the bottom lane where Lagoon Platoon. 24-22, you can see how detrimental getting that 1 is and how much more difficult it seems to be to get the 12 this time around compared to previous seasons as they line up again. Honeycombs now on the near lane. Keep it a bit slow. They slow down a bit carefully. That was such a good... They get one on the 12 as Lagoon Platoon dump 1 into the 1 again. And 5-2-8. That's not going to be great by Lagoon Platoon, but the Honeycombs have made a great salvation run here. And they will save their performance a little bit. But look at how close they were to peeling off of the block. 56, it's good enough for 4th place. Good stuff by the Honeycombs there. But Lagoon Platoon salvaged in 10th place out of 10. Not good at all for Lagoon Platoon.
Now, on to the final few runs of the day. Popsicles and Crazy Chickens here. Crazy Chickens. Let's see what they can do on the near side here. Looking very bunched up. Popsicles looking much better though, and they will save 1 of the 12 and a 9 and 2/8. This is looking like a fantastic run for the Popsicles. Crazy Chickens, I thought, had the better formation slightly out of the game, but actually look at how spread apart the Popsicles are. Doing a great job of avoiding any of that contact early on and sinking 1 perfectly in the 12. That is going to be a 37. We saw the Greyscales make up that mark in the first heat. Didn't manage to sustain it in the second heat though, so we'll see if the Popsicles can do it here. They have a great chance at getting into the lead here. Do the Popsicles. We'll see if Crazy Chickens can salvage something here. Oh, Popsicles will have 1 into the 1. So do the Crazy Chickens. Popsicles have 2 in the 8, but they also had a 1 early loss there into the 5. So I'm not sure if this will be enough to take the lead from the Croissant Crew. A very inconsistent second run after a great first one. Crazy Chickens, I also think, haven't done enough to surpass anyone in the medals. And no, they slot into 4th and 5th. Do the Popsicles and Crazy Chickens with 59 and 57 respectively.
Yeah, those first run for each team was fantastic, but the second run left a lot to be desired as White Knights and the Party Crashers line up next. White Knights, of course, have had a great start to the season. They did try and catch the Greyscales as best they can, but they've dumped 1 into the orange as Party Crashers get a 12 and several inconsistent runs with 1 back in the 5. That's still a very good score for the winner of this event back in Season 3, of course. The White Knights 5-6. They do get 1 into the 10, but it almost looked like he pushed his teammate onto the 12, and that pushes it down to a 22 for the White Knights. Party Crashers, though, 34. Big chance if they get a 30 or above, they will equal or better the Croissant Crew. So they're to watch out for here as the White Knights are just to try and salvage their run to get a good performance, and off they go. It's a good run by the White Knights in terms of formation. They get 3 in the 8, but both of them dump 1 into the 1. Everyone 8 or higher. If any of those had landed on the 12, they would have surely contended for a topper spot, especially the Party Crashers. But oh, that is so unfortunate for both teams. White Knights down in 13th out of 14. Party Crashers up in 4th. That challenge on the Greyscales, especially Greyscales, are still provisionally in 3rd place, so White Knights are going to be falling behind here as Cheeseballs and Sunrise line up for the final runs of the day.
This also means Croissant Crew guaranteed a podium here, but will it be a gold here? Team Sunrise do get 1 in the 10. No one even goes for the 12 here, trying to play it safe, but a lot of marbles towards the back here. 2 of the Team Sunrise in 6 or lower. 1 of the cheese balls stuck there in the 5 and 1 of them in the 7. So it's a not terrible run by either team, but nothing too special. 29 apiece. In fact, both are tied after the first round. It's going to take a miraculous run for either team to challenge the podium finishers right now. But will either of them do it? These 2 yellow teams, Team Sunrise and Cheeseballs, for the final run of the day. Team Sunrise will go for the 12. It is not to be, though. They will sink it in the 1. That's going to be a very poor result for Team Sunrise. 2 in the 5. And the Cheeseballs do better here, but it's not going to challenge the Croissant Crew for a gold medal here in the swing wave.
Croissant Crew will, in fact, win the gold with Rosemary's and Greyscales rounding out the podium. Cheeseballs jump up into 6th place, a good result for the Solid Yellow team, and Team Sunrise all the way down in 13th. And there you see the order. And look how close it was at the top. Just 4 points separating the top 4 finishers, while Popsicles and Cheeseballs were also right there. A 12 would have changed the game for any of those competitors to get a 1, but it is a wonderfully earned gold medal by the Croissant Crew. Kept it clean, played it safe, and got the 12 when it was needed. Congratulations to the Croissant Crew for their first gold medal in Tour de Endurance for a very, very long time. Due to the Greyscales' continued success and the White Knights struggling, they are now 24 points clear at the top of the table. White Knights have been closed upon by Archery and Rosemary, who vault up 5 and 6 spots respectively, now right up into the battle for second place. But Greyscales in a league of their own at the moment as the home team. We look back to the B League for the next video. With the first quarter of Tour de Endurance Season 5 all wrapped up, the Greyscales lead by 24 points over the White Knights, with a third medal in a row coming into the Hubelino Pursuit, a returning event from Season 4 where 5 of the 6 medalists from Season 4's A-League and B-League will make an appearance. So, any of them looking to do good here in the start. This is a very odd chain reaction sort of event, not quite a relay where all the marbles keep going, and the first one to get all 4 across the line will advance to the next round in what is the first bracket-style event of the season. There you see the current record, which has been reset in the off-season due to new conditions for the track. 10.45 seconds, by the autumn leaves. See if that'll hold this event, as Super Cat's Eyes and Bone Rattlers line up for the pre-show.
This event was in the qualifiers, so a big separator between those that could make it and those that couldn't, so we should be expecting some great performances here today by the teams in the A-League. It's all about keeping your formation, keeping the gaps between your marbles, and across the line it's the fourth marble that determines who gets the win. Oh, and Ruby, one of the visitors to the stadium, special guest here, makes an appearance. But there you can see the event information for the Hubelino Pursuit. It's a very strategic event here in event number 5, and in this team event, it's all about the team coordination here.
And the separation does not matter. You can be as far apart as required. As long as you get that fourth marble across the line before the other fourth marble of the other team, you will advance to the next round. As Croissant and Lagoon Platoon, already a great first seeding, is the gold medalist and the bronze medalist from the B League last season, both upgraded to the A League in the first heat of this event. And Croissant have a much better opening leg and trigger their second marble first. Lagoon Platoon, they're slow for their final marble. They've got plenty of space though, shouldn't need to make contact, but Croissant keeping it clean, they'll get across the line first. Lagoon Platoon though, I like the strategy there, leave the fourth one a bit behind and let them just run speedy by themselves. It did not quite pan out though for Lagoon Platoon. They'll lose by 2/10 here over the Croissant, who kept it very clean in the end, where a lot of dangerous contact can happen in that fourth sector in particular with some chain reactions. Now, how about this for a seeding?
Marauders and the Honeycombs, a rematch of the final last season in the A-League. Marauders, the defending champions, came out on top back then. We'll see if they can do it here again. They have the lead marginally ahead of the Honeycombs. Honeycombs are going to bring it back. It's going to be neck and neck going to the final run, but the Marauders have a bit more in the tank, and they will get the win and advancement here in the Hubelino Pursuit. What a run by them. The Honeycombs, for a moment here, had the lead. At this point, you can see they have the lead here, but by 1/10 of a second, Marauders pick themselves up, and they're going to go on to the to the quarterfinals.
Very clean runs by both teams there. It was a great run. You can see how they're both, but Honeycomb's unlucky to be faced off against such a good opponent in this event. They will go out early. As Citrus Sprinters and Team Mayhem in this race, it was dead even in the first sector, and Team Mayhem a bit slow there, but Citrus Sprinters are only slightly ahead. Into the final sector, there's some contact there, and Team Mayhem are thrown back by their own competitors. Fourth marble is not able to keep up, and Citrus Sprinters, with a much better formation in the second half of the track, will move on to the quarterfinals. And look, it was right here. That corner there really finished it for Team Mayhem. That little chicane coming into the orange stretch threw off Team Mayhem's run, and they will move and they will fail to advance again, as the White Knights and Popsicles, the two white solidified teams, line up for Heat 4 with their standard lineups, and off they go.
Almost jumping out of the track to the White Knights, I think, and the Popsicles now have the lead. White Knights need to minimize that contact. They're trying to bring it back here, but the Popsicles look cleaner, and the Popsicles across the line will get the win. The White Knights, a team that started the season very well, seem to be slipping in the last few events now, as they are perhaps going to lose more ground on the Greyscales unless the Greyscales do very poorly in this event. Sub 11 seconds for the Popsicles. Very good job by them, and they're going on to the quarterfinals here. Now, Rosemary's and the Cheeseballs. The Rosemary's have been very inconsistent to start off Season 5 in their first season in the A-League. Dead last, second, dead last, and second again. And off they go here with the Cheeseballs, trying to find some form as well. Cheeseballs now briefly take the lead. The last Rosemary really lagging behind. Oh, and they are finished.
Dear.
The last two marbles making contact. That looked terrible on the far side for the Rosemaries. What happened to them?
I'm trying to figure out, the fourth marble was left so far behind. Oh, look at the third marble got absolutely pushed back by the second, and that 11.25 is a terrible time. Rosemary's with a horribly inconsistent run again. They might be last for a third event in only 5, as Crazy Chickens now, everyone perhaps cheering on the Chickens here, versus the Greyscales. Home team versus the soon-to-be hero Greyscales. Oh, they have big contact there, and the foot was left far behind. Chickens need to keep it clean, but Greyscales are closing in. No, it's going to be close across the line, but the Crazy Chickens are mostly stunned across both this run and the last run. But the Greyscales have gone out, and they've been defeated for basically the first time all season by just 0.04 of a second. The Crazy Chickens will advance, and now it's a big chance to try and make up some ground on that leading team.
A huge mistake on the part of the host there, leaving one of their marbles really far behind. They still managed to close up to just a 400th gap at the end there, but they are knocked out. Now Party Crashers and Team Sunrise trying to capitalize on that, both trying to get some big points here, but the Party Crashers are well behind. Oh, they're almost coming back here, but it's not to be. Team Sunrise will do just enough to hold on, but it came very close for the Party Crashers, almost making a great comeback here. But by 600ths of a second, another match here determined by less than a tenth of a second here. And the Team Sunrise just do enough to move on. Now Crystal Pistols and the Blue Brigade for the final round here in the heats to see who gets the final spot in the quarterfinals. And off they go here. Blue Brigade get the better start marginally, but it's very close between these two teams as we get to the mid part of the course.
Crystal Pistols really fell back for a second there, but then they bring it back in the final two legs and they will advance to the quarterfinals with a great push at the end. Look at this. Now this is what I've seen several teams do. They leave that fourth marble well behind the rest so that they can contact with each other and get the first marble going without any major contact. And the Crystal Pistols finally did it right. I saw several teams doing it poorly in heats, but Crystal Pistols do it right and will advance. But look at that. The Greyscales, 9th place. They still get decent points out of this despite failing to advance. And the Rosemaries, I have to look at that. Last place again. 0-20. 0-20, 0. That is quite amusing, I'm not going to lie, as the quarterfinals line up now for Croissant Crew and the Marauders. Two medalists in this season last year in both the leagues who will come out on top.
Very stacked lineup here in the Hubelino Pursuit in this quarterfinal. It's going to be close, coming across the line with the Croissant Crew. B-League triumphs over A-League as on the far side they do just enough to beat the Marauders, the winners of this event in the A-League last season. What a run by the Croissant Crew by just a tenth of a second. Here in this final turn the Marauders are ahead, but the Croissant Crew just have more in the tank and they are going on to the semi-finals. Could be on for another medal or another gold after the swing wave. Now Citrus Sprinters and Popsicles to see who will challenge the Croissant Crew. They're going to have a big task here, but who will get that chance here? Citrus Sprinters look to be slightly ahead. Popsicles now having a lot of catching up to do. They're doing that catching up though. Can the Popsicles get by? They cannot. The Citrus Sprinters will hold on and just about will have to face the Croissant Crew in the semi-finals.
I thought the Popsicles were going to really do it there for a second. The Citrus Sprinters, they just kept it. Look at the perfect gaps coming through the final few corners for Citrus Sprinters, and it just was enough to get them there. But the Popsicles unlocked some laser speed in the second half of the course and almost caught up. That's commendable in of itself, as Cheeseballs and Crazy Chickens line up next. Cheeseballs need to get something going here, as do the Crazy Chickens, both of which struggling in the season so far. It's very close into the third sector, but Chickens have pulled slightly away. Cheeseballs with a lot of space, though. They catch right up. I can't call that. That was far too close to call.
I thought the intervals between the chickens were good enough to get them into the next round easy, but they will hold on by a hair, I think. Crazy Chickens will just about beat the Cheeseballs. That is by going down to the 100th in this event going down to the 1000th by 2,000ths of a second. The Crazy Chickens will do enough. What a round that was in this third quarterfinal. And to face the Crazy Chickens who just will do enough here, it'll be either Team Sunrise or the Crystal Pistols. Crystal Pistols marginally get the better jump off the gate, but Team Sunrise has a great opportunity to catch up. But now they're lagging behind. Crystal Pistols keeping it very clean, and not a comeback here for Team Sunrise. Crystal Pistols will cruise to advancement to the semi-finals.
That was just too easy. Crystal Pistols in the middle of the third leg pushed the fourth marble back ever so slightly, giving them all this room to work with, and they win by well over 2/10. It left them plenty of space and it allowed them to keep themselves ahead of the Chickens, who had some poor form in the middle of the course, and they're moving on to the semis. And the Popsicles finished 5th, best of the rest. Marauders in 6th with the 2 double-digit points finishes, and Team Sunrise there with that smashing by Crystal Pistols will get 8 as the semi-finals line up for medals now. Confirmed medal if you get past this race. Croissant Crew and the Citrus Sprinters, and off they go. Citrus Sprinters with a great opening leg. In fact, that was a really quick start for this solid orange team, and they're keeping it ahead of the Croissant Crew for now. Actually, no, they're not. Croissant Crew have brought it back. They retake the lead of the race, and across the line, the Sprinters with a better final corner. They will move on to the final. And that different legs in that race. The lead changed so much in the final section.
What a run by the Citrus Sprinters. They were so far behind here, but the final marble has an open opportunity to speed up ahead in front of their third marble, and they will go to the next round. An upset victory, I must say. The Croissant Crew coming off a gold in the last event. Citrus Sprinters last place in the standings into this event, but they are going on to the finals. Now, Crazy Chickens and Crystal Pistols will see who will join them in the final. It's the Crystal Pistols that look to be ahead, but their formation gives them a bit of contact, but across the line, they will do just enough to beat the Crazy Chickens. The Crazy Chickens came to the semi-final by thousandths. They're going to be exiting it with a loss here by 2/10. Crystal Pistols will manage to be going to the final. They will get another medal here in the A-League. and the Crazy Chickens will have to play for the bronze medal.
Yeah, Crystal Pistols already, it's both the teams in the final already have a confirmed best finish of the season. It all depends on whether that will be first or second for either of them. Chickens and Croissant Crew. Croissant Crew could get another one in a row, but that's two great performances by the Croissant Crew, and the Chickens finally getting something going here if they can get a top 3 out of it as well. But still a good finish no matter what here, as the two teams fighting for the bronze line up. Croissant Crew on the far and Crazy Chickens in the near. Crazy Chickens are a bit faster. They're much faster, in fact, in that third handoff in particular. They're keeping it clean through the full section as well. And Croissant Crew a bit too much contact in the final few turns. And the Crazy Chickens will capture the bronze medal here. And their first medal of the season. Well done to the Chickens. But let's see what went wrong for the Croissant Crew. I think it was in this very last turn, in this chicane. That was where it all went wrong. That impact with the third marble really slowed them down. The Chickens will get the bronze. But now we line up for the gold, and what is quite the final, I must say. Citrus Sprinters versus Crystal Pistols for gold and Hubelino Pursuit. They both fought so well to get this far, but who will come out on top?
Two teams that haven't had that much success in this event. We've had many medalists in this A-League in this event, but they've all been bested by one of these two teams. Now, Citrus Sprinters and Crystal Pistols for the gold here. Crystal Pistols have the marginal lead. Citrus Sprinters are going to try to make one final charge. They're going to try it. It's not going to happen. The Crystal Pistols will capture gold in the Hubelino Pursuit. The Citrus Sprinters gave it their best effort there. At the end, they're going to close that gap to 400th of a second right at the end. For a moment in that final hairpin, they were neck and neck, but the Crystal Pistols drag race to the line will get it done. It's 10.73. They will capture the gold medal here in their return to the A-League in Season 5. What a run by them, and very consistent effort. You could see their time similar in all 4 rounds. What a great run by the Crystal Pistols. A thoroughly deserved gold medal here in event number 5.
And with that goal, the Crystal Pistols vault up into third place. One Knights fall down 2, but Greyscales 23 points clear. They've lost 1 point of their lead in this event today. Croissant Crew opened to second, and it's still a very close battle for second place, but it is still everyone against the Greyscales after event 5 as we look on to event 6 with a brand new event for the season. One taken from places you may have seen before in the Holeshot Cross will make up event 6. We will see you for that one.
The 6th event of Tour de Endurance in Season 5 marks a brand new event to this competition, and what I think will be one of my personal favorites of the season. The Holeshot Cross is here in Tour de Endurance. The Greyscales lead the way by several points over the rest of the field. It's really a battle for second place here. But in this brand new event, it's all to play for. Anyone can come out on top here. Heats of 8 in the Holeshot Cross will go down and try to avoid the holes and get to that green plate at the end. They'll get strikes if they fall in the holes or go off to either side, and if you have 2 strikes, you're out. And once we get down to 4 in each heat, they will advance to the final, where they battle it out for the gold.
And in the gold medal match, it is just, of course, the last marble standing. We go from 8 down to 1 in the final, whereas it's just 8 to 4 in the heats. And there you see as the autumn leaves plunge on through in the whole shot, and that is what the grey plate, the dangers the grey plate can bring, as the breakfast burritos cannot make it over it. And there's where the autumn leaves came on through. These replayers are going to show some very interesting interactions in the chaos with these marbles, and they did reach the green plate, but they did not stick the landing. You have to stick the landing for it to count, and marked in yellow, autumn leaves and ash rises, they have a strike. Stargazers and breakfast burritos in the green still, meaning they have 0, and if you have red, that means you have 2. So keep those colours in mind when we get into the heats of 8 later on. And almost everyone cleared it in the pre-show there, but autumn leaves just came off to the side, and that would be their second strike, and they would be eliminated.
Yeah, you can see the holes in the quadrilla blocks. These blocks haven't really been seen in the competition before in Tour de Endurance, so different challenge for these marbles. Those holes aren't just a danger of falling through it. You can also get tripped up and go off to either side. That's what we saw with the autumn leaves in that expedition pre-show. But here, for heat 1 in round 1, Rosemary's down to the Citrus Sprinters for the first ever iteration of Holeshot Cross here, and off they go. Rosemary's will lead the way. It's a snake in the funnel here as they go down and then split in the blocks, and marbles going all over the place here. Many of them will reach the green plate. Citrus Sprinters touched it, but will go off to the near side. I don't think that'll count. I think one of the marbles did fall in, and that's the Rosemary's, falling on that green block on the far side. So both them and the Citrus Sprinters will get their first strike here in round 1.
And look at the path taken by the Citrus Sprinters. 2, 3 close calls on the way down, and then just can't stick the landing at the very end, crawling over the green plate. We saw the Rosemary's come on through from leading the pack straight away, and those two at the back now, because Rosemary's, it's the person at the front will shuffle to the back from each round. So those two at the back have a strike. Everybody else is clean for now as we come down in round 2. These opening 8 marble rounds are always full of chaos, you can imagine. But looking at this here, oh, everyone's made it through round 2. No strikes given out at all here, as somehow all 8 marbles in that chaos, all party crashes look to have come close, but all of them made it past round 2, and we move on to round 3 with no changes.
Look at the party crashers getting tripped up by those holes, getting launched off to the far side, but did manage to make it to the end. That's great. Great recovery from their captain Intruder. But everyone's still in here in round 3. 2 marbles down to 1 strike from the first round, but the other 6 all have 2 strikes in hand, and off they go here. Party crashers looking to get out in front, but it's absolute chaos here in this third round. Only 3 marbles will make it to the end. The party crashers, Team Sunrise, I think that is, and one of the other marbles. But here, 5 marbles getting a strike here, and for the Rosemary's, it is their second. They will be out here in round 3.
Let's have a look at the Chaos, the Cheese Balls, and I believe that was the Rosemary's and the White Knights. Both came through the same gap. Greyscales here. Oh, taken out by the Party Crashers, and the Honeycombs taking too far to the near side, coming off of the whole shot, and can't stick the landing, just like what we saw with the Citrus Sprinters in round 1. And now only 2 teams, Party Crashers and Team Sunrise, have 0 strikes. Everybody else, if they fail now, they're out of it. So look out for Party Crashers and Sunrise to fall on through, and anybody else falling through would just be eliminated. White Knights leading the way in round 3 here. They clear it. I think I saw Party Crashers and Cheese Balls come on through. Oh, no, that wasn't Cheese Balls, sorry. It was the Honeycombs who have a strike. They will be eliminated in this round. But the Party Crashers, they will get their first one. So now it's just Team Sunrise with no strikes, and the Honeycombs will be the second to be eliminated in Heat 1.
Oh, the Honeycombs in the last possible hole they could have fell through, and so did the Party Crashers. The Party Crashers did have 2 strikes in hand, that early advantage coming in clutch for them. But Team Sunrise is now the only marble with 2 strikes in hand. The other 5 marbles here have 1, so they're down to their last chance, but still only 6 marbles remaining, so only 2 from here won't advance here. Cheese Balls and Citrus and Party Crashers getting out in front, but is that everyone? No, I don't think the Greyscales made it, and Team Sunrise right on the edge. They will be counted as a pass. Close shave for Team Sunrise. Meanwhile, 4 other marbles have made it, but the Greyscales falling in one of those holes there on the far side, they are done. It's another event where they're going to get a bottom half result here, and we are down to just 5 in this first heat.
Oh, look at that contact between Party Crashers and the Cheese Balls, and Party Crashers again almost taking out Team Sunrise there, who just managed to slip in halfway across the line. That will count, of course, for Team Sunrise. But Party Crashers have taken out the Greyscales in Heat 2, in round 2, sorry, and have now almost taken out Sunrise and Cheese Balls here. They're out for blood in the first heat here, and it is just the Team Sunrise who don't have a strike, but they do fall on through here. It is 1 marble to go. The Cheese Balls come off on the far side of the grey plate, and that will be our 4 to advance, will be the Citrus Sprinters, who went out in round 1 and stuck around to the end. Well done to Mello. Aurora, Halberd, and Intruder will also advance. Let's have a look at the close-up replays of that. There's Sunrise just plunging on through. They're lucky that someone else that already got a strike made it, and a horrible impact with the grey plate there by the Cheese Balls. Pretty much doomed them to the far side. And those will be our 4 to advance as we look to Heat 2 now. Team Mayhem's Turmoil down to the captain of the Croissant crew.
And off they go here. Now seeing the first heat do it. We'll see if those similar strategies of contact will be made in the second heat. A lot of marbles on the far side here, and I count 5 that have made it. That means 3 will not. We'll see which ones they are. I don't see the Croissant crew. They are done here in the first strike here. So are the Crystal Pistols, gold medalists of the last event. Popsicles with their captain also done here. Those 3 marbles will get their first strike here. How did this transpire? Oh, getting in those holes on the far side. I think that was the Crystal Pistols falling on through. But still a chance here in the second round.
And Croissant crew came off completely off camera. They fell so far behind at the back of the pack, they just we didn't see it at all, but they fell on through one of the very earlier holes. Popsicles now pulling far away in the second round here, and they come straight on through, and they're already out with their second strike. Croissant crew have come off as well. That's also their second strike. In just heat round 2, you've already lost 2 marbles to 2 strikes. Popsicles there, they come on through. How many cleared in the end? The Chickens also came on through, and the Crystal Pistols, they cleared it, sorry. But we had 4 or 5 marbles with Team Mayhem's late arrival clearing the gap. Popsicles and Croissant crew are both out. That's where Popsicles fell on through. And look at the madness. Croissant Crew, I think, let's have a look at this. They get a close call there, and it throws off their line, and they fall off the green plate. Unlucky for the Croissant Crew, and Team Mayhem there with a close call. No wonder they were slow to the finish line, but they got the job done and still have no strikes, as do Marauders, Blue Brigade, and Lagoon Platoon. Chickens and Crystal Pistols on thin ice compared to everybody else.
So down to just 6 in this heat here. Lagoon Platoon well out at front, trying to make it to the end without any contact. We have a couple falling in the holes. I think the Crystal Pistols are done. They've gotten their second strike. Crazy Chickens as well. Those two are going to be done here, and they're getting their second strikes. Gallo and Paragon are done, and we have our 4 advancers. Lagoon Platoon, Blue Brigade, Marauders, and Team Mayhem will advance on to the final. Oh, on the far side, it really seems to be catching out a lot of the marbles here. Cut out the Crazy Chickens and the Crystal Pistols, and none of the non-advancers in the second heat managed to get very far at all, just to the 3rd round. So the first heat particularly stronger, and on we are here to the finals. Straight sudden death until we get to 1 marble, last marble standing.
Team Sunrise leading the pack, and the White Knights at the back. Everybody in the second heat got through the heats without any strikes, which is impressive in of itself. And down they plunge in the first round of the final. I'm seeing 6, 7 marbles. They all come across the line. The only one I'm not seeing there is Turmoil from Team Mayhem. They fell on through from the 3rd starting position. They will be the only marble so far to have a strike, and they just got thrown into the middle of the pit, into the mosh pit straight away, and couldn't escape despite several attempts to avoid the gaps. Let's have a look here. There's one close call, and it just sent them straight into another gap. And some other close calls. The Lagoon Platoon and the Blue Brigade toward the end of the field had a bit of trouble, but they're able to keep it clean and get to the end. Only Turmoil so far has a strike.
I mean, I got to mention, but 5 reserves in this event, in the final here. A lot of teams electing to choose a non-experienced member for this new event here. But off we go here. Many marbles have fallen in the holes. Only 4 will make it to the end. That's the Blue Brigade, Citrus Sprinters, Marauders, and Lagoon Platoon. So we'll see how it is here. Team Mayhem falling in one of those holes. Oh, the last possible one. Party Crashers, White Knights, and Team Sunrise have also got their first strike here. Contact between Party Crashers and Lagoon Platoon. Party Crashers arrested their momentum. Team Sunrise and White Knights also fell on those green blocks higher up the course. That's not good for them. So many teams are down to just 1 strike, 1 life left here. While Marauders, Lagoon Platoon, Blue Brigade, and Citrus Sprinters still have 2 strikes in hand.
Yes, it's starting to really heat up now in round 3 as Marauders and Party Crashers are quick to the field, and they should both clear it. There's some chaos toward the back of the field, but only 1 marble falls on through. I can't quite tell who it is. I think the White Knights. Yes, it was the White Knights who I believe already had a strike. I'm just waiting for the graphic to confirm. Yes, it is. Halberd will be our 2nd marble eliminated, and they will get 7th place, but still those 4 in the green yet to get a strike, but a pretty clean run by most marbles here. All Lagoon Platoon and Team Sunrise there with an extremely close call, and Citrus Sprinters cutting it close in one of the final gaps as well. And now Party Crashers will lead with just 6 to go. Everybody here will get a double-digit point finish, but only 3 of them, only half of them will get on that podium. Party Crashers and Sunrise have strikes, everybody else still 2 in hand. Down they come in round 4. So the Crashers leading it, they've come on through, they will be out. I'm seeing was that Marauders and Citrus Sprinters to come on through for their first strikes. So we will have 5 left, and I believe Blue Brigade and Lagoon Platoon, yes, there you see, they will have no strikes. Well, the other 3 at the bottom will have 1 strike, and Party Crashers, 6th place, they are out.
And Party Crashers, they've had some great recoveries in this event before, in the heat and in this final, but they are done in 6th place, 10 points for them. Now, Blue Brigade, Team Sunrise, Citrus Sprinters, Marauders, and Lagoon Platoon. Brigade and Platoon, the only teams with 2 strikes in hand. They're going to go to the next round no matter what, but we'll see if the other teams can hold on in this round. Blue Brigade will lead the field here. They are gone. Everyone's gone except for, is that Marauders? I think Marauders are the only ones that will be alive here in this 5th round, and Citrus Sprinters and Team Sunrise have got their 2nd strike. They are done. That means we have our podium. Blue Brigade, Marauders, and Lagoon Platoon, that is. They are going to be our podium. The question is, in what order?
And then it's 2 reserve. There's Team Sunrise getting it right toward the end and just falling off at the very end of that grey beam. 2 reserves among these finalists: Prowler, Blue Daisy, and Shoal. What a final we have here to decide the medals. Of course, these 3 will all get a medal, but as for the order, we're going to find out now. All 3 of them on a strike, so it is literally going to go down to, if you go out, you are gone. All 3 of them clear the whole shot and get across the grey plate. We will move on to, I believe, round 7 or 8. I've lost count. It's getting too exciting. Marauders, and they all took the near side. Lagoon Platoon Platoon they got a bit close to the last gap, but they're able to push through as Blue Brigade shuffle to the front for the next round. Looking at Platoon and Marauders at the back. No, all three of them, of course, on one strike. They have to keep it clean now.
And off they go here. One marble is gone. That's the Lagoon Platoon. They're going to get the bronze. These marbles are going to go as far as they can in this event until we have one winner. Lagoon Platoon with Shoal gave it their best effort. They are done though. Lagoon Platoon will get the bronze. Another medal for them, but it's going to be a showdown between Marauders and the Blue Brigade for the gold here in the Holeshot Cross. It's really sudden death now. Round 8 here, Marauders will lead the way here. Can they do it here ahead of the Blue Brigade? The Blue Brigade, they're on opposite sides here, but both of them will get to the green plate. Both of them will advance, we'll swap them over and go again until we have one winner.
I can feel this going down to the wire. The Blue Brigade will, of course, lead round 9. They line up there in front of the fans. It's going to go down to the... God knows how many. We could be here all day as far as I'm concerned, but Blue Daisy and Prowler, 2 reserves, will top 2 this event. The order still set in stone. Blue Daisy now leading Prowler into the event. Blue Daisy struggles a little bit and Prowler rockets past, but they both clear it again. We're going into double-digit rounds now with round 10 next. Look at the Blue Brigade though. 1 near miss, followed by a second one right toward the end of the beam. Marauders had 0 trouble at all, and now we move on to round 10. Straight back up to it as Prowler leads this time.
The Blue Brigade came so close to the near side, falling off here. Blue Brigade, a lot of speed here on the near side. They will clear it, and so will the Marauders, taking their time a little bit for the Marauders compared to the Blue Brigade, shooting out like a cannon from the initial quadrilla block. But both of them will advance to round, I think, 11 now. And they're just going to go again. Until we have one winner, we're going to do this over and over. Now, Blue Brigade in front. Can they get to the green plate? Marauders. Oh, Blue Brigade off to the far side. And they are done. Marauders will capture gold. It happened faster than I could mention it. Here's the Marauders coming on to the near far side, maybe pressuring the Blue Brigade a little bit. Blue Brigade fall off to the far side, and they will settle for the silver. Prowler, the reserve member of the Marauders, captures gold for the defending champions in a brand new event here in Tour de Endurance. So after event 6, the Greyscales hold the lead, but Marauders jump 10 spots into second place. White Knights also jumped to third, and it's the Croissant Crew and the Crystal Pistols rounding out the top 5. It's a double champion top 2 here in Season 5. And after this, the Greyscales have had a stranglehold over the rest of the competition here, but they faced arguably their biggest challenge yet in archery. This event took place in Season 2 and Season 3, and both times Greyscales got dead last. In fact, looking at our past medalists, Moneymakers and Hellclowns are 2 winners. Blue Brigade, Green Peacocks, Marauders, and Neptune Nomads also filled out the podium. A few of those teams aren't here in the A-League, but we will show how it's done here in the Expedition pre-show. Each team will send in all 4 of their marbles to try to get as close to the center as possible.
It's a cumulative score, and you can interfere with your teammates. And straight away, Super Cat's Eyes show us what a bullseye looks like. There will be a color graphic very shortly, 2 bullseyes in fact, a color graphic very shortly showing the scores for each color. It goes 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 on both sides, and getting it in the middle means you get an average of those 2 middle scores. Now, you can interfere, but if your teammate is right up against the block, then you cannot interfere, and it will just be whatever that score is. It make more sense when we get into the main event. But there you see color values, 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 with the average. So you want to get as many of those whites as you can, but if too many marbles bounce off the board, you could interfere with your teammates and throw them off to very poor scores. It's in reverse championship order, so the Green Platoon will go first and the Greyscales will go last. Everyone, I'm sure, looking forward to that one, given the Greyscales history, but they're here to prove the naysayers wrong as the Green Platoon line up first.
Bayo, the captain, and Gulf, the reserve, in the back, subbed in for this event. We'll see how this goes for them. And the first marble will get an 8, square into the light blue block. Second marble follows on that same line. They will also get an 8. Third marble, tries to go for the bullseye. Gets it. I think that'll be a 9 in between the white and the light blue. And the last marble will drift off to the left side. So a fast-paced descent here All of the marbles coming in quick succession. It's going to be an 8, 8, 9, and 8. Very consistent effort, in fact. And that is 33. That's going to be a very respectable total. Might even see them on the podium here. We'll see how the Party Crashers compare. A team notably not good in team events. If this doesn't compare very well to that, Lagoon might have put down a great total here. And instantly, the first marble goes way off to the right side.
Well, a 6 and an 8 is not bad start followed immediately, but it would look like to be a 9, could have even been a bullseye, the stewards will decide that, and then another 8. So only one really straight away from what the Lagoon Platoon score was. So that's still a very good result by the Party Crashers. The record here, of course, is a 34 by the Blue Brigade set back in Season 2, and only 3 away were the Party Crashers in second place, and the Lagoon Platoon, in fact, were only 1 away from equaling that record. So that is an interesting thing to think about. The first 2 runs, particularly strong here, as run 3 Cheese Ball is going to having to equal that is going to be a challenge in of itself, and the first one does go a little bit wide, looked to be a 6, possibly even a 7, and then there's looks like 2 8s for the Cheese Ball. So again, it's a consistent effort, but there's a marble sitting in front of the ramp, it throws off his teammate, and it's only good enough for a 6 from member 4, but again, not a bad run at all. 6 and higher, if you can get all of those in 6 or higher, you should get a decent result, provided they're not all 6, and there you see 29, still pretty respectable score.
Yeah, still probably ironing out that team dynamic, some of the marbles in the way there. The follow through in this event after you've gone down is important. You want to make a clear path for your competitors, as the popsicles will go down and the first marble will once again go off to the right side. They drift off a little bit towards the left side, and one of the marbles will go way off to the left. Third one does do decent, and the final one, I think that was a bullseye, recovering nicely, but it was very inconsistent for the popsicles. That second one especially is going to get a very poor result. That's going to be a 3, and then it's an 8 and a 10, which will recover to 4th place out of 4 here, 27, but that could have been a lot worse for the popsicles.
Indeed, that bullseye at the end, really, they spread out the competitors wide, so they had the way to get to the bullseye, which was clever, but there was still some contact. Throwing off some scores, and the first one by the Rosemaries here is well off to the right side. That is not a good start whatsoever. They recover with a bullseye. It looked like it was close to it at least, and it looks like a 6 or even a 7 from the third one, and the fourth one does get a 6 to finish it, but this first one well off towards, that might have even been a 4.5 right in the middle of the 4 and the 5, and that is going to be deemed as a 10 for a 27.5 overall by the Rosemaries, 4th out of 5. These runs have not been particularly bad so far, especially because those first 2 were just fantastic, as the Honeycombs line up in run 6. No big disasters so far, 5 runs in, but some teams would have wished to do a whole lot better, as the Honeycombs line up very cool. Oh my goodness, that is a terrible opening run, all the way down towards 1 or 2. They have to save it now. It's an 8 and a 6 from marbles 2 and 3, and the Captain Beeswax's going to come down last, and they do get a bullseye that will save the run, but where will this line up due to that really poor opener? It's going to be a 2. That is particularly poor for the first marble.
Yeah, this will only contend with the teams at the bottom, and it's going to be last place so far. That bullseye saved it to a 26, which might not get them last place in the event as a whole, but as of right now, they are beating no teams here. Now, Crazy Chickens, also another team subbing in their reserve here. They'll come down first and go off, drifting off, curling to the right side. Second one will save it. I think that's going to be a 9 with the second marble. Third one, I think that'll be an 8, hitting their teammate, and the final one also going off to the right side. All of the marbles here having a right tilt here for the Crazy Chickens. It's not the most consistent run, but they did have a couple of good finishes here, so I don't think it's going to be the worst one here today.
And yes, that is an 8, because their teammate was right up against the block, so no 0 there if anyone was thinking that. That is an 8 and a 28.5, 4th place for the Chickens. If the marble is a little bit away from the block, it will be an interference, and you could get a 0, so you've got to be careful in that regard if you're going to try and angle your own teammates, as Team Mayhem line up for the halfway point of this event, and the first marble again goes off to the right for only a 4. They have to try and save it now. It's an 8 from marble 2, but he brings it back a little bit, but again goes a little bit wide. Does member 3 and member 4 will not be able to save it with a bullseye, but that wasn't the best display by Team Mayhem. 2 very poor results, straying well off to the far sides. I don't know where this will be. It could be toward the very bottom for Team Mayhem, as that third one and the first one really drags it down, and 24.5, 8 out of 8 so far, and pretty comfortably for Team Mayhem. That is not what they were hoping for at all. The gold medalist in the first event has struggled since, and they're currently sitting in 8th, but those first 3 runs, in fact, the Lagoon Platoon, Party Crashers, and Cheese will still have the provisional top 3 going into the second half.
Yeah, consistency really is key for Lagoon Platoon. 8-8-9-8, that is the mark to beat right now. Citrus Sprinters in the 9th one, first one in the second half. We'll see what they can do. And many of these marbles drifting off to either side here. Citrus Sprinters won't do that so far. They have a pair of 8s, I think. Third one will be a 6. Oh, and their teammate will come in the way for the final marble. That put them off kilter. They was looking very good for their anchor. But I think that might cost them even the lead or second place here. With one of the marbles, I think, going to get a 6 going off to the right side, to the left side, and that is 7th out of 9 after it was looking so consistent again for the Citrus Sprinters. That 6 is going to hurt them. Now the Blue Brigade, a team that has done well in archery before. Blue Sky put to the 2nd position. We'll see what that does for them. And off they go here. First marble will go off to the right side. They'll get a 6, but they go nicely out of the way for their teammates. Second marble, I think that'll be a 7 or a 6 for them. Oh, and the third one way off to the left side. The anchor will get an 8, so no bullseyes for the Blue Brigade. I think this will be a far cry from what they've done in this event in the past. This is not going to be the Lagoon team. It's not going to challenge the Party Crashers either. And what's it going to be? It is 10th. 24. That was dead last. Actually, I thought that was worse than I thought it would be.
Yeah, that is not what the record holders would have been expecting from that. That is a particularly poor result for Blue Brigade, and after their silver in the last event too, they're going to be very disappointed in an event they were particularly pretty good at, as Team Sunrise followed that up with a bullseye to start. Straight away, Beams get themselves in a 10. It's an 8 for member 2. Marble 3 comes down now and does actually, they hit their teammate and get a second bullseye, and that closes out with a 6. That is a spectacular run by Team Sunrise. I believe my early math is telling me it might actually be enough for first place. I want to see that third run again. An 8 by member 2. Member 3, there you go, it's the first place. 34 for Team Sunrise, and the deflection for the bullseye on Marble 3, absolutely genius by Team Sunrise, gets them into the lead for now, as Crystal Pistols line up for run 12 after their gold in event 5. They would like to get back to that kind of form here. In an event where they did decent in the qualifiers, they go off to the far side for the first marble, and they go off again, but not quite as far for member 2. It's a straight bullseye, beautiful bullseye by Marble 3, and closing that with an 8. Another good result here for the Crystal Pistols. They won't quite match Team Sunrise, but it should be up there.
Yeah, after the first one drifted a bit more than they would have liked. They recovered nicely with their other 3 marbles, and that's good enough for third place, 31.5, leading a train of teams here from third on down. They slot into third place. Very nicely done for the Crystal Pistols. Could they perhaps return to the podium? We'll have to see, but the Croissant crew now start the final quarter of runs here. Team Sunrise still the mark to beat. Oh, a couple of the first 2 marbles go off to the left side. It's not looking good for the Croissant crew. The third one way off to the left side. The anchor has a good run. I think that might have been a bullseye, but this is a catastrophic run as a whole for Croissant crew. That's going to be dead last for sure. Yep, 21.5 despite a bullseye at the end with a 1 and 2 teams, 2 marbles in the 5 range. Disaster for the Croissant crew.
Yeah, that was truly paltry by the Croissant crew. After a good stretch of events, they've been struggling in event 6 and now 7. White Knights get a decent first run. Who want to get back to fine form after some struggling recently. They do get 2 in the middle there. That's going to be a bullseye. Surely it looked like it was tilting towards the right, but it was going to be a bullseye to close out from Marble 4. Where will this put them overall? There were 2 that were a bit off. Actually, no, there were none that were that far off. They're all 6 or above, and it's good enough for third place. 32 for the White Knights. Very good run. They're back to what they were like at the start of the season. They can get no lower than 5th as Marauders line up in run 15, previous gold medalists in the last event, defending champions. They want to try and catch the Greyscales as best they can. Oh, but it's a poor first run. It goes well up toward the 4. Second run can't recover it up towards the 10 or the 8. It's going to be how these final few can save it, and it's not going to go well for member 3, but member 4 does capture a bullseye to save the run a bit, but this is not going to even compete for top half, I don't even think.
No, this is going to be bottom half. The inconsistency plaguing them. It's going to be 12th out of 15. The winners of the last event at the hands of the reserve, well, their main members can't follow it up with a good result here. And now the opportunity is open for the Greyscales. Can they get a point on the board? Can they get a medal? We'll have to see here. In front of their home fans, the bullseye to start off. What a way to start off for the Greyscales. How can they follow up with the other marbles? One of them, I think, will get a 9. The other one goes a bit off to the left side, but it's looking good for the Greyscales. Is that another bullseye? The Greyscales might have just staked their claim for a gold medal here in the final run of the day. Did they just do it here in archery? And yes, they did. 10, 6, 9, and 10. A team that got dead last both other times archery was held. They recovered in the best possible way on top. Gold medal here in archery. What a run by the Greyscales.
Oh my goodness. Truly unbelievable. They have indeed proved the naysayers wrong today. A gold medal to stretch their lead even further over the Marauders, who had a poor finish as well. Team Sunrise and Lagoon Platoon will round out the podium, but what a story, what a team, and what a host.
And as a result, 114 points for the Greyscales. The next team is Team Sunrise with the silver, with only 76 points. It's really Greyscales and then the rest here in Tour de Endurance in Season 5. But still, 9 events left in the A-League for anyone to pull off a miracle.
At the halfway point of Tour de Endurance in Season 5, we have an absolute marathon of an event for the competitors today, but the Greyscales, of course, 38 points clear, one of the biggest margins we've ever seen in Tour de Endurance coming into this event. The host looking on top for sure in the early stages of the league. Can anyone start that chase? They've been too inconsistent in the back, but can anyone start stringing some results together to track them down? But of course, in this event, if you remember, the Greyscales were the previous winners, Season 4 gold medalists, so they are still ones to watch out for. Marauders with a 54 record, and Mace of the White Knights has the biggest winning margin with 22 seconds coming into the event today. Team Funnel Descent, of course, we've had it a few times now. It's been the host of several finales. It's a classic Tour de Endurance event.
Yeah, it's really become a staple here. Debuted in Season 2, but this is really the quintessential team event in the funnels here. Every single marble in the off-season needs to train for the funnels for this event in particular. How this event will work: 4 marbles from 4 teams will go down at once. There'll be 16 marbles on the course at once. Each marble will get a point total from 16 to 1, depending on how far ahead they finish. You, of course, want to finish later than your opponents. And the 2 teams from each heat that get the best total will advance onto the semifinals. Do it all again in the semifinals to the final, and in the final, once again, for the gold medal. We'll speed up the footage here, but there's a lot of team dynamics in the funnels that we don't usually see in other events that can come into play here in this event. You don't want to be colliding with your teammates and arresting both of your momentum and falling through, and you want to be doing that with your opponent. So marbles need to interact with different marbles differently here in the Team Funnel Descent. And down below in the green funnel, we're already seeing the first few marbles drop on through.
And of course, this is a long track. 12 funnels in total. 1 green, 9 orange, and the 2 translucent at the top. So it is a marathon for those who make it to the final. 3 long, almost 3-minute races for those competitors. So you want to keep your energy going if you do make it past the heats in the semis and all the way to the final. It's going to be a tough ask for them. The Bone Rattlers, I saw, got 2 into the top 3, fighting with the Cherry Blossom now, trying to get the win of the race, and they will get it. Will the Bone Rattlers, 1st and 3rd place? You'd think that would be enough for the win, but you got to keep consistency. And if you look at the back there, Bone Rattlers did get 16th place, and look at the order. The Polar Bears did very well. All their marbles between 4th and 9th. I have to wait for what the overall standings say. But Sternum of the Bone Rattlers may have just costed them the Expedition pre-show win. We'll see what the final results say for that one. But look at this. They kept themselves. They had 2 going up high, and perhaps they sent the other 2 down to try and knock the others out, but it didn't quite work out. The Polar Bears, with that consistency, did get the win here. So it is all about keeping all your marbles up rather than just a few of them. 2 might not be enough with a good result. You want to have them all getting a good result. As we see the heats lined up here, you see Heat 2 there. All of the auto-qualified teams have been seeded against each other. That is incredible in of itself as we line up for the first race of the day. Popsicles, Team Sunrise, Crystal Pistols, and the Blue Brigade. 2 custom lineups here with Popsicles and Blue Brigade. The other 2 have gone standard lineup. And off we go.
And we'll see who comes out in a good position from this first funnel. One of the Popsicles and Blue Brigade seem to be dropping on through into the next blue. And the Popsicles still have 3 marbles up there. And the Team Sunrise also has one up there. Popsicles continuing to do well here, but now marbles are starting to drop on into the orange. I think that's the Crystal Pistols that have one already down in the 3rd orange funnel now. Now Muncho Marbles are also falling on through. Popsicles have the individual lead, but once again, it's all about that consistency. We saw on the Expedition pre-show, Polar Bears didn't have a single marble in the top 3, still managed to get the win there. So these marbles have to think about that. Blue Brigade have 2 marbles close together in one of those orange funnels. They'll be joined by a Team Sunrise marble and the Popsicles, while the Popsicles continue to have the individual lead.
Of course, Popsicle's top 2 for now. They are in last place in the standings, but it is mental how close the standings are. Between 2nd and 16th place is separated by just 30 points, and then Greyscales, of course, lead by 38 over 2nd place. So it's very, very close to get into those podium places. The Blue Brigade now are currently in this race, so all these teams are fighting for a lot, given how close their standings are. The Blue Brigade have one just about to enter the green funnel with a very, very slow run. Crystal Pistols have a few down there. Now 3 down there in the bottom 3 orange funnels. But it looks like Popsicles, who had the early start, are keeping those top 2 marbles up in the battle for first, with a Sunrise and a Blue Brigade marble. But it's still a fairly even match between those middle marbles, as Crystal Pistols are starting to bring it back a little bit. There's a Blue Brigade and a Crystal Pistol already in the bottom green. Now followed by Popsicle, who had a terrible entry and could fall on through first. It is a dangerous green funnel for sure, but the Popsicles have 3 at the top. Blue Brigade have several at the top as well. It's going to be, it looks like those 2 have got the upper hand so far.
Blue Brigade will drop on through first. The Popsicles, they managed to stave off last place with one of their marbles, and their other 3 marbles are all in 3rd to 5th right now, while the Blue Brigade have top 2. Those 2 teams look perhaps best poised to advance here, but lock and change here in the final orange funnels and the green. Team Sunrise have 3 marbles in the green funnel, trying to avoid those collisions there and stave off falling through. Crystal Pistols also have 3 down there now, and they have 2 marbles trying to work together. It's not going to work. One of them is going to drop on through. Now Blue Brigade still have 3 in the orange here. They're trying to use the Popsicles to get them to keep spinning in that orange, but it doesn't work. They're also into the green. Popsicles and Blue Brigade seem to be best poised here.
I think you're right. Team Sunrise are just 2 crawling around the opening gap. They have 2 left. Crystal Pistols only have 1 left, and now it's down to 0. Crystal Pistols will not make it. Popsicles come on through next. There are 2 Team Sunrise marbles trying to push for advancement here, but the Blue Brigade look particularly strong. They do lose 1, but all these marbles are in the top half. Blue Brigade do lose another. Team Sunrise here actually could go for advancement. If they try and push for top 2, they get 4th place. And this last one is going to try and push for the win. They're not going to get there. 3rd and 4th for Sunrise. If you look in the order down there, 15th place for another one. It looks like, I think Popsicles and Blue Brigade had a stranglehold of the entire second half of that race, and it should be enough to advance, with the Blue Brigade here getting their last marble, just taking their time, getting the win. They'll get the full 16 points and several more. Blue Brigade should easily advance here, and I think Popsicles will just better Team Sunrise, but I'm not super confident about that. But it looks like they will, with Daybreak getting 15th place, while Popsy, Slushy, and Icy will put up good shifts in the heats here.
Yeah, that duo of Warmth and Dawn gave something to think about in the ending of this course. They had 2 marbles in the final 4 here, but both of them not able to eclipse the top 2. And as a result, Team Sunrise won't be able to eclipse the top 2, but it's very close. 39, 38, and 36. Team Sunrise will miss out just by 2 points. Popsicles and Blue Brigade look clean throughout. Might have had a bit of a hiccup towards the end to pick themselves up, and they are going on to the semifinals. Now I've had one go at it here in Heat 1. Crazy Chickens, Marauders, Greyscales, and Citrus Sprinters in Heat number 2. A stacked heat here, and everyone's hoping those other 3 teams that auto-qualified along with the Greyscales can knock them out here. Citrus Sprinters look very close to the center of the first funnel already. They have 2 marbles falling on through. Greyscales still have all of their marbles in that first funnel. They're off to a great start here, but can they hold it? It's all about your consistency and your endurance throughout this entire course here. Crazy Chickens have 3 in the blue funnel, while some marbles are already dropping on into the orange. Marauders have 2 down there here.
This truly is an incredible heat. Marauders and Citrus Sprinters are back into the event that decided their championship fate last season, and of course Greyscales and Crazy Chickens both got on the podium here in season 4. So this is a very, very good heat to be watching. Citrus Sprinters have the early advantage with 1 marble, but all the others are struggling early on. Marauders though are in last place. That record holder with the highest score between all 4 marbles currently not doing too good. The Greyscales have now taken the lead over the Citrus Sprinters and the Crazy Chickens as they both fight each other now. Oh, someone's come up the track. That is Scaly of the Greyscales. We've lost 1 for the Greyscales from first place, in fact that was, and they're out of the race already. Oh, they lost another one. The Greyscales have lost 2 already, and that is going to be bottom 2 for the Greyscales before we even reach the green funnel. That's probably going to condemn them to miss out. That is going to be a big cheer from the crowd for that one, but boy, are the home fans disappointed with that. Bottom 2 already for the Greyscales. Have to pull off a miracle to come back here.
After an excellent start, it's all flipped on its head. The Greyscales, I mean, unless they got top 2 here, they're surely not going to advance. Citrus Sprinters now look very well poised here to advance. They have 3 marbles circling, trying to avoid those collisions, and they still have 2 in the top 4 right now. Greyscales have the individual lead. That 1 marble is doing whatever they can to salvage anything, even if it's a decent position in the bottom half, but it looks disastrous for them. Meanwhile, we have collisions down below in the green funnel. Crazy Chickens have 3 down there. They need to do a lot more if they can advance here. Marauders also have 2 down there, and Citrus Sprinters also join them with 2 marbles. Marauders now joining them with 3. Citrus Sprinters seem the best position here. They have 2 marbles in that second to last orange funnel. Now one of them drops through, but they still have 2 in the top 4. Greyscales, that 1 marble is doing an excellent job of holding that lead. They now join a couple of marbles, but I don't think that 1 marble is going to do enough for the team, and they'll drop on through instantly in a big gaggle of marbles in the green funnel, and it's all going to come down to these final few collisions here. Citrus Sprinters and Marauders really coming back in this race. Marauders still have 3 marbles here in the final 6, final 5 now. Marauders should be advancing here.
Yeah, Marauders will make it pretty comfortably. The Citrus Sprinters, I think, will get second place, especially if this last marble can hold out for the win, but it's not looking... They've been pushed back by both the Marauders and the Greyscales here. They'll finish in 3rd place, and while they did finish last, that marble in 14th will still get 3 points due to the Greyscales' early exits. Marauders will come on through individually for 2nd place, and the Greyscales do individually get the win, but I don't think that second marble did enough. They are going to definitely not advance here despite winning this race. And I think the Chickens, not one Chicken is up in the top 6. I think the Citrus Sprinters will get through here, and there you see both the Greyscales, one crashing underneath the foundations of the course and the other crashing over by the semi-finalists, and there you see the results. Shady and Scaly will be disappointed with themselves, and the Greyscales will be out here, but Marauders and Sprinters with 5 in the top 3 for the Marauders, they're definitely going to make it through here, and I think Citrus Sprinters will get through as well. There you see the first crash. I believe that was Scaly from 1st place as well, and Shady a bit further down the course and harder to see where they coming through as well. They still managed to get 3rd place in the heats, but Marauders and Citrus Sprinters had a stranglehold on that race in the second half, and they will advance.
Yep, not close for the margin of advancement here. Crazy Chickens completely collapsed towards the ending of the course, so those 2 teams easily gonna advance here. And on to Heat 3. White Knights, Rosemary's, Cheese Balls, and Lagoon Platoon here. White Knights, the only team here, I think, towards the top of the standings, but still well off those leaders with the Greyscales out. Can they use this as an opportunity to advance here and close that gap here? But on we go here. Rosemary's have 4 marbles still in that top funnel. Lagoon Platoon also have 3. Now they'll have 2. 1 drops on through. Cheese Balls have all of their marbles, and so do the White Knights in that blue funnel. Now one of the White Knights will drop on through instantly into the second orange funnel. The Rosemary's and Lagoon Platoon have the 2 individual leaders. One of the Rosemary's will drop on through, and the Lagoon Platoon will take the individual lead. The other marbles are doing decent in that blue funnel. They look to be positioned well here, while the Rosemary's also seem to have a few marbles up there.
The Rosemary's were truly off to a fantastic start. They had 3 or 4, they had all 4 of their marbles in the top 5 of the race in the first funnel of the track. That does fizzle out a little bit now, but they still have 2 marbles already in the orange, while their leader is doing very well. Already a full funnel ahead pretty much is 1 marble for the Rosemary's, as the White Knights had a very poor starter, starting to slowly bring it back in those packs, as Lagoon Platoon falling back a little bit after a good start. But Rosemary's have all their marbles, I believe, in the top 6 or 7, at least for now, while they start to slip back. As a full funnel lead though, an easy leader, at least for the Rosemary's, would give them some hope for them to advance here after some poor results in the last couple of events. Cheese Balls have 1 in the second to last orange funnel. There's also another one right above them. Lagoon Platoon though will join them back at the top of the course. It's more spread out with 1 Cheese Ball, 1 Platoon, and 1 Rosemary, all within each funnel of each other. The White Knights need to get something going in the green if they're going to advance here and equal their fantastic performances in this event in the past. Medals in Season 2 and Season 3 for that team. Not looking good so far here. But the Rosemary's now individually still have that full funnel lead, looking very good individually at least, and the team is putting it together in the middle of the track.
That marble from the Rosemary should be able to consolidate that 1st place position. They have over the funnel lead, but now it's completely evaporated. They've joined one of the Lagoon Platoon marbles. Will they make contact? No, they won't. But Rosemary's will hold the lead, but it's a narrow one now. White Knights, they needed to use that tight mid-pack as an advantage to get back into this race, but it doesn't look like it. They have a couple marbles. Oh, one of them instantly dropping through. Cheese Balls trying to come back here. Lagoon Platoon also have 3 marbles down below in the green, but the Rosemary's have 2 marbles in the top 4. They should definitely advance. None of their marbles have finished just yet either. Lagoon Platoon also have 1 up there. Cheese Balls also 1 up there. White Knights, I think they might be done, but it's going to be close between the Cheese Balls and Lagoon Platoon for that 2nd place position. Rosemary's, I think, have definitely done enough to advance here.
Lagoon Platoon trying to push as far as they can. There's 1 marble crawling around the opening of the green funnel, fighting with a White Knight and a Rosemary, trying to push themselves up into the race. They dance around the opening beautifully and keep themselves up. I think Lagoon Platoon might have just done enough with that alone to beat out the Cheese Balls, but they're still going with the Rosemary's, pushing themselves up into Lagoon Platoon. There is still 1 Rosemary marble, I believe that's Parsley, still in the orange funnels, while everyone else is fighting to stay alive in the green. 2 Lagoon Platoon marbles have a good wide angle of attack before they make contact with the Cheese Balls. They need to push push themselves as far as they can to make sure they'll advance. The cheese balls come on through. I think that's just going to do it for Lagoon Platoon. They should advance with the Rosemaries, of course, who are going to look to get top 2 in the race. It's going to be close. They do get it. It's going to be a top 2 for the Rosemaries and an easy advancement. But look down in the chute there. White Knights, bottom 3 in the race. That is unbelievable.
And the door was open for the White Knights, but it's all gone wrong for them. I'm amazed at the sheer willpower of that second Lagoon Platoon marble to push themselves forward. They, after being very close with the cheese balls, I think should have easy advancement. And just as admirable is this Rosemary's marble. What a run they've had. From start to finish almost, they've been in the lead. They had a hiccup about in the middle of the course, but since then, it's been all Rosemary's for this single marble alone. 3 minutes and 43 seconds. What a run. Easy advancement for them. Their teammates did enough for sure, and that is a new Tour de Endurance record. 30.76 margin of victory for Parsley. They will beat the record set by White Knights, Mace, and a very well-deserved record, I might add.
That was unbelievable. I thought it would be a bit closer than that, but then in the green funnel, they just kept going and going and going. They did not have, it's not that they had infinite energy to spare, and the Rosemaries, 50 points. That is a fantastic total for the Heat. And the Lagoon Platoon, it was a bit closer than I was thinking. We'll beat out the Cheese Balls by just 4, but the White Knights, paltry, couldn't even get above 20. That's going to be probably dead last for the White Knights, and they're not going to gain any ground on the Greyscales. So now it's to other teams, I imagine, to try and gain the ground on the Greyscales that they can. It's the final heat of the day with Honeycombs, Party Crashers, Team Mayhem, and Croissant Crew. Of course, there's several teams here. They don't have too much experience in this event, but Team Mayhem was bronze medalist in Season 3. They put in that original team to see if they can repeat that, and boy, do they need it. They've been struggling since their gold in Event 1. Croissant Crew doing alright so far. Honeycombs also need to get something going, and Party Crashers, man, Season 2 champions, they really need to get something going in this heat. But Team Event, not exactly their forte. See if they can get something going here.
Croissant Crew look pretty good in the top blue funnel. Mayhem also has one up there that seemed to have the individual lead. Party Crashers also one up there. Meanwhile, the Honeycombs are well down, spread apart in the orange funnels, but it's a tight mid-pack. No marble is really falling flat here. One of the Croissant Crew will drop on through. They'll be joined by one of the Team Mayhem marbles, or is that the Honeycomb? And the Party Crashers there. It's a very tight pack here. Team Mayhem seem to be coming a bit back into this race with that one individual leader, and the other marble is doing a decent job in the mid-pack here. But it's very close. It's all going to come down to these final few funnels. It's a tight spread here. Now it starts to spread apart a bit. Is that Team Mayhem with top 2 here? They now look in the best position after it was very close for a long time here.
Yeah, Team Mayhem with top 2, one of which is already a full funnel ahead. Perhaps repeating what the Rosemaries did, have that early individual leader while the other 3 scrap for the higher positions. It looks like they're doing the same thing, and it's going very well so far. I believe the Honeycombs have got one of their former Stinger members into the green funnel. Is that a Team Mayhem? It's tough to tell with this wide angle, but regardless, there is definitely a Honeycomb in there now. I think there's one of every team. Now 2 Honeycombs. Now 3 Honeycombs actually in the green funnel. Honeycombs need to have a miracle in this orange funnel. Green funnel, sorry, and hope that the ones in the orange fall on through quickly, but they're starting to crawl now around that gap. It's going to come down to the wire between pretty much all these teams minus Team Mayhem. They're looking so good up at the top. First to fall on through. It's a tight pack. It looks like Croissant Crew looks to be in trouble. Yeah, they'll come on through first, followed immediately by a Party Crasher. Then the Honeycombs almost push each other through, and they push 2 of themselves through. That's going to be the bottom 4 of this race. Team Mayhem only lost 1. There goes 2, I think, actually. They've got to have to hope that leader can do enough, but it's really close in the middle there. Croissant Crew have a few spinning high, as do the Party Crashers, who just lose 1, as I say that. Team Mayhem have 1, 2, 3. It's now down to 2. I think it's going to be Mayhem and Croissant Crew. It's too close to call. These top 2 marbles doing well enough might just do it for those 2 teams.
I think the Honeycombs don't have enough marbles towards the top. They're all spread in the mid towards the bottom. Party Crashers also had a couple of marbles up there, but the Croissant Crew had also 2 marbles up there. Team Mayhem, I think they've done enough, and it'll be an easy victory for this marble that will get first place. But have their teammates done enough? I think Team Mayhem should be advancing here. They have 1 in 4th, or is that 5th place? Meanwhile, Croissant Crew, I think 1 in 3rd place. It's going to be very tight here for that second advancement position particularly. But here comes Team Mayhem. They're just taking a stroll here. They don't even know if they've advanced here, but they want to savor this. This might be the final time they get to spin here today, and they'll get the full 16 points for their team.
They might even be just pushing for the record here is Team Mayhem. They've really pushed themselves far and away has this marble. They're just going backwards now around the opening funnel. They do push, although marbles behind that, which makes Croissant Crew in second place. I didn't quite catch that. And they have, in fact, broken the record by nearly a 40-second win. The next heat after Parsley gets the record, Bedlam takes it, and that is a near 40-second win for Team Mayhem, and it looks like that might have just been enough to get the win here, or maybe at least advance. And I think Croissant Crew with second and fifth and pretty decent results in the mid-pack will also do enough. And yeah, there you go, Team Mayhem with a very good result actually, 44 and Croissant Crew 35. Those two will make it. Honeycombs just could not keep it up, and Party Crashers, they were pretty good, but that one marble getting 15th is what doomed them into not advancing. They will finish in 11th, and Greyscales there in 12th. Team Sunrise 36, a great score. They'll get best of the rest, but White Knights well behind and dead last here. In an event they have won previously, that's very disappointing for the White Knights. But now we look forward to the semi-finals. Rosemary's, Croissant Crew, the Blue Brigade, and the Marauders in the first semi-final of the day. Now it starts to get a little dicey. These marbles are already tied after a full two and a half minute race. Can they get their energy up to do it all over again to make it to the finals?
And off they go here. The Greyscales have gotten their worst event of the season, I believe. So this is really an opportunity for these marbles to push towards the top of the standings. At least close that gap. The Marauders were one of those teams in second place a few events ago. They're trying to advance onto the final here. In an event where they won the championship last season. They have the individual lead right now. But it's all about the consistency. Rosemary's seem to have that consistency in that blue funnel. They have one in the first orange, but have two in the blue. And now they start to drop on through into the orange. Marauders now of the top two, I think. One of the Blue Brigade might be mixing it up with them, but Marauders look to be in a great position here, while one of them is actually down below and last place. So Marauders big spread here. Other teams seem to be tightly in the mid pack. It's going to be close here. Blue Brigade trying to come back into this race. They have one marble that seems to maybe take the individual lead. No, it goes to the Croissant Crew, but the other teammates for the Croissant Crew aren't doing very well. They're all mired in the mid pack. Marauders also have two marbles now close to the bottom. So do the Croissant Crew. It's a very tight pack here. Croissant Crew will take the individual lead. The Marauders trying to come back into this race here. They have two marbles that are in the top two funnels occupied by any marbles here. And the Blue Brigade also fairly up there. Meanwhile, Rosemary's and the Croissant Crew are already looking to enter that last green funnel. Croissant Crew, meanwhile, have two down there, and Wormtail crashes. Marauders are only racing with three marbles now.
That is a surprise. I thought Marauders were doing very well. I saw that in the bottom left corner of my eye. Wormtail comes up the track. They will get 1 point only for the team. But it looks like, I thought Blue Brigade were poised the best to advance here. Marauders have to do everything they can with the three marbles they've got left. Croissant Crew are in a lot of trouble. They've come on through the first finisher, but there are still two of their marbles down there, while the other one's mired in the mid-pack. They were winning. Now they're really struggling toward the middle of the field. Croissant Crew, I don't know if they're going to be able to bring this one back. We can probably safely count them out. The Rosemary's come on through next and lose a marble. The Blue Brigade and I think the Marauders have two towards the top. Rosemary's are bringing it back in the orange funnels, where they've got one dancing very well in the third to last orange. They might even just take the lead of the race individually. I can't quite tell who's going to make it through here. Blue Brigade were poised very well, but now there's two crawling around that middle gap. Marauders look to lose another. They get pushed around and they keep themselves up, but it's going to be very close here.
The Marauders, if these two marbles in this final green funnel can push their other opponents down through, they should still have a chance here. Croissant Crew with that one marble, they're not going to do enough. They are not going to advance, but it's going to be close between the other three to see who doesn't advance in third place. Rosemary's, will they have the individual lead? They might collide with that Marauder there, and they just avoid it. Marauders now join that melee of three in that green funnel. This Rosemary is going to try to get the individual win here. That first place might do wonders for them, while their teammate tries to avoid falling on through in fourth. Marauders will get pushed on through. I don't know if that'll be enough for them. Rosemary's with two marbles in the top three, they should do enough, but they also have one down below, and Blue Brigade also do enough to at least get second place here. Oh, it'll be close here. They might make contact here. Who will get the individual win here? If they don't make contact, I think Blue Brigade will fall on through. Yeah. And yes, they will.
Another individual win for the Rosemary's. Now you see Marauders Wormtail, who came off the track in the foundations again. That is unlucky. That might have, look at the bottom half there. Only one Marauder was in it. That was the difference maker for who advanced here. The Marauders will probably not make it, but Blue Brigade do have a couple down there. It's tough to tell, but I think it will be the Rosemary's, who, again, Parsley, I think that is, putting up a great performance, pushing themselves to a big margin of victory. And third, and I believe that was also, three in the top half for the Rosemary's. They will advance, and the Marauders there, Prongs and Mooney had a good duo run to try and get as high as they could, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Blue Brigade having 4 finishing marbles might just push them over the line. Going to wait for the graphic though to confirm that. Rosemary's with 1 and 3 and 8. They should make it. I think there's Wormtail's crash, and there you go. 2 points in it. The Blue Brigade will make it into the final ahead of the Marauders. And again, the Marauders just can't quite get into the final of this event. They've gotten 5th or 6th. That's 3 times in a row in the team final descent now. They just can't crack it into the final. Really unlucky for the Marauders. But the semi-final B looks on now. Citrus Sprinters, Team Mayhem, Lagoon Platoon, and the Popsicles. What a interesting semi-final we've got here. 2 of these will make it into the final with Rosemary's and Blue Brigade.
And off they go here. By the way, someone's got to sign up Parsley for a Funnel Classic event. That marble is doing wonders here, and it'll be a force to be reckoned with in the final. 2 teams from this semi-final will join them in that final. Citrus Sprinters have 2 marbles up top in that yellow funnel. Meanwhile, we already have first few marbles dropping on through into the orange. One of the Popsicles well down there in the 3rd orange. Their teammate also seems to be in second to last. Popsicles not off to a good start here. Lagoon Platoon also have multiple marbles down below in the orange. Meanwhile, Citrus Sprinters and Team Mayhem have a couple of marbles up there in the blue. Now one of the Citrus Sprinters will drop on through, but those 2 teams seem to be in the best position, and the other 2 Popsicles are doing whatever they can to get into that top 4 right now. They now drop on through, but it's a big spread for the Popsicles. It's going to be towards the top and the bottom perhaps for them, while the other marbles are mired in the mid-pack. Citrus Sprinters have 2 marbles trying to work together in that 3rd orange funnel. Meanwhile, their teammate has the individual lead, trying to avoid that contact with the Popsicles. And will they be able to? I think they will. Meanwhile, Team Mayhem seems to be not in the greatest of positions. They're down below, close to the bottom here. One of the marbles is going to be in that second to last orange funnel, while Lagoon Platoon also trying to come back into this race. But Citrus Sprinters definitely seem to be in the best position here.
Yeah, they're off to a fantastic start. They had a top 3 a couple funnels ago, and it's starting to peel away a little bit, but there's still 3 of their marbles all in the top 5 now, fighting with Lagoon Platoon as they try to reinstate that top 3, and they do. It's trouble for the 2 darker teams. Lagoon Platoon and Team Mayhem have several toward the bottom. Actually, Team Mayhem only have 1 down there, as the others are trying to fight up in the mid-pack with the Popsicles, who did have a bottom 2 going, but one of them has successfully re-entered the mid-pack battle to get themselves up into the race, but there's still 1 down at the bottom. That's 2 Lagoon Platoon, 1 Popsicle at the bottom of the green funnel for now. It looks like a couple Team Mayhem and Citrus Sprinters are close to joining them. There goes a Team Mayhem and a Citrus Sprinter, but the other 3 Citrus Sprinters have started to fizzle away. The top 3 has pretty much completely vanished. It's just the top 1 now with the leading individual. The others are fighting in the mid-pack. Lagoon Platoon have 2 in the 3rd and 4th place. Bring it back a little bit. It's going to all come down to how well these teams can fight in the green funnel, and Team Mayhem with some chaos there with their teammates. They come through in 16th place. That's not a great start. They can still bring it back from this level. All 3 of them are just crawling around that gap, trying to avoid the elimination. They've come on through again, have Team Mayhem in 14th place. Lagoon Platoon and Citrus Sprinters have lost 1. Popsicles have brought this back very well. They've avoided bottom 2 altogether and still have 1 in the orange funnel. They might be 1 to advance here. Oh, it's all coming.
What a fantastic recovery by the Popsicles. They were in the worst position in the early stages of this, but now they should be in the best position to advance. Lagoon Platoon also have 2 up there, but their other 2 marbles, did they do enough? I think one of them is in the mid-pack, so Lagoon Platoon and the Popsicles might be our 2 teams advancing. Citrus Sprinters, after being in such a good position, they might not be advancing here, but it all might be changed with this order of the final 5. Citrus Sprinters will drop on through in 5th place. Popsicles will get 3rd and 4th. Will that be enough for them to advance? Lagoon Platoon with the top 2 here. Their teammates didn't perhaps do as much, but with that top 2, Lagoon Platoon I think have done enough to go on to the final. We'll see what it is here. Yeah, one of them in the mid-pack. Lagoon Platoon have definitely done enough to advance with Golf and Marsh. Top 2 for them. Popsicles 3rd, 4th, and 6th. That should be enough for them. Popsicles and Lagoon Platoon should be advancing here.
I think you're 100% correct. That seemed to be... It was a very close race. Team Mayhem didn't really have a great run throughout the entire time, but Citrus Sprinters really threw that away. If you see in the early stages, they had a top 3 going at the beginning of the race, and they've fallen back to only 3rd place in this race. Team Mayhem 17, particularly paltry, but Popsicles and Lagoon Platoon getting top 4 between both those 2 teams in the race will move on to the final. And of course, those 2, Lagoon Platoon, 2 bronze medals on the bounce, perhaps going for another medal here in a great stretch of events so far. Citrus Sprinters and Marauders, those 2 that battled in Season 4, will get 5th and 6th. And the finalists have lined up in front of the sign. Rosemary's, Lagoon Platoon, Popsicles, and the Blue Brigade. All teams who desperately need a good result here. And there are 3 medals on the line. Only one of these teams will not get one in what is going to be a final, absolutely exhausting race for them. They've already done 2 3-minute races. Who's going to have the energy left for one more good performance? And off we go.
Of course, it all comes down to this. This is your final chance to get the gold here. No races after this. So, one final chance to push yourself to that gold medal here. Off they go. Rosemary seem to have a decent start, but now they fall through. Lagoon Platoon have 2 marbles up there. Popsicles now also. The only 2 marbles up there. The only team with 2 marbles up there, but they also have 1 down below in the orange. They're joined by 2 Rosemarys. And Lagoon Platoon have a couple of marbles down there. It's a decent spread here. Oh, 1 marble very early is going to crash out. The captain of the Lagoon Platoon crashed out in funnel number 4, and now they're only racing with 3 marbles. Popsicles also have 2 marbles in the top 4 right now. They seem to be in the best position so far, but they also have the bottom 2 actually, so maybe not. Blue Brigade are mired in the mid-pack, and they're trying to make a comeback here, while the Popsicles, with their marbles down below, trying to come back here and make contact with those Blue Brigade marbles. A couple of them down below there, 3 of them in the bottom 5 right now among the marbles that are still running. So Rosemary's, meanwhile, seem to be in the best position.
Yeah, Rosemary's looked very good after their dominant stomp in the heats. They were a bit closer to missing out in the semi-finals despite Parsley's runs. They look much more like their heat selves in the final here, with 2 at the top of the race. But the Popsicles, again, they seem to have that spread of 2 at the bottom, 2 at the top. It worked well in the first 2 rounds, but it might not work too well in the final here if you want to try and get gold. They've got to bring it back in the green final, but there is now a big mid-pack battle. There are several marbles fighting to stay out of last place. Popsicles do come and fill into the green funnel first. There are 2 Blue Brigade down there, a Lagoon Platoon and another Popsicle, as they now all fight on through. Back at the top of the race, you got a big battle for first place actually, with a Blue Brigade, 2 Rosemaries and a Popsicle. I believe the Blue Brigade look to be in the best position there to take the lead. It's going to be close though, yeah, and they do, but only very briefly. It's a close battle for first, but down below we're about to lose our first marbles here. Who's going to get 16th and get mired with only 1 point?
And 15th, that Lagoon Platoon that'll drop on through. They also have 2 marbles down below there. Popsicles also 2 marbles, but every team has still marbles representing themselves in the orange funnel. Rosemary's have 2 down there in that last orange funnel. They also have 1 in second place. Blue Brigade have the individual lead. They also have 1 in that orange. So can they perhaps push towards the top result, even if their other marbles didn't do much here? But it's a big gaggle in that final green funnel. Popsicles have 3 marbles still rolling, and they can push through. They might be able to get a good result here. Oh, but Rosemary's also have 2 marbles there. Rosemary's might have done enough for gold here if they can stave off falling through here. Blue Brigade, I don't think they have done enough, but it will be between the Popsicles and the Rosemary's here for the gold. Rosemary's have 2 marbles left in this final 4. Will that one Popsicle fall through? Yes, they will. Blue Brigade, will the Rosemary's get top 2? I think Rosemary's will. Yes, they will. Is that enough for them to cut the gold? I think their other marbles have done enough, and I think the Rosemary's have done enough to capture gold here.
That should all but confirm gold for the Rosemaries. It's been a great performance all around by the team, finally cracking that silver medal curse from the earlier events of the season. They will get gold this time around with 1, 2, and 6. I believe the Popsicles should get enough for a silver. 4 and 5 and 9. 3 in the top 9 is very good, and I think due to Bayo's crash, I think the Blue Brigade, Blue Daisy, the reserve, pushing for 3rd place might be enough for a Blue Brigade bronze. We're just waiting for the overall result. There's Bayo's crash just at the bottom of the screen there. That was really unlucky. That's really what set the Lagoon Platoon away there. And only by 1 point did they miss the podium, but there you see. The Rosemaries, Popsicles, and Blue Brigade will make up your podium today in the Team Fun Descent after an absolutely grueling event for those teams. But Parsley, first, and second, as Raman said, sign them up for a Final Classic event because that is a truly fantastic run throughout the day. But Rosemaries, Popsicles, and Blue Brigade have done a fantastic job to get themselves under that podium after what was a long day for these teams. Congratulations for the halfway point winners. And so Greyscales, the lead does come down by a little bit. Now it's 35 points rather than 38. The Team Sunrise are in a clear second place trying to catch up. Rosemary's jump up 9 spots into 4th with that gold. White Knights fall down a bit, and the Popsicles and Lagoon Platoon have properly entered the mid-pack battle now. After a month-long break, longer than expected, of vigorous training for these teams, we all return to the Greyscales home stadium, with every team having one goal in mind: to chase down that massive leading margin of the host team Greyscales. 35 points clear of second place Team Sunrise, who are only 31 points above dead last. It is extremely close in the middle, but there is that one leader so far ahead. And today we have the obstacle race, the opening event of the B-League, who we've already seen this one once before in this season, will make up event 9 of the A-League. And of course my co-commentator, Raman Powder, is with me for the second half of the season.
It's good to be back here, both for me in the commentary box and what the marbles will be thinking heading into this event. Many teams will be seeing this as a reset period, taking the break as an opportunity to get themselves fired up once again and show what they can do here to chase those leading Greyscales. We'll see the demonstration run going here. We've seen this event, of course, in the B League before. Chopping and changing is the name of the game here in the obstacle race. At no 2 points a few seconds apart will you see the same order in this event. It's such a matter of agility and precision here and timing when you want to make your move. And 10.68 is the leading time there by the Refritos. Will we see that getting beaten? We'll have to see. But you can see it run down to the line, almost getting by. Was the autumn leaves there. But yeah, very changeable is this event here.
And there you see the heats lined up. Greyscales, I believe, in heat 3. And their closest runner, Team Sunrise, is actually seated with them. So that's very exciting. Look forward to. But here we go. The first heat in over a month for Tour d'Endurance. Blue Brigade, Cheese Balls, White Knights, and the Popsicles. Top two move on to the semi-finals. And off we go. It's a good start by the Popsicles and the White Knights, who rocket down the centre. Now those two white teams are clear out in front. Blue Brigade has slowed down. The Cheese Balls have a lunge, but the Popsicles, with a beautiful flourish, will get second place. And those two pretty much had the race in control. Despite a great push by the Cheese Balls, it just wasn't enough. And an 8.52 by the White Knights. We didn't notice how quick that finish was for them. That is incredible starting. An incredible opening time for the official runners here.
The White Knights have a point to prove here. They took a brilliant line at the beginning and never looked back. Now, Crystal Pistols, Team Mayhem, Croissant Crew, and the Crazy Chickens, and off they go. Oh, it's a close battle between the Pistols and the Croissant Crew. Team Mayhem and the Crazy Chickens jockeying for that final position. Now, Croissant Crew well ahead. They will clearly get out in front, and Team Mayhem into second place. Those two are going to advance. It was fairly close between these four marbles early on. No marble really got out to a big lead here. The Croissant Crew kept it clean throughout, and Team Mayhem, despite a charge from the Chickens there, Team Mayhem managed to get it right back and get into second place.
It's a nice big wide open boulevard at the end of the course, and that allows for some comebacks later on, and Team Mayhem used that section perfectly as we move on to Heat 3. Our two, Team Sunrise, of course, all these teams are trying to catch the Greyscales, but Sunrise are the closest, but they do have the leads now. All three suddenly pass them up. It's sprinters in the platoon into the first top two places. Here comes Team Sunrise with a beautiful finish, and I believe Citrus Sprinters come across for second place, and Greyscales bring up the rear in fourth place, and they're going to be their third, I believe, bottom four finish of the season so far. It might be fourth, I'm not sure, but that's a 12.12, not a good time at all for the captain, but what a finish by Team Sunrise, trying to push themselves through and catch down the team. They've got a big chance now to catch that host Greyscales as we move on to Heat 4, and Sprinters will move on with Team Sunrise, but Mooney, Levin, Hummer, and Newcomer for the final heat of the day.
Some contact between the leading Rosemary's and Honeycombs. They're trying to take the center line here, are the Honeycombs, and they'll actually slip by. No, they won't, but those two will get out in front and get into first and second here. Back and forth it was keeping the same line between those two for the entirety of this course. The back two needed to mix it up here, and they didn't really have any different lines to make that comeback. And comfortably are the Rosemary's and the Honeycombs going to move on. And there you can see our classification from 9th to 16th. Greyscales, the championship leaders, 15th place. That championship lead is going to come down. The question is, by how much? The semi-final marbles, really excited now, have a huge opportunity to close that gap. Now, Team Sunrise, especially them with Beans in this first semi-final. They're joined by Bedlam, Hummer, and Cream. And off they go here. Team Sunrise starting off slow. They have a lot of catching up to do.
Team Mayhem have a big lead between Honeycombs and White Knights, who Honeycombs are defending the White Knights beautifully here, blocking them all the way to the bottom, and Hummer for the reserve of the Honeycombs will get through to the final with Team Mayhem. And Honeycombs, of course, dead last in the table. They desperately needed to get to the final here to get themselves back up into the table, but Team Sunrise could not quite capitalize off of the Greyscales' big mistake in the heat, but they will gain at the very least 7 points, and there's still 7 events to go, so plenty of time for Team Sunrise. Not the biggest missed opportunity. Still plenty of time to go in this season, but Calamondon, Lolly, Baguette, and Levin, who will join Hummer and Bedlam in the final. It's between Croissant Crew and Popsicles at the start, but then Popsicles get pushed back, only the rocket forward. Now it's Croissant Crew, have second place, but Sprinters get by. Croissant Crew come back again. It's going to be close across the line. Croissant Crew just fend off the Citrus Sprinters by 1 length, it looked like. But the Popsicles again, Lolly with a 9.11, another sub-10 time, very fast, and Baguette with a good finish on Calamondon to get themselves into the final. Croissant having a pretty good season so far, so they're going to keep going with another final result here, top 4. And there you see 5th to 8th Team Sunrise can only manage 8th place. That'll be 7 points gained, but everyone in this final will gain plenty of points, especially whoever gets that gold medal spot. And who is it going to be between Baguette, Bedlam, Hummer and Lolly lined up now for the final?
And off they go here. Croissant Crew get the best getaway, but they get swooped right back to the back as Honeycombs now have the lead. Could they go from 16th to 1st place in this event? Popsicles will try to give it one last effort, but the Honeycombs will come across the line and the Popsicles swoop by into 2nd place. And unfortunately for Team Mayhem, stuck up way up the course. But Bedlam will get 12 points here. But the reserve member of the Honeycombs bring their team from last well out of that final position in the standings. And look at this move by the Croissant Crew, swooping right into the 2nd place for a moment, but the Popsicles will take it right back. Great result for them, but the Honeycombs will be on top to start the second half in Season 5.
And overall now, Greyscales now in the lead by 28 points over Sunrise, but the Popsicles vault up 6 spots, now in 3rd place. Croissant Crew into 4th place, and down the bottom there, it is still extremely close. We have a clear bottom 3 at the bottom there, but still a very close mid-pack. It's still really anyone's race to chase the Greyscales, and who will take the next...
With the second half of Tour de Endurance underway here, the last event has given a glimmer of hope to the chasing teams in the championship. The gap has come down to just 28 points here, up to the top Greyscales, and here the distance drag will be our test for our teams today here. Perfect conditions in Shrouded Lane. Team Sunrise, one of those chasing teams in the championship, well, they've got multiple gold medals in this event in the past. The name of the game is simple. All you want to do is get as far as possible across the plate there, and you can make contact. You can get halted by marbles in front, so there's a bit of advantage for coming out first.
Yes, but also if you stay in the funnels longer and take your time coming down, you allow yourself more time to calculate your launch, because that launch across the blue plate is very important, and you can fall off this ramp if you're not careful. We've seen the Condiment Kings in the past. They fell off in the funnels actually and got a 0 in the semi-finals, knocking them down to 8th place. So it's not easy going down it quickly. So but you can see the advantage there for the Polar Bears and the Bone Rattlers who came down first. They created a barrier, and the Cherry Blossoms and the Super Cat Sires could not get themselves around, and they would get bottom 2 here. And Avalanche gets the win in the pre-show, just up towards that 130 mark is about where we should expect most of these launches to be, between 120 and 130. But the Polar Bears coming down second there, they just nudged around the Bone Rattlers and actually got pushed into the lead by the Cherry Blossoms, because Bone Rattlers there are in front, and that is an advantage of coming down early, but you can come down later and still put up a great show, a great launch in the distance drag. And there you see the heats lined up and ready to go. And again, Team Sunrise and the Greyscales having seated together in Heat 4. That is unprecedented almost. 2 events in a row, the top 2 seated together. But Heat 1, Rosemary's, Honeycombs, the winners of the last event, Citrus Sprinters, and Lagoon Platoon. And off we go.
Lagoon Platoon look to come down first, although they'll be joined by the Citrus Sprinters there. You really want to keep as center as possible. If you go off to the side, that's wasted energy, but Lagoon Platoon, great center line here. They went very far. Honeycombs, the winners of the last event, will be parked just behind them, but they're very close. They can be in a position to get bumped here. They do get bumped, but the Honeycombs don't get propelled forward. Meanwhile, Citrus Sprinters are in first, and the Rosemary's at the back will get parked right behind the Honeycombs. All of the marbles, like in the pre-show, getting in very similar position here, but Citrus Sprinters and the Lagoon Platoon will just barely come away with the advancement positions here.
That was very close indeed. Lagoon Platoon and it looked like the Honeycombs would have had it done. They got right next to Lagoon Platoon. There was a wall there. It would have pushed either of them forward, but the Sprinters just managed to slip just around the outside of the Honeycombs and get themselves up into almost first place, and the Honeycombs just did not have the gas to get around any of them and park themselves behind the Honeycombs. So Sprinters and Platoon on to the semi-finals so far. Crazy Chickens, Team Mayhem, the Popsicles and the Croissant Crew. Popsicles and Croissant Crew rounded out the podium in the last event. Can they keep that? And Popsicles, in fact, that was their 2nd silver in a row. Now in 3rd place in the table. Can they keep that momentum going and try and track down the leaders? Croissant Crew Didn't look like a bad push, but it seems like we've seen further in the heats, Team Mayhem go way too wide and will not even come close to the semi-finals. Here come the Crazy Chickens. They push behind Team Mayhem and suddenly they've got a chance. Popsicles blast past everyone, and it will be the Popsicles with the anchor to move on with the Croissant Crew, the 2 medalists of the last event, keeping the momentum going. They're under the semi-finals.
The deviation really hurt Team Mayhem and the Crazy Chickens there. They definitely went more to the far side than they would have liked. You can see here, right off the ramp, Team Mayhem's already deviating, and then here for the Crazy Chickens just followed that line and bumped them. That pretty much ended the Crazy Chickens' chances of any chance of advancing, and the Popsicles clean throughout. A bump for the Croissant Crew, but both are going to move on. And now in the third heat, Marauders, Party Crashers, Crystal Pistols and Blue Brigade, 2 former champions in this one, although one of them in the Party Crashers really hoping for a good result here. One of 2 teams without a single medal this season yet. All of them in the second funnel here. It's going to be close. Party Crashers come out first. They get a bump from the Blue Brigade, and they both get launched to either side. Marauders will get by for second place, and they will hold it. Crystal Pistols park it right behind them, and neither can advance.
Oh, that was close. Party Crashers came down first. They just got bumped several times by the Blue Brigade and the Marauders and the Crystal Pistols. There was a nice line there. They had the space to try and sneak through into the semis, but they just couldn't get by. Look at that bump by the Blue Brigade. That really did seal the deal for the Party Crashers. It pushed them just far enough ahead, and the Marauders parked behind them too. Bit lucky, but they will advance to the semi-finals with some confidence. And the Crystal Pistols, they had the speed. They could have wrapped around, but they just couldn't pull it off. And now we move on to Heat 4, a very important heat, all eyes on this one. Cheese Balls, Team Sunrise, Greyscales, and the White Knights. There's 2 in the middle. They're going to try and do everything they can. The Greyscales have a 28-point lead, pretty comfortable, but they got 15th in the previous event and 12th in the event previously. They're starting to slip a little bit after the break. It's a good opening push. Cheese Balls bump up behind them and give them a little bit more of oomph. Here comes Team Sunrise. They blow past them both. What can the White Knights do? In the final lenker of this heat, they push past everybody, and Team Sunrise will advance, and the Greyscales will not. White Knights winning it with one of the best runs of the day so far. Grey cannot do enough, and again the Greyscales crash out in the heats and we'll get a bottom half result. Big chance now for everyone who has advanced here.
2 marbles in Team Funnel Descent crashing out for the Greyscales can do nothing in the obstacle race, and they will get yet another bottom half result in a row here in the distance drag. Fantastic by both Team Sunrise and the White Knights. They knew what needed to be done, wrapping right around the Greyscales there. And both are going on to the semi-finals. Greyscales, it's not a terrible result. It's 5 points for them. The Honeycombs will get the best of the rest with their captain. But on we go here to the semi-finals. Yet another advancement-based event where the advancers have that opportunity to close that gap. Party Crashers here, along with Team Sunrise, the Popsicles, and the Citrus Sprinters and 3 marbles are already in that second funnel. They're really eager to get down here. Who's going to come down first? It is the Popsicles. Could they be on for another medal in a row here? But Team Sunrise goes way off to the near side. Unorthodox curl, but it works out for them. Party Crashers clean down the center. They go into the lead, and Citrus Sprinters will get by into 3rd place. That's not going to be enough for them to move on. Team Sunrise and the Party Crashers, despite finishing in completely different parts of the track here, they're both going on to the final, and the Party Crashers have an opportunity for their first medal of the season here.
What a glorious stone throw by the Party Crashers, straight and true from their lane, all the way up towards 140 almost. Sunrise deviated so far, but had so much raw speed, they pushed themselves into the final. This is a big chance now for the team running in 2nd place. Popsicles in 3rd place, unfortunately crashed out here, but Sunrise, all eyes will be on them in the final to perhaps get another gold medal in the Distance Drag A-League. It'll be 3 for 3 for Daybreak if they can pull that off. And now White Knights looking at the Platoon. Mayhem and Croissant Crew, who come down first in semi-final B, and they do all right there. Here comes looking at the Platoon, who actually push right past the Croissant Crew, as do the Marauders. Here comes the White Knights. They push up behind the Marauders, and it's not going to be enough. The Goon Platoon and the Marauders, who I believe I mistook for Team Mayhem earlier, will advance. That's my apologies. Wormtail and Pond are onto the final with Raider and Daybreak, with 2 very good, solid above 130 runs.
The Lagoon Platoon really emulated what the Party Crashers did in the previous semi-final here, staying true to the center. That's where you can really maximize your distance here. And the Marauders going up first before the White Knights. We've seen many collisions here, many marbles ending in the same place. That's not good for the marbles going later, as the White Knights are going to be knocked out here. They'll get 5th place, best of the rest for them, but they would have hoped to get in that final. Citrus Sprinters, Popsicles, and the Croissant Crew running out 6th through 8th. But there you can see our finalists: Lagoon Platoon, Marauders, Party Crashers, and Team Sunrise here. Some of these teams chasing high up there in the standings, some others fairly down, still hoping for their first medal of the season. Off they go here for the final. Team Sunrise will be joined by, I think that's Lagoon Platoon. Who's going to come down first here in the final?
It's going to be close to all three of them, all four of them now, fighting to go down first. So get the turn, launch out onto the plane. It looks like a solid run in between that white line. The party crashers come down next, and they deviate far to the right. They might miss the podium altogether. Sunrise come down the middle. They take the lead and the win! Team Sunrise, the gold medal again in the Distance Drag A-League, as Marauders and Party Crashers are close for third place, but it will go to the Marauders by 0.15 of a centimeter, and Daybreak cracks 140 in the final, the best run of the day. Then they get a third gold medal in a Distance Drag A-League, and all three Distance Drags Team Sunrise have competed in now. They've gotten the gold medal. That is an incredible achievement for that team, and they'll push up right behind the Greyscales. Less than 10 points, I do believe, will be the gap coming into Event 11. That is an exciting prospect for the title, which has been so silent. The title battle has been so silent for several events now. It has come back alive today. Lagoon Platoon with another good performance in the Distance Drag. Pond is a pretty good one here, and Wormtail rounding out the podium. Finally back on the podium are the Marauders, trying to gun down their big rivals, the Greyscales.
Domination by Daybreak in the Distance Drag puts Team Sunrise just 8 points behind the Greyscales. We have a title battle on our hands, folks, here as the White Knights go up into third place. Marauders jump up 3 spots into fourth place. But this championship has gotten the most exciting as it has for a long time, as we're going to go to the B-League once again. The 5th season of Tour de Endurance pushes on, and for the first time in a long time, we have a close battle for first place in the standings. The Greyscales are separated by just 8 points with them and Team Sunrise as we head into Event 11, Balance Battle. We saw this event back in Season 3. 2 teams will go across the balance beam at the same time. There's really 2 strategies you can take in this event. You can focus on being as balanced as possible as getting to the end, and you can also focus on pushing the other team off on the other side. So lots of strategies we'll see here today, and it will be a bracket style event in Balance Battle. 2 teams will go head to head, and winner will advance until we have one winner at the end.
And I can promise you there will be a lot of contact based on the starting gate there. There are 2 teams, or 2 marbles from each team on each side of the course here, so there will be plenty of contact between teammates and rivals alike. But Team Cameo here in the pre-show does get 1 to the bottom. Well, it looks like they seem to have a 2-1. They got their second one, also got the first head of all the Sky Dragons, so they'll get the win in the Expedition pre-show, with that finisher really making the difference. But that's an interesting thing. You get 1 marble all the way clear to get a finisher and confirm the win, but they see the heats lined up and ready to go. The important ones to look out for: Greyscales in Heat 3 with the Popsicles, and Team Sunrise in Heat 7 with the Citrus Sprinters. But the White Knights and the Party Crashers will start us out. 2 very different sides of the table here, and it's not the sides you would expect for either team. Can the Party Crashers finally start to bounce back here? The White Knights lose a couple early, several early. In fact, they're all gone, and the Party Crashers will have their 2 go, their 2 furthest marbles beat out all the White Knights. That should be enough to advance.
For sure, for the Party Crashers, I was speaking to their coach. Their strategy was a lot of contact. I did see one of the Party Crashers just shoving aside one of the White Knights on the near side. You can see here, they're just blocking them and completely preventing them from even reaching the green zone. And by over 100 points, the Party Crashers will easily move on to the next round. Now, Honeycombs and the Blue Brigade. Honeycombs came away with the goal just 2 events ago in the obstacle race. Blue Brigade have 2 marbles go off very early. Oh, this should be an easy victory for the Honeycombs. Even if none of their marbles really went that far across to the green zone, the Brigade had 2 marbles that completely killed their run here, and I think Honeycombs should have comfortable advancement here.
And they will by over 30 points. The Blue Brigade, they were trying to push the Honeycombs off, but they couldn't keep themselves on the beam. It could have worked out had they curled back to the center, but it just wasn't to be. Honeycombs will advance, more good form for the yellow and black team as Heat 3 lines up. Popsicles and championship leaders, the Greyscales, who've been slipping as of late. But the Popsicles have a very good run here. They had 3 going far, but the Greyscales will get 1 all the way to the end, straight and true. That might just be the difference, but look how early they all fell off. The Popsicles at this point here, 2-1 or 3-2 even, but that loss right there for the Popsicles might be the definition. I think Greyscales will just sneak through here, and yes, they will. In fact, it was closer than I thought. Only 17 points, but the Greyscales finally back into a top half result, and this puts a whole lot of pressure on Team Sunrise.
And on we go to Heat 4, Rosemary's and Crazy Chickens here. You can see Marbles going true to the center despite the wider beam here. Rosemary's are getting shoved to the far side by the Crazy Chickens, but the Chickens couldn't really capitalize on that. They also couldn't stay far on the beam here. So who's it going to be that gets the win here? Rosemary's did have one that goes off to the near side. They really stood on for a long time, and by 40 points, that was the difference maker. That 103 really pushing the Rosemary's into advancement here. Crazy Chickens, that contact didn't perhaps work for them. Now, in Heat 5, Croissant Crew and the Cheese Balls see the second half of the heats here.
It looks like Cheese Balls had the better run out of the gate. They're pushing pretty far. They do lose their marble early, and the Croissant Crew do get a finisher, but based on consistency, it's going to be a lot closer. Croissant Crew lose 1, 2 very early. There goes the first for the Cheese Balls, and they do have, it was very close toward the end of the course. It's going to, I'm not entirely sure. I can't really call this one. Croissant Crew were inconsistent, but they do get that finisher. And in fact, the consistency gets it through for the Cheese Balls. Marbles 1 and 2 were the definitive choice, were the definitive loss for the Croissant Crew, and they will fall out here despite getting a finisher. Cheese Balls will advance through consistency. Now the Goon Platoon and the Crystal Pistols in Heat 6. Two mixed fortunes so far. The entire top line swerves off to the far side, and Crystal Pistols have their marble individually go the furthest, and that might just be enough, because look at how that entire top lane just was thrown off by the leading Lagoon Platoon marble. I think the Pistols will do enough here just because of that entire top row flying off to the side.
Yeah, when you have one marble that gets out in front, the other marbles need to do some backing up, and it did not work out for the Lagoon Platoon. Crystal Pistols easily going to move on here. Low scoring affair once again in that heat. And now the big one, Citrus Sprinters and Team Sunrise. Team Sunrise needs to advance to have any chance of keeping pace with the Greyscales. Oh, three of the Citrus Sprinters were on, but one of Team Sunrise will get to the end. Is that going to be enough for them to move on here? It's going to come close. I think the Citrus Sprinters were a bit more consistent, but Team Sunrise with that one finisher, is that enough? We'll have to see.
Or Citrus Sprinters had their last marble peel off right at the end, and that was the difference maker. Team Sunrise have advanced 300 points to 272, and they're on to the quarterfinals as well. So this battle is really starting to heat up now as we move on to Heat 8. Well done to Team Sunrise, as Marauders and Team Mayhem, a very tough heat to follow, lines up in this next one. The Marauders get their marbles out in front. Team Mayhem do have their 2 going on pretty far, or far enough than the rest of the Marauders, but one Marauder does get all the way to the end, and that, with however early the rest of the competitors came off, I think that'll be the difference maker here, and the Marauders should advance. Mayhem seemed more consistent higher up the course, but they just couldn't get it too far down, and that will be, in fact, actually it was much closer than I thought. Again, tough to follow, but Marauders advanced by only 7 centimeters. That finisher was the big difference maker there, and they'll move on to the quarterfinals. And there you see the classifications for the bottom half of the results, and it's very close. Citrus Sprinters get the best of the rest, and the Goon Platoon with the only sub 200 score and 198, they'll get dead last here. But now we move on to the quarterfinals of Party Crashers and the Honeycombs.
Well, Party Crashers try to do lots of contact here. They're still trying to get their first medal of the season. Honeycombs have 2 fairly in the middle, but Party Crashers, all of them still on the course. One finisher for them, one late finisher for the Honeycombs, but it is too little too late for them. That wonderful consistency we're seeing from the Party Crashers here is going to put them in the final 4 of this event. And the Honeycombs, they didn't even do too badly in this heat. But no answer to the Party Crashers here. All 4 of the Party Crashers comfortably going to get them into the semifinals. 425. That's the best score we've seen all day here today.
That was a fantastic run by the Party Crashers. All of them above 90. That is what you want to be doing in these later stages of the event. As Greyscales line up against the Rosemary's, a big one here. The Greyscales lose a couple. Rosemary's still have 3 on the board. They still have 3 on the board. They're going to go all the way. The Rosemary's get 3 finishes compared to the Greyscales just 1. The other finishes, or wherever everyone else came off, does not matter. Rosemary's will absolutely advance here, and perhaps even best that score just put down by the Party Crashers. We'll have to see for the overall results for that. I'm not super confident because the Party Crashers were so consistent. In fact, they beat them out by 4. The Rosemary's have the new best score of the day and absolutely conquer the Greyscales, but more importantly, the Greyscales have gone out. Everyone's going to look forward to quarterfinal D now, but first we've got quarterfinal C. Cheese Balls and Crystal Pistols, 2 clear, solid coloured teams. What can they do to line up for the semifinals? It's actually very close out of the gate between all of them. They're all starting to pile up in the center. It's going to be 2 finishes for the Cheese Balls and 2 for the Crystal Pistols. I wasn't paying attention to the consistency, but I know Cheese Balls lost 1 before the rest.
We're seeing finishers for days as we get later in this event. There was not a lot of contact out of the gate, but drifting off to the far side with all those marbles. 3 for the Crystal Pistols. Will that 2 cheese balls do enough? No! By 14 points, the Crystal Pistols will hold on. More consistency for them, and it was that 48 for one of the cheese balls that killed their run. Oh, the cheese balls. I thought they might have had it, but you really need consistency in this event, especially when marbles are going so far. And on to the next heat. Team Sunrise. Oh, everyone's flying off really early here, and that one Marauder is going to go down the center to the end, and I think that will seal it for Team Sunrise. They had a chance here to get in the final 4 and make up good ground on the Greyscales. We'll have that one finisher for the Marauders. I think Team Sunrise will be done. We'll have to see what it is for them in the 5th to 8th, whether they'll actually beat the Greyscales. 202 for them. That's not great. All those marbles that fell off early is not something we've seen much in these quarterfinals. So Team Sunrise, I think, will get 8th place, and yes, they will. Greyscales 7th place. Cheese balls, though, will get the best of the rest.
Yeah, again, for the Marauders, in the heats and the quarterfinals, they caused chaos at the back or the front, and it has had one cruise to the end to confirm the advance. So can they do that again in the semifinals, where the competition is real tough? Party Crashers and the Rosemarys for their spots in the final. The Crashers have done so well so far. Rosemarys have 2 still going, but they both peel off to each side, and the Party Crashers with 1 finisher, and I think they had a 3-2 on the board with the Rosemarys at one point. It was close, and yes, right there, they seem to have the higher consistency overall. I think that should be enough to advance, but the Rosemarys have just kept their final 2 going to the end. They would have booked their ticket to the final, but the Party Crashers are in the final, and finally, after Event 11, have confirmed their first medal for these games. As for what it will be, is yet to be determined. It'll be either Crystal Pistols or the Marauders fighting them for gold, as they line up now for semi-final B.
The Marauders are up there in the standings, not too far up there to close that gap, but if they can get in the final here, they have a huge chance here. But the Crystal Pistols will also get 1 finisher, so will the Marauders. Both have 1 finisher, so it's all about the marbles that didn't finish. Who was better here, Marauders or Crystal Pistols? Crystal Pistols at this point, they have 3 still on, while 2 of the Marauders fell off fairly early in comparison, so I think the Crystal Pistols might have done enough. We'll have to see. Yes, by 1 point! Crystal Pistols will beat them by 1 point. That is as close as it will get here. They will go to the final here.
That is incredible. 1 point in it. That's the closest I think we've ever seen, obviously, for a balance battle event. Closest it can be. Marauders are pushed down to the bronze medal match in a heartbreaking semi-final loss, but Crystal Pistols, fantastic, on for their next medal of these games. But first for the bronze, Rosemarys and the Marauders, both these 2 teams are up there and will close ground on the leaders. But who's going to get the most? It looks like Marauders have 3-1 on the board right now. It's all pretty much all over. 1 finisher for the Marauders and 2 going fairly far. I think I can call that pretty comfortably. Marauders should get the bronze here. Rosemarys just could not keep it together after that loss in the semi-finals.
Yeah, actually the near side marbles came out way faster than the far side. I'm not sure if that affected much, but here the Rosemarys had a good run. It ends here by 70 points. They will lose to the Marauders, who will get yet another medal here, and they will continue to rise up the standings, or at least close that gap. But now, for the gold, Party Crashers and Crystal Pistols. Who claims gold in balance battle? Off they go. It's even out of the gate. One of the Party Crashers is well ahead, while Crystal Pistols still have 3 on. And will they get 1 to the finish? Yes, they will. The Crystal Pistols had 2 very late on, and that might be just what they needed to capture gold. But the Party Crashers also had pretty decent consistency, and 2 of their marbles also fairly up there. So, will Crystal Pistols come away? I think they have done it. I think the Crystal Pistols will capture gold here.
Their second gold of the season is locked away. By nearly 100 points, the Crystal Pistols have captured gold in the balance battle, saving all of their physicality for the final against the Party Crashers, who have finally gotten on that podium, so they will not be too upset with that at all. The silver medal in a team event, no less, and the Marauders will round out the podium, but all of those teams did so well to push so far, and wow, what an event we have seen here today. The balancing given a new form, just like we've seen in Season 3, and we have another gold medal for the Crystal Pistols, who are doing very well in their return to Tour de Endurance. Congratulations to those top teams.
So looking at that gap up top, it is 9 points between Greyscales and Team Sunrise. Marauders jump up into 3rd and are just 14 points behind 2nd place. Rosemary's jump up 4 into 4th. Next event, we will have the funnel elimination race, a long, arduous event in that one.
Tour de Endurance would not be called that without the final elimination race, which makes up event 12 of the 5th season, and the championship battle is really starting to heat up at the top there in what is going to be the most arduous event of the season so far. We have worse events to come for these competitors, but the final elimination race is, to put it bluntly, it is the last marble standing. But first we've got to get through the heat phases of 2 heats of 8, where the winner will advance, and whoever gets last will be kicked to the curb and will not do anything else for the rest of the event. So it's the goal for the first half of the event is to not come last, or to win if you want to try and get out of it early. But then in the second half, it's just don't come last. And as you can see, the pre-show will just get 1 go on this course for a good bit of fun. Ash rises down to cherry blossoms here, but by now we've seen this event, I believe, 6 separate times across both of the A-League and the B-League, so you should know how it works by now.
Yes, indeed. You really just don't want to finish last. 2nd to 7th in the first heat. It's all going to be the equal. It's all the same result. You're just going to go to the next race. First, we'll go straight to the final, and it will be that way for the heat, and in the final, as Angus said, it is just last marble standing. These marbles really want to conserve their energy, especially in the early heats. Unless you really want and really have a good chance of the victory, you don't want to be expending all of your energy early and get easily eliminated in a later round. But once you get to the final 1v1, that is when you really have to leave it all on the table and do whatever you can to advance to the final. This event has closed out the season multiple times in the past. Of course, here it is just event 12, but that doesn't mean these marbles aren't going to try any less to do well and get the gold here.
Indeed, and I spoke to a few of the coaches before this event today, and they've all agreed that being in Heat 1 is beneficiary. If you can win the first round of Heat 1, you get the longest break between the heats and the final. So winning that first round is very important for both the heats, but especially in Heat 1 because you get to sit on the sidelines and catch your breath. And those who win the later heats are going to be a bit more tired and have less time to rest. So winning early is still beneficiary for these competitors. Even if you don't win, you're not necessarily completely ruined for the rest of the event. And there you see the heats lined up. The Greyscales and Team Sunrise have been seeded in separate heats, but it's still so close in that mid-pack. 4th and 12th is separated by just 10 points in the table, so it's a big chance here to gain some ground on those leaders, as Heat 1 lines up first and some big names in here. Sinensis, the winner of this event, and podiumer several times back in Season 3, and Shady of the Greyscales, who is racing with Sinensis again, just like in that Season 3 finale that we all remember all too well, as Heat 1 Round 1 is starting to enter the orange finals now, with the Green Platoon's Marsh coming through first.
Blue Brigade seem to be in the best position early on. Could they be pushing for that early victory here? We'll have to see, but still a long way to go in this first heat alone. Greyscales, meanwhile, down below, but they'll get a few positions ahead of the Citrus Sprinters and the Rosemaries. And the Blue Brigade are now continuing to slip. That advantage early on is completely evaporated as the Greyscales now all of a sudden fighting for the victory. So you can see just how quickly things can change here in this orange funnel section. And now we already have an entrant into the green. It's a much shorter course, of course, than what we see in the Funnel Classic and the Team Funnel Descent. But of course, it has to be with how long this event already gets. But now, all the marbles either in the last orange funnel or in the green. So it's going to be anyone here that could possibly get eliminated first. There's 3 marbles circling, and it's going to be the Crystal Pistols that get eliminated first.
The winners of the last event will not keep that good form going. They are out in the first round of the day and will finish them on the bottom 2 places. As for which one is yet to be determined, Greyscales will not advance. They come through in 5th place. The Green Platoon have positioned themselves very well in the green funnel ahead of this pack as Citrus Sprinters come on through. Chickens and Croissant Crew are fighting for them with the Green Platoon, but they're not going to be able to get around. Perfect positioning by Marsh. They will win the first race of the event and will move on straight to the final in the medal round. But Crystal Pistols, after that fantastic result in the last event, 2nd gold of the season and 3rd medal overall, they cannot keep it going and they will crash out very early here. All the other marbles from 2nd through 6th will move on to round 2 of this first heat, while Marsh goes to sit on the sidelines and waits for their 7 other competitors in the final.
Of course, Marsh has done well in this event in the past. Back in the Season 2 B-League, one of the first instances of the Lagoon Platoon doing well in any event. And here they are in Season 5, already through to the final. Now just 6 marbles in the blocks, and off they go already for the second race here, out of just 4 in this first heat. Blue Brigade will get on through into the orange section first. It's the Croissant Crew who will get the lead here early on, and they're trying to do whatever they can to extend that lead as the other marbles all fight in that first orange funnel. Now Citrus Sprinter drop on through, and they're followed by the Greyscales and the Blue Brigade. It's a 3 split here as everyone is separated by just 1 funnel. Now it's 2 as the Citrus Sprinters drop on through.
It's a very close first few races so far, but I'm starting to say that, the pack spreads out a little bit more. We've got a four-way battle now at the bottom of the table, as Rosemary's, Parsley, and Blue Jay of the Blue Brigade lead comfortably over the other ones. But now it's time for the battle in the green, just to avoid dangerous contact, and straight away the Greyscales have a poor angle, but I think they will be bumped by someone. Sinensis has given them a bump as Croissant Crew and Chickens joust with each other, pushing back and forth, and the Crazy Chickens reserve comes on through and will be eliminated. These other four, Blue Brigade, Greyscales, Sprinters, and Croissant Crew, I don't know if they'll be able to catch up to this big lead that the Rosemarys have developed. Parsley's going to cruise their way into the final. We've seen Parsley do this already, a big win twice over in the team final descent, and they've done it again in an event where the individual performance matters dramatically, and they're on to the final in Heat 1, Round 2.
And while they circle on, you can see just how excited the Rosemary fans are getting, as their marble is already through to the final after just missing the medals as a team last event in the balance battle. They're hoping to not do that again and get on that podium this time, as Parsley will be our second marble straight into the final. And we have just 4 remain here, as the Crazy Chickens will bow out. The team dead last in the standings. Their reserve can't do much in this event. It's not going to be a bottom 2 result, it will be a bottom 4 result for them. And now just 4 marbles remaining. The marbles are getting more and more exhausted, but you cannot, there's no rest for the wary in this event. You have to advance here, either get the win in this next race or go on and win the final race after this one.
And that 1v1 is grueling due to the lack of contact throughout the 1v1. If you're one of those final 2 marbles remaining, you have to keep yourself up all on your own with just your energy, because there's not enough marbles to push yourself forward and make contact with. As we're down to the final 4 for Heat 1, the Greyscales coming through first and Croissant Crew follow. Sinensis and Blue Jay, again, Blue Brigade have a good lead, but it all faded away in round 1. Can they try and maintain it here? They seem to be making contact with the Croissant Crew, and they've come on through 1 final, now 2 finals very quickly, and now fighting with Sinensis at the bottom of the table, as it looks like Greyscales and the Croissant Crew, Shady and Baguette, are looking strong at the top, but Shady does hold the lead now over the Croissant Crew. It's still 2-2 split at the top. It's going to be a close battle for the bottom of the race here, and a close battle for the win. It could be still anyone's race here, but Croissant Crew have a pretty decent gap now.
You can see how the dynamics change as we go further and further in this event. While it's a still close field here, there's a lot less contact than in the earlier heats. And the Greyscales now trying to make that contact with the Citrus Sprinters. They're going to need to make it because they're in the worst position right now. The Greyscales could be out here, but the Blue Brigade are also very close, and so are the Croissant Crew. Everyone is very close here. Who's going to be eliminated? Blue Brigade now all of a sudden look in the worst possible position, but it could be any of them that makes contact and plunges into that hole. Citrus Sprinters seem to be in the best position. Blue Brigade now might be dropping on through, but will it be them?
Yeah, there they go. Blue Brigade were behind the entire pack. Croissant Crew coming through to the 1v1, and who will join them between Sinensis and Shady? It will be Sinensis to beat out the Greyscales. Only just. I've seen that before a couple of years ago. And the Greyscales will move on to the 1v1 with the Croissant Crew, while Citrus Sprinters Sinensis, that was a bit of a shoo-in, I reckon, will move on to the final of the final elimination race. It was bound to happen eventually, but the Blue Brigade come on through 4th place. They are eliminated. They'll finish either 11th or 12th in this event. And there's Sinensis and Shady fighting for it again, but this time it is just to advance to the final, and Sinensis has won that battle again, and now we line up for the 1v1 of Heat 1. This is a simple winner takes all. Winner will advance, the loser will not, between the Croissant Crew and the Greyscales, and they're currently circling the opening yellow funnel. It looks like the Greyscales have gotten off to the better start, and they absolutely have. They're just circling the Croissant Crew comfortably here, pushing them on through, and have got a comfortable early lead.
Now it's all about your individual funnel run for the Croissant Crew. They need to make that contact, and they've done that, as I've said that. The contact has been made, and Greyscales now look to drop on through first. Now Croissant Crew have to hold on, but they instantly drop on through, and this might be how it goes for the remaining of this 1v1. Will it be just battling in the same funnel throughout? Oh, the Croissant Crew, a mistake there. They now have a full funnel in between them and the Greyscales, but the Greyscales also take that funnel similarly poorly, and now they've gone back into 2nd place.
This is going to be close all the way to the end. That Funnel 3 is dangerous. Seems to be a tough one to master. As coming into the green funnel now, the Greyscales coming through first, but only 1 second ahead of the Croissant Crew. This is an important battle for the championship, of course, as the Greyscales are still leading it by 9 points over Team Sunrise. Croissant Crew don't have a great angle, but they will make contact with the Greyscales. This is going to go down to the wire. Croissant Crew look to be in the better position, actually. The Greyscales is getting closer and closer to that horizon. The Croissant Crew's angle isn't a perfect circle, but as I'm saying that, neither is the Greyscales. Getting closer and closer. Shady's in trouble. So is Croissant Crew. It's going to go down to the final roll. The Croissant Crew have made it through, and Greyscales are eliminated in the heats, and another result not in the top half, and a big chance for now a lot of teams to try and make up some ground here. Baguette pushes through to the final, but they will be exhausted after a run like that. Well done to our top 4 for Heat 1. We'll move on to Heat 2 soon.
That contact in the final green funnel, that really shifted the momentum towards the Croissant Crew to be in the better position, and unfortunately for the championship leaders, they are out. Now they're going to watch, especially eyes on Team Sunrise Warmth, to see if they can move on to the final. Greyscales will be hoping that, fingers crossed, that Team Sunrise will be eliminated in these first 4 rounds. But on they go here in Heat 2. White Knights and Cheeseball seem to be in a good position, but it's still early days in this first heat as a couple of marbles all start to peel on through into that orange. White Knights Team Sunrise is one of those marbles up there, but of course with so much contact early on in these rounds, this can really change the momentum very quickly in these early heats.
Indeed, and Prongs of the Marauders, who was one of the first ones to fall through the first funnel, is already into the lead, fighting for the lead now with Wanderer of the Party Crashers, another esteemed competitor in this event. Disorder of Team Mayhem's up there too, as I believe that is Team Sunrise, the first marble into the green. Honeycombs have followed them and now have the cheese balls. It's going to be a close bout down the bottom there between possibly anyone, depending on how the rest of this race goes. Popsicles jump in, they come backwards, and they've sliced Team Sunrise down! They've knocked them straight through, and Team Sunrise are out in the first round of Heat 2.
Oh, and the Greyscales, they will be very pleased with what's like the cheese balls that completely ruined the run of Team Sunrise in this heat. They are going to get a bottom 2 result in this, and now it's a complete slugfest to see who gets the win here. Still can't believe Team Sunrise has completely thrown everything away. All 4 marbles circling through cheese balls. Party Crashers, Honeycombs are done. Popsicles trying to get it. Party Crashers are done. Cheese balls will fall on through, and the Popsicles will get the win. They will go straight to the final. But Team Sunrise, they're going to be kicking themselves. Warmth will get bottom 2 in this event. We'll have to see if that time is good enough for even 1 point here. But the Greyscales, despite not moving on, will still gain even more ground on their closest title rivals here. And what a battle we had for the win here. 4 marbles, really close. It could have been any of them, but the Popsicles did just enough. They will get that benefit of saving energy as they get to sit this one out now.
Of course, Popsicles Slushy. 2 things about them. Not only did they win this event in the B-League to close it out last season, win a gold for the team, but also they were just responsible for Team Sunrise's DNF. They smacked into him on a rebound and knocked them out in the first round, so they're going to be rather unpopular for the rest of the event, I can imagine, with the Sunrise fan crowd. But it is the Marauders who take the early lead of round 2 in the heats here, and it's still fairly close, but Team Mayhem... No, so that's the Honeycomb, sorry. The Honeycomb is at the bottom, but the White Knights are pushed on through by the Party Crashers into a clear last place, and they're still struggling to get past the Honeycombs as Team Mayhem's Disorder has the lead of the race, and Party Crash is now fighting with them, and now Wanderer takes the lead, but Cheeseballs and White Knights has 2 solid teams, now Team Mayhem as well. It's going to be a very close battle for last places, all 6 very briefly, but within just 2 funnels of each other. Milk comes on through first, followed by Buzz and Cheddar of Honeycombs and Cheeseballs respectively. Prongs and Wanderer trying to hold their own, and the Orange should avoid that battle for last place, but it could still be anyone here in round 2.
The Honeycombs, a medalist in this event last season, but everyone peels on through here. It could be any of them that gets eliminated here. The Party Crashers were in such a good position up there with the Marauders, but the Party Crashers now be looking to be eliminated. Cheeseballs go into the event horizon, and Cheeseballs will be done. The Cheeseballs, it was a bad moment for them there, and who's going to get the win? White Knights go through, and the Honeycombs, brilliant recovery for them. Business is booming perhaps once again as they're going on to the final.
Straight on to the final in just 2 rounds for Buzz, silver medalist in Season 4. They just lost out to Larissa of the Neptune Nomads, who's not here this time, so provisionally they could be the #1 seed on form in this event going into that final. And it was just Milk and Prongs who could just couldn't quite get there to win the race and advance, but still 2 more chances to do it. We got 4 left: Team Mayhem, Party Crashers, White Knights, and the Marauders to try and advance. 2 of these will make it, 2 of them will not. I know White Knights and Marauders are fairly far up there and close enough in that pack, and the Party Crashers actually just joined that pack after a silver in the last event. Team Mayhem, though, they'll need to get a very good result here to try and join that battle for perhaps the podium places, given how close this table is. Wanderer comes on through first, followed by Milk, as Disorder and Prongs takes the early lead here again for the Marauders. Can they hold on to it this time?
From what I've observed commentating this event over the years, the shift from 6 marbles to 4 marbles really decreases a lot the amount of contact you see between these marbles. But look at White Knights and Party Crashers, as I say that, going at it for last place here. They're both trying to do whatever they can to extend their advantage as the White Knights now look to drop on through into that green funnel. They'll drop on through just in time for the Party Crashers to not make contact with them, as it's a big spread now. Marauders look to be in a good position as they make contact with Team Mayhem, but Team Mayhem nonetheless still falls on through. The White Knights have a terrible arc down below. They need that contact and they're not going to get it. The White Knights will be eliminated here.
I think the Party Crashers actually landed on... Oh, speaking of landing on, the Team Mayhem have sliced the Party Crashers upon landing into the green funnel, taking them out of the race, and now it's down to a 1v1 for whoever advances between Prongs and Disorder. I was going to say the White Knights, I think the Party Crashers grazed them as they entered the green funnel, and it threw off their angle, and that ruined the rest of their race. But look at the two angles here. They're both circling in very awkward positions. This is going to make for some strange contact very shortly. Prongs bounces on the back of Disorder, and now they're starting jostling back and forth, not letting go of each other. It's starting to fall apart for the Marauders, and they've come on through. Team Mayhem have won it, and they will move on to the final. And look at this for a grudge match. Prongs of the Marauders and Wander of the Party Crashers for a 1v1 in round 4 of Heat 2. That is going to decide our final spot in the final, as Disorder takes up spot 7.
I'm sure Disorder will be very happy to not have to face one of those two champions in that final match, as the Marauders, they had an elliptical orbit, both of them, and the Disorder did manage to just do enough here, as Prongs will have to go straight back into the blocks along with Wanderer here. Two champions of Tour de Endurance fighting here to get that final spot in the finals. Who'll get the better getaway? Looks like Wanderer will drop on through first. We've seen how close these 1v1s can be, and actually Wanderer will take the lead briefly, but they drop on through just after Prongs, and now they're both circling in the same funnel here. It might go this way for the entirety of this heat. Prongs will shove aside Wanderer. They now take the lead.
Is a critical funnel. The next one, funnel 3. How will the third orange funnel? How will these marbles tackle it? It was a trouble for those in Heat 1 of the 1v1, but Wanderer tackles it perfectly and has a good angle over the Marauders, who come on through and take advantage fully. They've thrown Wanderer straight on through, and now they've got a huge gap over the Party Crashers. Marauders a full funnel clear, and a good angle in funnel 4 will keep them ahead of the Party Crashers almost by a full funnel, I think, going into the green, but their angle does start to slip a little bit, and then now they're a full funnel ahead. They have to maintain this as best they can. I think they should be able to just hold this one out as Party Crashers dance around that gap, trying to hold out as long as they can to try and advance. Finally, Prongs comes on through. Can Wanderer make a comeback here? But it's not looking likely.
Every second they've circled in that orange funnel is allowing Prongs to avoid the contact here. Oh, will they avoid the contact? Wanderer is doing anything they can to hold on for just one more second, and they've made that contact. Prongs might fall on through here. They've just about made it, and Prongs will fall on through. That one window of opportunity was taken with open arms by the Party Crashers, and they're going on to the final. Masterful by Wanderer here.
Oh my word, that was unbelievable. Just used the event horizon, jumped around to get back against the Marauders, and it gets Wanderer through to the final. The Marauders, who are in third place coming into this event, the fans can not believe it. Camera's shaking, it's so violent in those stands, but Prongs gets 9th place overall, does beat out the Greyscales who get 10th, but they all gained 6 whole points on Team Sunrise, bringing that gap back up to around 15 points. And now it's just about how close these other teams can do in trying to close that gap to the overall leaders, with Citrus Sprinters down to Lagoon Platoon. Everyone who's won a race so far, it's now just fighting for not getting last. Winning no longer matters. Just don't come through that funnel first, and you will keep going and keep gunning for a medal. As we start the first round of the final, Honeycombs and Cheeseballs are the first two to plunge on through into the oranges, and it looks like Party Crashers and Lagoon Platoon are doing well to avoid that fate in the first round.
And the Party Crashers, despite being in the latest battle in the last heat, they have the early lead, but of course it all goes to none in the orange funnels here, as Rosemary's already in the final orange funnel before they drop onto the green. They have that contact there, but I think that's the Honeycombs that will go down into the green funnel first, and they're going to be hoping for more marbles to peel on through for them to make contact. Rosemary's will join them. I think they are close enough where they will collide, and there's 3 marbles in that final orange funnel that could all make things difficult for those final advancement positions and the final elimination position, as Wanderer continues to extend their advantage. Of course, winning doesn't really matter much in this final here in these early heats, but who's going to drop on through? Honeycombs almost well on through, but Popsicles will drop on, and they will be in 8th place here.
And that is the first determined. Slushy, of course, the winner of Heat 2, Round 1, had a bit of a break, but just, I think the Honeycombs, they got jumped on by the Citrus Sprinters, and it threw them almost straight into the gap, but they're able to avoid it. Very close calls there, twice in a row for the Honeycombs, and ends up nudging the Popsicles on through, and Slushy, the reserve, is eliminated first. We're down to 7 now, fighting for these positions, and Team Mayhem, a good slow start. You want to be doing that at the early part of the course. Now it's just down to, of course, down to 7. It's still all about not getting last. Croissant Crew come on through first. It'll be Honeycombs will be buzzing, of course, after getting so close in that last event, in that last round, and they will keep going very luckily, I imagine. Lagoon Platoon and Citrus Sprinters off to a very good start, holding strong in the yellow as they come. Everyone's in the orange now, and it is the Honeycombs again toward the bottom, but Team Mayhem have joined them, as have the Lagoon Platoon and Croissant Crew. It's a very close battle here again for last place.
Yeah, it was very tight so far, but now it spreads out a bit, and now it all closes up once again, and now it spreads out once again. Everyone is separated by 3 funnels right now, as Honeycombs is looking to drop on through. Can they make contact with Team Mayhem here? I don't think they will, and Honeycombs will drop on through, and it's an awkward angle for them, very elliptical for them, but so is the case for, is that Lagoon Platoon, or is that Team Mayhem? And everyone seems to drop on through now. There's just 2 marbles left in that orange funnel. Party Crasher will drop on. That's, I think, 6 marbles, all gunning for not last place here. Citrus Sprinters will be the final marble there. Everyone's in the green funnel. Croissant Crew look very close, but will they make that contact here? Now Citrus Sprinters looking very close to the event horizon, as are the Party Crashers. Citrus Sprinters, no, the Croissant Crew. They had a scare there, got saved for a little bit, and then fell on through once again, and Baguette will get 7th place in this event.
After their heroics in the heats, it cannot go much further than that for the Croissant Crew. 7th place, not a bad result at all for Baguette, who's usually standard in the Funnel Classic rather than the Elimination. So that's a very good run by the Croissant Crew, as we're down to our final 6 double-digit point finishes and above now. So you want to, of course, going to go even further. Just 3 more rounds, and you'd be in a medal position if you stay alive. Rosemary's are close to that center, and they come on through first. Everyone else taking their time, but again, the Citrus Sprinters and the Party Crashers so far have been very consistent at avoiding danger, although Sprinters and Crashers were involved in that battle with the Croissant Crew. There was 3 of them all together fighting for that last place spot, but Croissant Crew ended up falling it through. And it's currently Lagoon Platoon in the most trouble. Team Mayhem and Rosemary's fighting up to avoid that danger, but they're a full funnel clear of Lagoon Platoon so far, who really need to get going here.
Yeah, there's a full funnel in between them. Lagoon Platoon will hold on for Team Mayhem to go in the funnel above them, but Lagoon Platoon instantly drops on through, and Marsh needs to really hold on for a long time now in that green funnel and hope that Team Mayhem and the Rosemarys can join them in that final green funnel. Team Mayhem will drop on through, and they have an elliptical orbit. Is this the lifeline that Marsh can get, perhaps? Also, Rosemary's very close now. I think they will make contact with Lagoon Platoon, and yes, there's the contact there, as the other 3 marbles are all going to drop on through in the green funnel once again. So, it's going to be very close once again. Perhaps between all the marbles of the Rosemarys, it's too little too late for them. That contact really killed their run, as they are going to be out in 6th place here. Parsley, great run in the heats, not to be in this final.
Perhaps exerted too much energy in the heats. Where did it all go wrong? And there's too much vibrations in the course as the sign comes off. I imagine that'll be fixed as we watch these replays. But look at this. Parsley tries to do what Wanderer did in the heats to use the event horizon, but the Citrus Sprinters but Marsh and Sinensis had formed a bit of a barricade, and that stopped Parsley in their tracks, and they were gone from there. And the sign has been replaced on the bottom of the course to avoid that from happening again, and potentially distracting the racers and the commentators, as we're down to our top 5 confirmed now. Sinensis, Disorder, Marsh, Wanderer, and Buzz. Only 2 of these will miss out on the podium, and this will be one of those critical races to determine. And again, Sinensis and Wanderer have made it extremely far. Buzz has gone pretty far too. Only Disorder here has not really done this event before, but you wouldn't know it because they're fighting for first place now in this race, and they've taken it, as Buzz is the only marble currently in a clear last place and can only hold it as Lagoon Platoon does not come down quickly enough. Will this bode poorly for Buzz going forward? We'll have to see how this race holds. It's still pretty close and early stages.
And that early advantage for Disorder has completely evaporated here. They're battling with Buzz in that second to last orange funnel, and now a couple of them fall on through. Buzz actually holding on. That's Team Mayhem and the Citrus Sprinters and Lagoon Platoon, all very close to dropping on through into the green funnel. Party Crasher, the only one not in the second to last orange funnel, and they're hoping to keep that advantage here and hope to avoid that contact, and they do. Party Crasher now in a great position to avoid that melee in the green funnel, while Citrus Sprinters look to be in the worst position right now, but they might make contact with Lagoon Platoon, or maybe Lagoon Platoon is actually in the worst position it because they have a very elliptical orbit. And now Party Crashers have joined the fray. It could be any of these 5 once again that gets eliminated here. Buzz, actually now, very close to the event horizon. They make contact with the Citrus Sprinters. Now Sinensis looks very close down, and they will go through. Party Crashers in second to last there. They just managed to avoid it after such a good run in the orange, but Sinensis cannot repeat what they did back in Season 3. They will only get 5th place in this event. Still respectable for them, but they'd be hoping for more as a past winner of this event.
Past winner and also 3-time medalist. That is the first time Sinensis has ever missed the podium in the final elimination race, as a special guest turns up for the final few rounds. Blossom is going to watch along for the final 3 races of this event, but down to just 4. One of these, this race is important. This determines who misses the podium between Wanderer, Marsh, Buzz, and Disorder. Wanderer, of course, was the closest marvel to losing out there to the Citrus Sprinters, and they come on through in 3rd place as Disorder again takes the early lead, but it faded away so fast last race, but it's looking much stronger this time. There's a clear battle for 3rd place. Wanderer has fallen on through first and now has bottom, but Disorder has fallen back and is now almost losing the lead to Marsh, but now it's a 4-way race. They're only separated by 3. As I say that, the Honeycombs have come on through. They're already into Final 4 of the Orange. It's not looking good for them, but Lagoon Platoon, who are saved by Team Mayhem actually, this is looking like a Honeycombs loss so far as Lagoon Platoon completely, commentators curse at its finest. They've fallen straight into the green and now look to be in a lot of trouble. They need that contact from the Honeycombs, which they do get. Crashes and Team Mayhem look pretty good right now.
Yeah, those two, if they can hold on to that final orange, they can avoid that contact down below, as it's very elliptical orbits for both teams down below. It seems like it'll be one of them as Team Mayhem does join them, though. If they make that contact, it could be Team Mayhem that gets out, could be Party Crashers that goes out. They all are there now, and the contact is made now. Team Mayhem and Lagoon Platoon and the Honeycombs have a lifeline as the Party Crashers now look to be in the worst position right now, and some contact pushed us into the hole. Wanderer cannot get a medal here once again, and the Party Crashers after a medal in the last event. It cannot be 2 in a row, but still 4th place, very respectable from a funnel giant here in Tour de Endurance. And we have our podium set: Lagoon Platoon, Team Mayhem, and the Honeycombs. Honeycombs did it last season in Season 4. They've repeated the podium, but can they get on that top step?
Good lord, that was quite the choke by Wanderer. They had the comfortable lead and they just jumped into the green. They could not avoid all the contact in the green funnel, and the elliptical orbits actually worked out very well for Mayhem and Lagoon Platoon as they allowed themselves to launch into the Party Crashers at an odd angle, and it really threw them off, and it's made a big pack, and Wanderer at the back of it sent him down, and they are missing the podium here, but still a good run. Party Crashers finally finding some form in this season as we're down to our final 3. Lagoon Platoon was the last to come on through, but it's a very close battle so far as Marsh now goes down into a comfortable 3rd place, but this is still, it looks almost like a 1v1 here because all are so close together. Marsh does get that 3rd funnel well enough to hold themselves, but Team Mayhem push them on through, and then the Honeycombs, who have a pretty good lead so far. Now everyone's spread apart. Honeycombs, Team Mayhem, and Lagoon Platoon in that order, all separated by a funnel. Will Lagoon Platoon be able to bring it back? Mayhem do come on through and give them a push. Honeycombs now a full funnel clear and keeping it clean. It looks like it'll be between the bottom 2, but you just never know. That green funnel has been such a danger in this event so far today.
Also remember, this is not the final race. There will be a 1v1 after this, so this is just to determine the bronze, and Honeycombs right now look to be in the best position to advance straight onto the final. Team Mayhem looks dangerously close with that elliptical orbit, but now almost get jumped on by the Honeycombs, and now it could be all 3 of them that gets on through for the bronze medal. Team Mayhem, though, needs some of that contact. They seem to be first poised to drop on through first, as Lagoon Platoon might be making that contact any second now. Can Team Mayhem hold on? The contact is made. Marsh will fall on through, and Lagoon Platoon will capture only bronze in this event. Team Mayhem did just enough to make sure they made contact there, and they are going to have a 1v1 with Buzz of the Honeycombs, a repeat top 2 medalist in this event from last season.
Disorder has taken Larissa's place for Buzz. It is now down to the gold medalist Lagoon Platoon. That's their 5th medal of these games, a 4th bronze. They've done pretty well so far. They'll jump back up into the order after their goose egg in event 11, but that is a great result by Marsh, who typically does well in these funnel events. Finally back in action as the Honeycombs and Mayhem seated next to each other in the stands as Blossom watches along for the final race of this event. Buzz versus Disorder. Can Buzz do one better, or will Disorder again beat Buzz to that gold medal spot as they start the final race? And it looks like Buzz has the earlier advantage over Disorder. It's going to be all about when they get real close, they'll start pushing and shoving each other, and Disorder has been pushed on through by Buzz, who's got the early lead here.
Now it's all about individual running for Buzz. Can they avoid that contact here? They cannot. Buzz will be joined. The Disorder will be joined by Buzz in that first orange funnel, and now this could be where it goes for the entirety of this heat, of this 1v1 for the gold here. Buzz now looks to drop on through, but no, they get pushed aside once again by Disorder, and Disorder now drops on through. That's the third funnel. Really seems to be hard to keep spinning in for a long time, but Buzz right now doing a brilliant job. This could be what wins them the gold here.
They're clear cut ahead of Team Mayhem now. They're coming through into the green funnel, and they do not have a perfect entry. It's an elliptical orbit to start, but can they keep it clean around and try and regain that composure to keep themselves in this race? Honeycombs, we've seen bigger comebacks happen in this event so far today, but it looks like they're pretty clear in front. They just got to avoid that contact with Team Mayhem, keep themselves wide and away, and they will come home with the gold medal. Buzz will do the one step further. Disorder has avoided it once, and he's going to keep going around. Buzz will miss him one more time. Mayhem goes around the event horizon, and Disorder comes on through for the silver. Buzz has done it. 2 podiums in a row. This time it is gold. Congratulations to the Honeycombs. 2 golds in 4 events. They're really putting their names in the hat to go for a podium, or maybe even charge for the title with the struggling Greyscales and Sunrise in this event.
What a run for the Honeycombs. Their second gold medal of these games, and they are in a brilliant spot to make that title charge with how well they've done here. Gold in the obstacle race, and Buzz will do one better than what they did last season with the gold in the funnel elimination race. With just 4 events to go, time is running out to make that charge, but Buzz of the Honeycombs is doing the best effort here. Great job by Disorder of Team Mayhem too. They will rise up the standings, which is something they haven't done much in the season. And Lagoon Platoon, another medal for them. Great job by them.
As the Honeycombs jump 6 spots up into 3rd place, now 19 points behind Greyscales, but the gap between them and Sunrise is up to 15, but there is now 4 teams within that gold medal range of the Greyscales. It is still heating up at the top with the close pack in the middle, still persistent in the later parts of this season. We'll return to the We're really heading down the home stretch now for Tour de Endurance in Season 5, and after the disaster by Team Sunrise in Event 12, the Greyscales lead by 15, but there are a few teams within a gold medal range of the Greyscales. Team Sunrise, Honeycombs, and the Marauders. If the Greyscales give them some help, they could all take the lead in this event with a gold medal. And it is, of course, a jousting event. We've seen it already in the B League. Neptune Nomads took home the win, but historically, Greyscales have won here, Honeycombs have won here, and Blue Brigade have won here. All 3 of those teams are here in the A League, and can they perhaps win it again to bump themselves up into the standings? It's all about pushing that block into your opponent's zone, and if you push it into their zone, then you'll advance. It's as simple as that.
Yep, we've seen this in the B League few events ago, but now it's here for the main show. We'll do a pre-show here, Polar Bears and Cherry Blossoms. It's really about timing just as much as it's about strength here. And the first marbles, the opening joust, gives the edge to the Cherry Blossoms. And really, if you have that wall pressed against the block, it's very hard to make a comeback from the other team, from the deficit. 0.42, one of the bigger margins of victory I think we've seen in this event, at least this season. But it's really also about how you perform after you've fallen down the funnel than what you do before, because you want to be pressed as close to the block as possible to create a wall to prevent your opponents from capitalizing. There's the bracket. As you can see here, the Greyscales, the championship leaders, will be facing Crazy Chickens, who are all the way down in 16th place. So, a big opportunity there for them to get advancement. But on we go here, Team Mayhem and Team Sunrise here, and Team Mayhem gets the better start.
It's a very important opening heat. Sunrise have fought it back, and it's very close, neck and neck between the 2 teams, and it is a win for Team Sunrise, and a very important one of that. The first opening 2 jousts, there's Team Mayhem, and then there were 2 down for Team Sunrise. There you go, 2 and 3 to clear the wall and give them some breathing space, and then the final joust almost pushed it back in Team Mayhem's favour. It was so close, but Sunrise get that critical advancement, and they are on to the quarterfinals, and now there's their rivals, the Greyscales. Back to back are those two racing against their contenders. The Greyscales line up against the Crazy Chickens, who, as Raman mentioned, are in dead last. The Greyscales get the early lead. Chickens have fought it back. They've got that wall of four. Can the Greyscales find it back across the line? No! No, they cannot! The Greyscales are out in Heat 2, and now it's a big chance for those teams that are within a gold medal range to catch up, but 0.3 is incredible.
Millimeters deciding both the first two heats, which have such huge championship implications. The Greyscales, if they were just a bit earlier and they could get that block pushed before the Crazy Chickens just rolled an inch to the block, they might have done it just enough. But regardless, the Greyscales are out now. Honeycombs and White Knights, yet another team high up the standings. The Honeycombs in third place. They've pushed aside the White Knights, but the White Knights respond beautifully with 3 marbles getting to the block, and they have done it with their anchor, sealing it. Comfortable victory here, much more comfortable than the first two heats. And it's yet another upset here. White Knights are going to beat the third place team, Honeycombs.
Yes, indeed. We've had Team Sunrise, the only top half advancer so far. They are really going to track down the Greyscales here, gain some good points, especially if they can keep advancing. Citrus Sprinters and the Crystal Pistols line up next. No team lineup changes. Citrus Sprinters have 2 big jump downs early. Now it's clear they've got a good wall there, but the Pistols have 3 and 4 come down together, and they've all brought it back. And the Crystal Pistols, they have pushed it back over the line, and they will advance to the quarterfinals as well. A good comeback there by the Crystal Pistols. I thought they looked to be in a lot of trouble after the third sprinter came down, but 2, 3 and 4 all came down very close to one another, and it brought it back across the line for the Crystal Pistols. They will advance and continue a rather successful season for a team that has struggled historically. They're on to another top half result as we look to Lagoon Platoon and Croissant Crew in Heat 5, both doing about equal so far in the championship.
And off they go, Lagoon Platoon first to the block, but the Croissant Crew cover it nicely, and now they're bringing it back with 2 and 3. Now it's very even here, and the Lagoon Platoon, their anchor will just about do enough. It's all about the timing once again here. You can see it was back and forth between these two teams, and by 0.13, Lagoon Platoon got the edge. At this point, the Croissant Crew are slightly ahead. Now it's pretty much dead heat with 3 marbles each, but that final marble for the Lagoon Platoon just dropping down before the Croissant Crew will seal it for them, and they're going on to the quarterfinals. Marauders and Cheese Balls, just fractions of seconds determining all of these rounds, and fractions of millimeters, but look at how far the Marauders have pushed it into the Cheese Balls. The Cheese Balls are trying to bring it back, but they're too little too late. Marauders, comfortable victory here. They just gave the Cheese Balls no room to even get close here. The Cheese Balls, at this point, they're playing huge catch-up game. Marauders nowhere close to the block, but the Cheese Balls can't get it into the Marauders zone. So by that point, Marauders pretty much won already, and they get it over the line with their 4th marble.
Yeah, those first 2 pushes were just disastrous for the Cheese Balls. Marauders straight on through there, despite leaving plenty of space. Popsicles and Blue Brigade now. Blue Brigade, of course, previous winners. Popsicles are in the top half, trying to chase for a podium. They've currently got a wall to fight against, and it's neck and neck. The final push for the Blue Brigade has just nudged it over the line. That was going to be really close. 0.06 deemed by the adjudicators. The Blue Brigade get the win and will advance. Previous experience of winning this event clearly coming through there, but just that, it was literally bang on 0.0 when the 4th popsicle came down, and the Blue Brigade just had to give it that little bit of push, and they did. It was enough for the Blue Brigade, but only just, as we got one more heat to go with the Party Crashes and Rosemary's. But Blue Brigade, 3 very close runs already between these heats, as Party Crashes and Rosemary's time has been subbed in here, and they will go off. Rosemary's with the early start. Party Crashes have gone 2 and 3. They're straight back into this match.
And the Rosemary's have extinguished that gap now. Party Crashers is going to try to bring it back. That is once again very close. The Party Crashers didn't stay close to the block. That allowed the Rosemary's to come back in here. But the anchor for the Party Crashers will just about hold on for them. And by 0.02, the Party Crashers will get advancement here. You can see at this point it looks like it's pretty much done already. But that 1 second Rosemary extinguishing the wall for the Party Crashers, and by that point all the Rosemary's have come down. They've just about hit it in their zone, and the anchor did just enough to get it over the line once again and back into the Rosemary zone. Wonderfully recovered by the Party Crashers. They almost lost it entirely, but they are going on to the next round, and the Rosemary's will get the best of the rest. Greyscales, pivotally from that match, they will lose a point from that, and they will go into 10th place. Just 6 points for our championship leaders. Now Team Sunrise and Crazy Chickens in the first quarterfinal. Sunrise have the better start.
Yes, they do. They're pushing ahead of the Chickens here. They've got that wall against the block after the 4th marble, and Team Sunrise have made it into the top 4. They have made it to the semi-finals. The Greyscales provisionally are 21 points clear of Team Sunrise, so if they win gold, they will take the lead. The Marauders, they're the closest team that isn't Team Sunrise. They can't take the lead here, but they can get within just 5 or less points to the Greyscales if they also win this event. So those two teams are the ones to look out for. Sunrise have already booked their ticket into the semi-finals. White Knights and the Crystal Pistols in quarterfinal B. They're both fighting to just get perhaps a podium if they keep up great results at the end here. The White Knights have a great lead, 3 against the wall. The Pistols have a nice wall as well for their anchor, but the White Knights come down, block off that attempt, and the White Knights will advance to face Team Sunrise in semi-final A. They came down with a rapid fire 2 and 3, I do believe. There's the second one, and the third one came down not long after to push it too far ahead for the Crystal Pistols.
Yeah, you could see that one of those Crystal Pistols being punted back to their zone, and then when the second one was coming down, they had their teammate as a wall pretty much. They couldn't get any of their energy into the block. And our silver medalists of this event from Season 3 are going on to the next round now. Lagoon Platoon and the Marauders. Marauders were one of those teams to watch out for here. Still one of the only few teams in striking distance of our leaders. And their second marble and their third marble have come down now. It's 3 apiece here, and the Marauders, I think, have done enough with their anchor to seal it here. And yeah, it was just such a big advantage for the Marauders after 3 marbles apiece had gone in the Lagoon Platoon. There was too many Marauders marbles there for the Lagoon Platoon to make any sort of impact here.
Just a masterclass by the Marauders. They brought that 4th one down to firmly plant the wall for the Lagoon Platoon, and they had no chance when that anchor came down. Well done to the Marauders. They've taken the first semi-final B spot. Blue Brigade and Party Crashers. It's an early leading joust for the Blue Brigade. They brought down 2 and 3. Party Crashers have a mountain to climb. 2 and 3 to bring it back to about a halfway point, and they almost win the match. But the Blue Brigade have just held on, and they will get the win, moving on to semi-finals.
Yeah, the Blue Brigade, any event with a block, any event with strength, they are one to watch out for here. They didn't have the best strategy here. The marbles weren't perched against the block, but their opening jousts were so strong that they had a big enough advantage that the anchor of the Party Crashers couldn't do much. They will get 5th place. Crazy Chickens in 6th. And it's the Crystal Pistols and Lagoon Platoon. But here, a couple of teams in striking distance of our leaders, Team Sunrise and the Marauders. They'll be in separate semifinals. They could see themselves battling each other in the final. But we'll have to see if either of them can get to it. The Team Sunrise have the White Knights to face first, and they have the better opening joust. But here come the White Knights. 3 marbles here. The Team Sunrise have brought it back, and their anchor comes down just in time to push it into the White Knight zone. And by 0.05, Team Sunrise have brought it back beautifully. Yet again, another masterclass in timing here. If that Team Sunrise anchor came just a second later, it might have gone the other way. But Team Sunrise are getting 20 points at minimum. At minimum, they're going to be 1 point behind the Greyscales, and if they can win that final, we will have a new championship leader.
Oh yes, that is exciting. Marauders and Blue Brigade. Will the Marauders be able to stick it to Team Sunrise and try and also join that fight for what could be an actual championship battle here within single points? Blue Brigade are keeping it close. Marauders 3 and 4 come down together and create a beautiful wall, and we have a blockbuster finale between those 2 runners at the Greyscales. Marauders will move on to the final. Blue Brigade and White Knights will fight for the bronze, which overall will not have anywhere near the spectacle of this final. If Team Sunrise win it, they'll be 4 points clear of the Greyscales, and if they lose it, they'll be just 1 point behind with 3 events to go. It's really shaking up for what we thought was going to be a surefire victory for the Greyscales. It's starting to unravel more and more ever since that distance drag gold, and now it could really unravel altogether. They could lose the lead here, but first we look to that 3rd place round between 2 teams who have already secured medals in this tournament. We'll see if who will get their next brand new one, White Knights or the Blue Brigade.
The Blue Brigade have been strong all event, but they really need to work on their strategy here. Marauders have been excellent all event in that, and they beat the Blue Brigade here, and the Blue Brigade once again find themselves at a deficit. The White Knights are coming down first here, and I think it's done. Yep, White Knights will get the bronze here. Their marbles just gave Blue Brigade no opportunity to really push it back into their zone here. Just we're ahead every step of the way, and you can see at this point, halfway done with 2 marbles apiece, the White Knights were so far ahead. There's the wall there that will secure them the victory here, and the lowest step of the podium in jousting. White Knights, a team that started well in the season, are continuing to bring it back now in the later stages. Is it too little too late for them though? Because we have a final here between 2 teams that are both high up in the standings. Team Sunrise and Marauders. Who captures gold? Team Sunrise get the better start.
Oh, they've pushed well beyond with all 4 marbles. They've created that beautiful wall, and Team Sunrise will win the Jousting gold medal and take the lead of Tour de Endurance Season 5, which is something that has not been said for 10 events. A new competitor will lead the table by 4 points over the Greyscales. Marauders with a fantastically fought silver medal. There's just too much ferocity by Team Sunrise in the final. It was not enough for the Marauders to beat, and they will get 2nd place. White Knights get bronze, but now we've got a 3-way fight for this title. They'll be within just 12 points of each other, those 3 teams. 2 championship winners, and Team Sunrise, the dark horses of the season, with just 3 events to go, are leading this championship. What in the final 3 events this jousting is set up for us here. And there you see it, your eyes do not deceive you. Team Sunrise, +1 position, 4 points clear of the Greyscales. Marauders move up into 3rd place, just 12 points behind those leaders. Those 3 lead over the rest, and it is going to be a fantastic final 3 events. And of course, that event 14 is the one that many have been waiting for since its first arrival in Season 3. Event 14 of Tour de Endurance, the Big Tower, coming up next.
It's back, and it's bigger and better than ever. Welcome to the Big Tower, event 14 here in Tour de Endurance in Season 5, and Team Sunrise is the talk of the town as of late with their gold medal in jousting. They have usurped the home team Greyscales here for the first time in many events, and you can see just how long and how tall this event is going to be. An extended version of the Big Tower we saw back in Season 3, starting off with a quadrilla section and then getting into the funnels and ending off in the gravitracts. Almost perfect conditions here, but this course would be treacherous even on the sunniest of days. But Team Sunrise, with the new championship leaders, the momentum is on their side. We'll see what they can do here today.
Yes, 5 sections to this glorious course. You got the quadrilla into a maze of Hubelino, a maze of pegs, the orange and blue tower, which we still don't have a name for, and the gravitrack section. Of course, it's very easy to get confused with all these sections, but it's a massive winding course. The Expedition Pre-Show teams, these 4 could not wait to get to the top of that tower. Ash Risers come out first, Bone Rattlers, Polar Bears, and Sky Dragons following suit. Raman, of course, the master of the quadrilla, he knows all about this, and he'll be commentating very happily for that. As we go into the Hubelino maze, of course, the funnels are not made to, you got to go quickly through these for the first time in for the uncommon Tour de Endurance occurrence of going quickly through the funnels, but they are made to be easy to go through quickly. And then there's that blue one, you got to enter it properly. Bone Rattlers there, that's a danger, got stuck on the pegs, and Sky Dragons and Ash Risers catch up as a result. And then into the green, this massive winding tower where you're supposed to jump straight through the gap, and then the gravitracks to close it out. In this gravitrack section, it is treacherous. It's easy to get caught on this gravitrack section on the bottom. As we've seen, the White Knights in Season 3, it was an infamous race in semi-final B. Right on the line, they just got stuck, and it was a costly result. They fell to the losing, and they could not make it to the final because of it. Everything can go wrong at the very end here.
What a brilliant flourish we saw. You can see just how strung out the marbles can get to the gravitrax course, but such a changeable course that it is not over until it is over here in the Big Tower. Of course, everyone will know that from the legendary event we saw here in Season 3, and unfortunately for the Polar Bears getting stuck right towards the end, that is a big danger here in the Big Tower. So you really need to be alert for your whole run throughout this minute-long event almost. I think it will be more than a minute here in this version of the event. But there we can see our 4 heats of 4. The Greyscales, the previous championship leaders, now 2nd place chasing Team Sunrise. They'll be in the 1st heat along with the Party Crashers, the Gloom Platoon, and the Blue Brigade.
And they're lining up, climbing to the top of the tower as we speak. Bayo, Scaly, Outsider, and Blue Sky, the first 4 official marbles to take on this treacherous course, lining up in the funnel, and off they go into the quadrilla. It is the Greyscales, tough to tell in the funnel, who take the early lead, but the Lagoon Platoon cut the funnel in half and take the lead instead. Greyscales and the Lagoon Platoon are well clear of Party Crashers and Blue Brigade coming into the Hubelino maze. Party Crashers do pass the Blue Brigade in the Hubelino, so in this maze, you've got the Greyscales and Party Crashers who take the jump. The jump is definitely the faster way around, and they have provisional gaps ahead of the Lagoon Platoon. There you see Party Crashers take the lead of the event, only to miss the gap and fall back to 2nd. Now 3rd place, Blue Brigade and Greyscales both get past into the orange and blue tower we head now as Blue Brigade get through the funnel quickly, as do the Greyscales. Those 2 look pretty far ahead. Can the Lagoon Platoon or the Crashers make up a comeback here?
The Blue Brigade are well ahead right now. It's a battle for second at this point. The Blue Brigade, as long as they don't get stuck. Oh, almost had a hiccup there, but they will cross the line in first place, no problem. Greyscales are in second place. They're slowing down, but I think it's too little too late for Hubelino Pursuit to make any move on them, and they will peter out in third place. Meanwhile, Party Crasher stuck in the Gravitrax. Not the first one to fall victim to that Gravitrax ending course, but Outsider will get a DNF. Not good for our Season 2 champions that have struggled in the season. But crucially, the Greyscales that just lost the championship lead, they've lit a fire under themselves in the event, in the gap between last and this event, and they're going on to the next round along with the Blue Brigade. Lagoon Platoon was too far back. Even if they might have gained a little bit in the Gravitrax, it was too little too late. Now it's all about how the chasing teams respond. Marauders, the third place team, they're in this heat along with the Crystal Pistols and a few other solid colored teams in the Cheese Balls and the Citrus Sprinters.
Pistols got out to a massive start. They fell behind earlier, but then they managed to cut the funnel again, as we saw in the last round. Marauders are just ahead of those two solid colored marbles, but they get shouldered aside coming into the Hubelino maze, and the Citrus Sprinters and Cheese Balls have both pulled ahead. Cheese Balls were in the jump, and they've got a big lead now into the pegs. It's going to be a battle for second place if Cheese Balls can hold out this lead, and the Sprinters currently have it, jumping into the green, and through very fast are the Cheese Balls. They're flying around this course, down to the loop. In fact, it's only been half a minute, and they're already onto the Gravitrax. Who's in second? It's the Citrus Sprinters for now. Pistols come through quickly. They delay themselves just a little bit in the green funnel. That might have been costly. Marauders are nowhere to be seen. They got thrown aside of the maze, and it was all over from them. Cheese Balls crossed the line at around 45 seconds. They will advance. The Sprinters just need to keep it clean now, and they will get through as well. It's a bit slow, struggling through those little gaps, but they will make it to the end, and those two solid colored teams will win and advance, and Marauders, they will go out after the Greyscales advancement, cracking under the pressure very early on that course. It was all in that Hubelino maze where things went wrong for the Marauders. I think it was right about here on the replay. Cheese Balls and the Sprinters just threw them aside, ruining their line in the funnel, sorry.
Yeah, and you can see, Citrus Sprinters having a bit of acrobatics there, but they do manage to come out unscathed. The Marauders really got pushed aside in that Hubelino funnel section, and they couldn't recover from that at all, and they are going to lose ground on the second place team, Greyscales. Now on to heat number 3. Crazy Chickens, Croissant Crew, Popsicles, and White Knights here. None of these teams are really that close to that leading battle, but with a great result here, they can close that gap. Popsicles get a great line from the opening quadrilla funnel, and the other three are all mired close to each other. No passing so far. No, White Knights do manage to close that gap, and now they're very close with that is the Croissant Crew. And the Popsicles are going to exit first from the Hubelino section, and a perfect line into the blue funnel. They're now still in first place. The Croissant Crew have taken a brilliant line. They're chasing them now into second place.
It's close coming into the green. The Chickens had a poor entry into that blue funnel out of the Hubelino maze, and they've fallen real far behind. Popsicles have gotten through the loop and are now well out in front. It's really a battle for first place here, as Crazy Chickens and White Knights just struggled so much in the middle of the course, as Croissant Crew are so far clear of third place. They're having a run at the Popsicles here for bragging rights. Popsicles, they were very slow at the bottom, but they were able to hold out for the win. Chickens, of course, whoever was the winner of this event last season, but just could not heck that new peg section, which was not present in the Season 3 course, and they fall out in the heat. And the White Knights really struggled. I don't know where it went wrong for them. I think it was up in this section of the course. And the Chickens, they took the only marble, I think, to take the quick route, but was shouldered aside by the Croissant Crew, and this was their pivotal mistake. Right here, coming off of that wooden bridge, could not enter the gap perfectly, and they just fell back from there. But look at this run by the Croissant Crew. They just weaseled around those gaps to try and catch the Popsicles. Couldn't be done, but they will both advance as we look on to Heat 4. And there's those championship leaders who only just took the lead, and now they have the monumental task of holding on to it.
Yeah, the Greyscales did great to hold on to it for so long, but they've lost it now. Team Sunrise, they're championship leaders for the first time ever, I think. But they've now taken the lead here ahead of the Rosemaries, and Team Mayhem is bringing up the rear now, and Honeycombs as well, but now all of them very close here in the Hubelino section. But Team Sunrise, brilliant into the funnels and past the blue section, and they're now well ahead, about to jump into the green. And off they go now. If they keep it clean throughout the orange and the blue and go straight through the Gravitrax, they should be able to advance here, as the marbles now are only joining them are Team Sunrise. But Team Sunrise quickly makes quick work of the orange and blue section. They're now well ahead. Just need to avoid the DNF now, and Team Sunrise will join the Greyscales in the semifinals. but will there be a battle for second here? Team Mayhem are being hounded. Team Sunrise is stuck. Team Sunrise is stuck, and the other marbles will go around them just about. And Team Sunrise will go from first to second to third to last place here. It was all about keeping it clean here, as we've seen at the end of the Gravitrax course. And for Dawn, unfortunately, they will get a DNF. That's going to be a very poor result for them, which looked like a surefire advancement, and it all goes home for them.
Oh, we've only seen that before with the White Knights. Team Sunrise, goodness me, right at the end they just cracked and they fell into the gaps at the very end, and that was the only one of 2 DNFs. They finished in 15th place. Marauders gain a point, but Greyscales, even if they didn't advance and finish 9th, they'd passed them. So now it's all about damage control. Team Sunrise's hopes. How far will the Greyscales go in these in this event? To get to the semis is good enough already, but can they go that step further and really push for this title, get back into the driver's seat that they had all season as the first semi-final lines up? Popsicles, Citrus Sprinters, Honeycombs, and the Blue Brigade. None of these teams really fighting for anything so far, but they can jump themselves up. Honeycombs are, of course, in 4th place, currently fighting to try and get onto the podium. They need to get up there real well, though, in these final few events. Popsicles and Sprinters get out quickly. I think the Sprinters are going to make an overtake. No, they're shoved by the Popsicles, and the Blue Brigade get past, and it really slows down the Honeycombs in particular. But now they're all close together coming through the maze. Honeycombs and the Brigade take the quicker route, but struggle to get a good entrance into the funnel. Popsicles are going to cut past them both and take the lead. Blue Brigade takes 2nd place. Honeycombs and Sprinters, a bit slow so far.
And the Popsicles, great performance in the quadrilla there. Really like to see that. And they now jump into the green funnel first, and they'll exit it just about. I think they exited first with lots of contact here in the green funnel between Blue Brigade and the Honeycombs. The Honeycombs are now well ahead right now, and they'll take the lead ahead of the Popsicles into the Gravitrax. Will 3rd place come quickly here? Citrus Sprinters, I think the gap might be too much here, but a DNF could bring one of those marbles back into this race, but I don't think it's going to happen. The first 2 marbles will get out in front, and Popsicles will go to the final. Honeycombs will also go on to the final. Blue Brigade were nowhere after that opening section, and they will peter out here in 4th place. Citrus Sprinters, I think their gap was too big, and that contact there in the quadrilla could have been very costly for them if they had a better line, if they had a better exit from there and could get out in front here in this early stages. They wouldn't have had such a big gap to make up, but unfortunately for them, lots of contact there. That might have ruined the Blue Brigade here. You can see here they go circling around in the green funnel for way longer than they would have liked. That really killed their run.
They just got shoved aside by the Honeycombs. Honeycombs pushed ahead after that, and then just ran off in the distance, fighting with the Popsicles as Greyscales, Team Mayhem, Croissant Crew, and Cheeseballs line up next. And the Greyscales, you can see, got off to a very quick start, trying to fly themselves into the final. Mayhem are in 2nd ahead of the Croissant Crew and the Cheeseballs in that order. Croissant Crew trying to make an overtake. They get right up behind Team Mayhem and get past coming into the maze. 3 of them have gone to the quick route. Croissant Crew are already through the gaps. They're flying in this race. Mayhem in 2nd place. They've shouldered with the Greyscales, but they can't quite get by. And now the Cheeseballs and them have fallen a bit behind with some poor entrances into the funnels. Croissant Crew get a good run under the green, but they do slow down a bit. They slow down a lot, in fact. The Greyscales have shouldered ahead. They've taken the lead of the race. Here comes Mayhem, also shouldered through. The Croissant Crew are throwing this away. They fall back to 3rd place. Cheeseballs can't quite take advantage, but Greyscales have a huge lead now.
And the Greyscales, they just need to keep it clean. They've booked their ticket into the final. Team Mayhem is going to get stuck. Team Mayhem is stuck and out to battle for second, as Greyscales will cruise to victory here. Now, these 2 marbles, Croissant Crew, will they do enough to hold on? Here comes a run by the Cheeseballs, but they won't get by. That is the racing we'd love to see here at the end of the Big Tower. Cheeseballs almost got by there, but Croissant Crew with Brioche did just enough by less than a second, just a few tenths between them for advancement to the final. But the Greyscales looked composed. As soon as they got the lead from that green funnel, they managed to keep it all the way to the end, and that impact there by Team Mayhem getting stuck on that Gravitrax Hexagon like a stone, that killed their race. And what a race it produced here for 2nd place. Cheeseballs will unfortunately miss out yet again. It seems like they've gotten 5th so many times here. Then it's Citrus Sprinters, Blue Brigade, and Team Mayhem. But now all eyes back on our hosts, who are firmly back in the driver's seat for this championship. The question is, how big will that lead get? Can they get yet another gold here in Big Tower?
Oh boy, after just losing the lead, they're making a statement here in the Big Tower. Scaly, Brioche, Icy, and Flutter for the gold in the Big Tower, and they come on through. Flutter has the lead ahead of Scaly, Icy, and Brioche brings up the rear so far, but no one takes any cuts in the funnel, so it's going to be a close dash down the quadrilla. Flutter holds the lead just over Scaly. Icy's going to have a go. Icy's gotten into 2nd place, and Scaly's pushed to last as 3 of them take the slow away. Honeycombs could be up for an early advantage here. They can get a good run through the funnel, and they do. They've got a big lead now to the Honeycombs, plunging into the blue. very fast. They're going to come into the green with a nice big lead. Greyscales have second place, but it's close to the Popsicles. The Honeycombs jumping into the green now. It's very fast. They're looking very strong up front. Oh, they've come off the track. The Honeycombs are off. The Honeycombs are off. It is now a race for the lead between these three marbles. The Croissant crew have also come off. It's now a race between Popsicles and Greyscales. Who's going to get it? Popsicles have a big lead though.
They've taken so many risks, and the risk of it, it's a race of attrition here as the Greyscales chase down and take the lead. The Greyscales at home have gotten by, but Popsicles will try to get them back, and they get them back, and they get stuck themselves. And the Greyscales will cross the line in their home stadium to win gold and take not just a championship lead back from Team Sunrise, but a commanding lead with just 2 events to go in Season 5. What a performance by Scaly. While everyone else couldn't keep it on the track, they will cross the line first and get yet another gold for the home team. You can see just flying off the track there for the Croissant crew. And here, what a battle we saw between these two teams. The Popsicles perhaps getting a bit ahead of themselves, seeing their competitors crash out here, but the Greyscales pivotally were not one of them, and a beautiful line there while Popsicles just get stuck and Greyscales are back on top and well in position to win a home championship here. What a performance by Scaly today.
And with just 2 events to go, the Greyscales are back on top by 20 points, and they eliminate 9 teams from championship contention. Just the top 7 can win now, but boy, does anyone aside from Team Sunrise need so much help. 4 gold medals for the Greyscales. They lead by 20 going into the final 2 events. Can anyone stand a challenge for them in those final 2? But first we get back to the end is in sight in Tour de Endurance Season 5, and the home heroes Greyscales have just pulled off a miracle in the Big Tower, now leading by 20 points over Team Sunrise, and they are a further 31 points clear of the Marauders, defending champions, in 3rd place. And it's a brand new event making up the second to last event of the season, the Penalty Shootout, all about accuracy, control, and precision in shooting at that goal, but this time there is a mobile defender. In this event, of course, there will be every member of the team will shoot at the goal, 5 shots each, so the captain will go first and the reserve will go last, and for all the shots, except for the 5th one, the reserve will act as the goalie. So that means the captain will be goalie for shot 5, and whichever team has scored the most goals after all 5 shots have gone off will advance to the next round. Of course, if a team has already confirmed their advancement or their win by shot 3 or 4, the round will end automatically and there's no need to continue. There's the first look at what a save might look like as the Ash Risers coming in from the left as the goalie stop the Cherry Blossoms. The shooter comes from the right and the goalie comes from the left, and all shots here, there you see both of them score in the shot 2, Ash Risers and Cherry Blossoms, the Expedition pre-show. And there's a big save. There you see Cherry Blossoms making a save in shot 3. Now Ash Risers, they can't make the save again, and now it's an even game, 2-2. This is only, of course, 4 marbles. This would be the deciding shot in the Expedition pre-show, and the Cherry Blossoms make a second save in a row, and now Ash Risers can't make the save as the Cherry Blossoms just score to win the game. So that's a bit of a taste for how it's going to work, and of course, as you may have noticed, it's just me in the commentary box today. Unfortunately, Rowan Powder could not make it as we consider how the permutations for this event is going to go. Team Sunrise line up in the very first heat against the Blue Brigade. Greyscales line up in Heat 4 with Team Mayhem. Of course, several teams can still win this tournament with outside chances, but they would need to get a gold or silver here to have any chance, and with some help from those 2 championship protagonists as Blue Brigade and Team Sunrise line up first. Blue Sky and Dawn will have the first shot. Blue Daisy and Aurora as our goalies. Blue Brigade shooting first against Team Sunrise, and they score pretty easily just toward the left there. Team Sunrise cannot quite go the right way. Second shots now, and Team Sunrise again It's 1-1, and it's early days as we move on to shot 2. Blue Brigade. Blue Jay gets through on their shot against Team Sunrise. Now, Daybreak's going to line up. Gold medalist in the downhill, in the distance drag, sorry, and was so quick to the line that Blue Daisy couldn't even get there. Shot 3, it's still 2-2. Blue Brigade, they do braze! Aurora gets a touch to the Blue Brigade, but cannot quite make the save. Team Sunrise is stopped by the Blue Brigade! In a big swing, the Blue Brigade have made a save. It's 3-2 to the Blue Brigade after shot 3. Oh, they've got them back! Team Sunrise have made a critical save to get back in the championship goal, and that's 3-3 now with the score from Beams of Team Sunrise at shot 5 now, lining up. The reserves, having been goalie so far, now must score a goal. Blue Daisy scores their penalty. Aurora does as well, but oh my, that was close. Big contact with the captain of the Blue Brigade as we go on to sudden death. Shot 6, the captains line up again. Blue Sky scores theirs in shot 6. Sunrise is Dawn now, gets through, and it's still, now it's 5-5 on the board. One miss, one save, and it could all be over. Blue Brigade, come down. They score their shot 7. Team Sunrise, the pressure really being on as a second shooter here. They shoot, they miss going down the middle, and Team Sunrise are out in the heats. Oh boy, the Greyscale, the home fans, they're very excited with that. Team Sunrise, oh dear, that was just a near miss there. It could have all been over right there, but they able to keep it going, but they couldn't make the definitive save against the Blue Brigade in the final 2 shots, and Blue Brigade will advance, and now the Greyscales could just clinch the title here today as Popsicles and Party Crashers line up next. Popsy will shoot first against Raider, and Raider makes a save straight away. Popsicles early on will have a red mark next to their name, and the Party Crashers, it was close, but they will take an early lead after shot 1. Shot 2 now with Icy against Raider. Icy comes down. It's slow and precise as Raider does miss, and Popsicles get their first goal of this round, and Party Crashers also get their second. It's 2-1 to the Party Crashers after shot 2. Popsicles have some work to do to bring this back. They do score their third one. Lolly does well there. Raider will be removed out of the way of the ramp. Down comes Wanderer, who misses the target completely. Wanderer misses the target, and it is now 2-2. It is an even game. Popsicles are on the way to bringing this back. Frosty scores. It's 3-2 now. Party Crashers still to shoot their 4th shot. Newcomer also misses, hitting the post in both shots 3 and 4 for the Party Crashers. Popsicles, if they score this, they'll advance by default, and they do. The Party Crashers cannot bring it back in the 5th shot, and it is all over. 4-2 on the board for the Party Crashers, despite a great start. 2 misses, and they're out. And the Popsicles are one of those teams with an outside chance with the silver after the Big Tower, can still win this tournament, but of course the Greyscales, it is all about Heat 4. All eyes will be on Team Mayhem that aren't, of course, the home fan eyes, as Croissant Crew and Lagoon Platoon line up next. Bayo to shoot, Croissant to shoot first, Bayo to shoot second against the Pastry, the reserve of the Croissant Crew. And there you go. Through the first shot, both teams score theirs pretty comfortably. It was very precise by Bayo especially, as Baguette comes down, scores their goal for the Croissant Crew, and Pond's going to lining up next, as so far there's been no particular dramatic saves, and it's 2-2 on the board after shot 2. Shot 3 now, with the Claire lining up for the Croissant Crew. Oh, that was close. They went down the middle, and it was very close to Gulf, but they're able to avoid it. Down comes Marsh, and a pretty comfortable goal there as well. Still 3-3. A save now in these final 2 shots could be the defining moment in this heat, as Brioche also scores theirs. 4th shot for Lagoon Batoon now, and it's 4-4. Shot 5. It's make or break now for these teams. The reserve shooting against the captain. Pastry scores theirs. Pressure's on for Lagoon Batoon. They have to score it to keep it going to sudden death. Down comes Golf, and they've made it. Slow and precise. They move on to shot 6. It's back to the captain, so Croissant lines up against Golf and scores with a belter straight down to the left side. Too fast for Golf to even come close. Bayo, very precise in the left corner. Beautiful shot there, and it keeps going on to shot 7. Now with Baguette, member 2 lining up against the Lagoon Platoon reserve. Can't quite make the save, can that reserve? And now it's going to be Pond against Pastry. Pond gets through on to shot 8. The furthest we've gone in the event so far today. Eclair lines up again. Coming down, they get a nice shot to the left, and they score again. Will there ever be a save in this round? We could be here all day. Down comes Marsh, saved by Pastry, and that's going to do it. 8-7, Croissant Crew will advance, and the save eventually came. Marsh could not score for a second time. Oh wow, that was very close, and there was almost a defining save there for Golf to get Lagoon Batoon through, but that is a devastating result, right on the brink of winning for Lagoon Batoon, and they are out. Croissant Crew will advance. Another team close to the top spots that can still win this tournament, as here we go, Team Mayhem lines up against the Greyscales. Mayhem will shoot first with the Sorter, and it's a great shot in the right corner, and Paley goes the wrong way with how it now comes down. Shady who scores there, so it's 1-1 off the shot 1. No misses or saves so far. Havoc comes down, scores for Team Mayhem. It's 2-1 with Greyscales' second shot coming down now. Grey shoots and does make contact. It was close for Turmoil, the goalie for Team Mayhem, but they can't quite make it count. Here comes, Bedlam comes down a bit too slow. Paley with some power and shoves Team Mayhem back. But they stopped again. It's a 2-2 still after shot 3. That was so close. They almost crossed the line, did Silvery, but 2 saves in shot 3, and it's still 2-2. Still dead even coming into shot 4. They make it, do shot 4, Team Mayhem. And now comes Greyscales. They're saved! It's 3-2 after shot 4. Team Mayhem to score this would get them through to the next round. The Greyscales are out! 4-2. The same exact score we saw with the Party Crashers. Look at that save by the Greyscales. They had just scored their next 2. It would have been enough, but a great 2 saves by Turmoil in shots 3 and 4. And Team Mayhem sneak through to the next round, and the Greyscales will not be clinching this title, as Team Sunrise, I believe, will beat them with a better losing score. So the game will still go on to the Funnel Marathon in a couple of weeks' time, as Crystal Pistols and the White Knights line up now. 2 solid-coloured, crystal clear marbles, and Jewel makes the first shot of the day and scores it. Cream lining up now for the White Knights in shot 1 and clears it. So shot 1, no trouble so far for either team. Now for shot 2, Rhinestone against Armour, scores on the right side. A very good shot there by Rhinestone for sure. Down comes Milk for the White Knights. Very successful marble, of course. They do get through rather easily against the Crystal Pistols goalie. Now it's still 2-2. Crystal Pistols, it was close that time. They were a bit slower coming down the ramp, but Armour can't quite get there to stop them. Down comes Halbert, who gets stopped by the Crystal Pistols reserve. It is a good now to lead for the Pistols coming into shot 4. They just need to hold on to this. It's a great shot to the right, and a great shot by Paragon, who keeps it going. White Knights' mace also scores to keep them in the game. They have to make a save here, though, or else they're going to be eliminated. Down comes Armour on the left. They've done it! They've stopped the Crystal Pistols, and now it's game on. Crystal Pistols, if they save it, though, they'll still advance, and they don't. We're moving along. It's 4-4 after shot 5. Shot 6 is now sudden death. 1 save, it could all be over. A good shot by Jewel into the left corner. We're back to the captains, of course. Cream. Almost is pushed against the post by a Crystal Pistols goalie. Down comes shot 7. It's going to be Rhinestone, who's stopped by the White Knights right on the line. It's very close now, White Knights. If Milk scores it, they're through. And they've done it! Milk has brought it back for the team despite an early save for the Pistols right there. They lose it out in the 7th shot and will lose 6-5. Oh, look at that. That could have been that was the defining moment that missed it for the Crystal Pistols. That could have been the save to win them the game, but they are out despite a very good score. Now, Heat 6. Marauders and Crazy Chickens, Prowler and Pato acting as goalies in this event. As Prongs, I believe, will come down first against Pato. And it's a wonderful save! Prongs goes to the left, but is stopped dramatically by Pato. And a great run there by Pro of the Crazy Chickens. They get their first shot, and it's 1-0 early on the night. Now comes Padfoot, who's also stopped. It's 2 saves in a row for the Crazy Chickens goalkeeper. Pato's doing great stuff as Prowler also makes a save. It's still 1-0 coming into shot 3. A very close game so far. A 3rd save in a row. I cannot believe it. This is unprecedented. And the Chickens are 2-0 up after shot 3 with Pato having made 3 saves. Goodness me. Shot 4 now. Marauders finally score a goal. It took them 4 shots to get there, but the Chickens, if they score this, they're through, and it's over. 3-1. An absolute smashing. They just could not get past. It took 4 attempts to get past the Pato goalie from the Crazy Chickens by the Marauders, and they are out and will probably be out of contention to win this title. They were 31 points behind, could not advance, and they'll be gone now. As we move on to the Honeycombs and the Citrus Sprinters. Honeycombs are running well in the table. Citrus Sprinters have struggled as defending runners-up, and they try and bring it back now. As the Honeycombs, they'll have a chance to try and get back up into the order. So do the Marauders, though. We saw how poorly that went. Beeswax and Tangelo, both captains, they've scored their first penalty. So now we move on to shot 2 with Buzz of the Honeycombs, who comes down like an absolute rocket ship and beats Pomelo to the line. Now comes Calamondin, saved by Hummer. And it is now 2-1 to the Honeycombs with a save from Hummer in shot 2. Honeycombs now to the right. It was very precise by Pollen, and it's 3-1 now. Sprinters shot 3. A fantastic save by Hummer. Launches towards Sinensis on the right and stops them dramatically. 3-1. Honeycombs score their 4th penalty, and it is all over. 4-1. A 3-goal win for the Honeycombs. Citrus Sprinters, that is a very poor result. They did not want that at all. Honeycombs in with a shot 2. potentially have contention at least for the title going into the final event. A very good performance there, especially by their goalkeeper, as we move on to the final heat. It's a quick event, no time to rest for the weary, as Cheeseballs line up against the Rosemaries. Ricotta and Time acting as the goalies here. Cheeseballs come down first as a slow and precise shot by Cheddar, but a beautiful placement to the right. Now comes Rose of the Rosemaries. Stopped by Ricotta! Ricotta makes an early save, and it's 1-0 to the Cheeseballs after shot 1. Shot 2 now. Mozzarella comes down, and it was close with Time, but they're able to score it. Now Rosemary's with their second shot. Down comes Levin, and it's also stopped by Ricotta. 2-0 early on. Cheeseballs, perfect run so far. Rosemary's have to make a save soon, and they're going to be a big. They've made it. They have made their save. As I say that, commentator's curse. They've made their save, but Ricotta makes another save. 2 saves in shot 3. It's still 2-0. Cheeseballs, the shot to win it, and they've done it. 3-0. Rosemary's couldn't even score a goal. Oh wow, Cheeseballs, what a win that was. I'm starting to lose my voice. 3-0 after, in Heat 8, Ricotta with 3 saves. Time managed to make one for the Rosemaries, but they could not score a single penalty, and it results in a dead last finish for the Rosemaries. 16th place, and there you see Sunrise and Greyscales, 11th and 12th. The gap going into the final event will be a massive 19 points, which means Sunrise have to win that final event to have any chance. It's going to be a really tough ask, but can any of these teams also put themselves into that battle if they win gold here? The Popsicles are one of those teams. They cannot make an early save as Blue Sky scores their first penalty for the Brigade. Popsy responds well, also scores their penalty, and it is 1-1 after shot 1 as standard. Now comes shot 2. Blue Jay goes left, and so does the Popsicles goalie, but they're unable to stop it. Down comes Icy now for the Popsicles, and is stopped by the Blue Brigade. It's 2-1 on the night so far. Moving on to shot 3. Blue Brigade have the lead. They just need to try and hold it here, and they do a straight shot that the Popsicles can't stop. Now down comes Lolly for the Popsicles. In shot 3, they have to make it, and they do, but they only just were able to beat Blue Daisy to the line. There was contact. It was close. Shot 4. Blue Brigade are stopped by the Popsicles. It could be 3-3 now. Popsicles have a chance to equalize with their third. They fourth shot. They can't do it. It's still 3-2. 2 saves in shot 4. Shot 5. Blue Brigade to win it. They've done it! They've knocked out the Popsicles of the event and out of championship contention. They could not advance or run for a gold or a silver to try and get up to those Greyscales, and Popsicles crash out after 2 great saves from Blue Daisy. Despite the work that Slushy tried to put in the later half of the heat, Blue Brigade are moving on to the semi-finals. And we move on to quarterfinal B. Croissant Crew, who must be exhausted after the heats. They did 8 shots to get through to this round, and Team Mayhem, who just beat out the Greyscales. 2, I imagine, very tired teams, but Turmoil, the goalie for Team Mayhem, pulls out a great save right away, and Team Mayhem have an early lead as Disorder scores theirs. Moving on to shot 2, it's 1-0 to Team Mayhem. Down comes Baguette for the Croissant Crew, who is also stopped by Turmoil, who's on a tear so far. 2 saves already. Havoc scores for Team Mayhem. It's 2-0, a perfect start for Team Mayhem. Croissant Crew have to score soon, or else they'll be in a heaping pile of trouble. And there you go, there's their first penalty. It's 2-1. Team Mayhem now to come down for their third shot, and they're saved by Pastry. It's 2-1 now. Croissant Crew are on the way to bringing it back, but they have to keep scoring. And they can't! A third save for Turmoil. 2-1 still. Team Mayhem could close it out here, and they do. 3-1. All over by shot 4. And Team Mayhem advance with 3 saves and 4 shots. Turmoil has been a wall in this event so far, stopping the Greyscales and now just mopping out the Croissant Crew, who could not quite be as precise as they were back in the first heat with the Green Platoon after so many shots fired in that first heat. Now quarterfinal C, White Knights and the Crazy Chickens. White Knights, of course, with a chance to still do well on the table, but I believe they can only just run for a podium. It's a good start. They do manage to score their first penalty, as do the Crazy Chickens. It's 1-1 after shot 1. We haven't seen that for a while. It's been chaos and chaos in the first shot so far. There's a big save. Pato stops Milk at the goal line, and the White Knights are going to be falling behind here. It's 2-1 to the Chickens after a great shot from Gallo. Moving on to shot 3. It'll be Halberd to shoot against Pato, and they get across nice and easy on the right side. Down comes whoever now against the White Knights goalie, and they're stopped. Armour stops, however, in their tracks. 2-2 after shot 3. It's even Stevens again. Shot 4 saved. The Chickens saved the White Knights again. It's 2-2. Chickens can make it the lead here. They can't do it. Another save. 2-2 after shot 4. Shot 5. The deciding shot now. Who's going to make the decisive move? The Chickens have saved again. Can they get the goal to win it? Yes! They've done it! Quarterfinal C. goes to the Crazy Chickens. What a battle that was. 5 saves out of 10 shots. Incredible stuff by both goalies, but ultimately the shooting by the Chickens was just a little bit better. Very precise, especially by Pato there against the White Knights captain to get the advancing shot as we move on to quarterfinal D. Honeycombs, the closest team, the highest team in the order in these quarterfinals. Can they get through and try and track down those top 2 runners? The first shot, perfect for Beeswax, straight through. They get past the Ricotta, who has yet to miss a save until that round, and now Cheddar makes it as well. So shot 1 goes well for both sides. It's 1-1 early on. Buzz, nice and quick toward the left side. They get there too fast for Ricotta, and the Honeycombs have the advantage. But Cheeseballs equalise. They maintain it after shot 2. Moving on to shot 3 now. It'll be Pollen shooting on the left for the Honeycombs. Oh, they're stopped by Ricotta. That's another save for Ricotta, and now the Honeycombs must equalise. Oh, they've responded very well with another save. It's still 2-2 after shot 3. Shot 4 coming down now for the Honeycombs. They're all saved again off the post by Ricotta. A beautiful stop. Cheeseballs now get the chance to take the lead, and they do. It's 3-2 into shot 5. Honeycombs have to score this, or else they're going to be out. They have to save 2. Another save. 3 in a row by Ricotta, and Cheeseballs will advance and secure their first ever top 4 finish. 2 great. Look at this save. Oh, look at that. Right off the post, and then a great precise shot by Ricotta, who's doing, Swiss, sorry. Doing an amazing job so far of the Cheeseballs. They've secured their first ever top 4 result. How far can they go? And the Honeycombs getting 5th means only the Greyscales and Sunrise can still win this tournament, and it's going to be a very one-sided Greyscales lead going into that final event. As we move on to the semi-finals, comprising of only the teams in the bottom 4 of the standings, Blue Brigade and Team Mayhem lining up in semi-final A. Blue Brigade will shoot first, Mayhem second in this battle. Blue Brigade, first shot, it is cleared nice and easy. They get straight through. Team Mayhem Disorder now. Shoots, and is saved by Blue Daisy. Another early save in these rounds. 1-0 to the Blue Brigade. Shot 2 now lines up, and Team Mayhem respond perfectly. They've stopped Blue Brigade in shot 2, and they have to equalize it here in shot 2, and they do. It's 1-1 on the board, and it's moving on to shot 3. Even Stevens. Blue Tang cannot get past Turmoil. It's another save for Team Mayhem. Another save for Blue Brigade too. 4 saves already in 6 shots. Only 2 of them have been scored in course semi-final A so far. There's the third one. The Blue Brigade, Blue Corn scores. It's 2-1 now. Mayhem will equalize pretty strongly as Mutiny dives to the right and scores the second goal for Team Mayhem. There's the Blue Brigade scoring the 5th. Blue Daisy in shot 5 is able to score, and here comes Turmoil, gets their third one as well. It's 3-3. We're going on to sudden death shots as the captain lines up again. Blue Sky, is stopped by Turmoil. Here comes the goal. Mayhem, if they score this, they advance. Down comes Disorder and is saved. It's still 3-3. Moving on to shot 7. Turmoil is stopping Blue Brigade again. 4 saves in 1 go. Here comes Team Mayhem to win it. They've done it. Team Mayhem 4-3 despite 7 shots. 4-3 only, and Team Mayhem have made it all the way to the final. Turmoil has made so many saves today. It's incredible. Wonderful stuff by the Team Mayhem goalkeeper. And Blue Brigade will go to the 3rd place round. Now Cheeseballs, they've already made history for their franchise today. Can they make more, perhaps securing a medal by going straight to the final? Chickens and the Cheeseballs, bottom 2 in the table, fighting for the win here. The Ricotta makes a very early save. Already the Cheeseballs are gunning for that final spot, and they've made a very precise shot as well. It's 1-0 for the Cheeseballs already after shot 1. Down comes Gallo for the Chickens. Against Ricotta, they're able to score their second shot. Now it'll be Mozzarella on the right against Pato. They're able to score. It's still 2-1. Cheeseballs still have the advantage after that shot 1 save. Down comes shot 3. Huevo is stopped again by Ricotta. It's getting exciting now. The Cheeseballs are just a few shots away from advancing. A precise and slow shot by Parmesan. Chickens now have to score it to stay in the game. It's 3-1 already to the Cheeseballs. They've been stopped again, and by the halfway point of shot 4, the game is already over, and Cheeseballs secure their first ever medal by getting to the final. The Chickens will go to the 3rd place round with the Blue Brigade, but history is being made with every single shot here. What a save! 3 out of 4 shots by the Chickens was saved by Ricotta. Ricotta's been a wall all day today. As we look on to the finals, Blue Brigade and the Chickens will fight for that bottom step of the podium, but who will capture the gold here? Mayhem and the Cheeseballs, perhaps both of these teams with outside miraculous chances of making those top 8 playoff spots. And these 2 teams, Blue Brigade, I think the bronze might not quite get either of these teams close enough to those spots, but of course they would love another medal for their cabinet. Blue Brigade shoot first, and they make it cleanly past the Crazy Chickens. Now, Chloe lines up. It's a nice and quick shot. They get there before Blue Daisy has a chance to react. 1-1 after shot 1 in the 3rd place round. Now comes the Blue Brigade again. They've scored their second one. Blue Jay, nice and quick there. Now comes Gallo against Blue Daisy. And a beautiful shot to the left. I believe they actually hit the post there on the way through. That could not have been more precise by the Chickens. Down comes Blue Tang. To the left. They're stopped by the Crazy Chickens. A beautiful save there. Diving to the right to stop that shot. And the Crazy Chickens, with whoever is shot, take a lead. 3-2 after shot 3. Shot 4 now. Down comes the Blue Brigade with Blue Corn. It's against the post. A wonderful save again. And the Blue Brigade now could just lose it all, but don't make a save here. And they don't. A great shot by Puulo wins him the game. Crazy Chickens will win the bronze with some very precise, beautiful shots, and of course a miraculous save there by Pato. That is just beautiful. As now we look on to the final, a historic final perhaps. Cheese balls, gold and silver, lining gold or silver on the cards here, with Mayhem potentially fighting for their 2nd ever gold medal and 2nd ever silver medal lining up here. This is a historic final in the penalty shootout. Cheese balls will shoot 2nd, Mayhem will shoot 1st. So Disorder against Ricotta is the first shot of this final. And here we go. I get the feeling 5 shots won't determine this. Disorder to the left. Oh, Ricotta does read them well, but Disorder just gets through in time as down comes Cheddar. Cheddar scores their first shot, and now it's 1-1 after the first shot. Down comes Havoc. Ricotta has been a wall all day and continues to be one. This could be a lead for the Cheese Balls. It's 1-2, and it's going to stay 1-2. The Cheese Balls 2-1 after shot 2. Down comes shot 3 now. It is going to have to be a big there you go. Bedlam scores a big penalty for the Team Mayhem. Turmoil now has to stop the Cheese Balls, and does. It's 2-2 after shot 3. Shot 4. Down comes Mutiny for Team Mayhem. Just gets through. I believe there was a graze there against Ricotta. It's 3-2. Cheese Balls to equalize. They just get there. Turmoil almost stops that one. 3-3 after shot 4. The deciding shot now. They both score it all to keep going. Turmoil does well on the left to score that goal. Beautiful in the right corner. Oh, there you go. Cheese Balls, slow and precise, works out well. Turmoil goes almost too fast. Down comes Disorder again. It's saved by Ricotta. This could be historic to win it. A penalty to win. They've done it. The Cheese Balls, from rags to riches, have won gold here today out of nothing. Ricotta making double digits worth of saves, surely all throughout the event, and there was the deciding shot by the Cheese Balls to win gold in the penalty shootout and their first ever medal on that top step of the podium. Congratulations to the Cheese Balls. Everyone is ecstatic to see that, and look at those, all the heats and semis winning by 2 or more penalties. A dominant performance. Ricotta especially was an absolute wall out there today, and Turmoil, the other wall of the day, secures Team Mayhem a silver medal, and Crazy Chickens fight through the mid-pack to get up into 3rd place. What a battle between the bottom 4 in the table for these medal spots. Congratulations to these teams. The Greyscales lead comes down by 1. It's 19 points to Team Sunrise. Those 2 can still win it. The Honeycombs for the Rosemaries. 8 teams fighting for the podium, and those 5 between Pistols and Cheese Balls gunning for the playoffs. It is still so much on the line going into the final event, but can Greyscales hold on and win the title in their home turf? We'll have to wait and see in a couple weeks' time for the marathon, but we must go to the Big Tower for the
It has been weeks of waiting for the conclusion of what has been a marathon of a Tour de Endurance season, but today, in the Funnel Marathon, fittingly enough, it has arrived. Welcome to the Tour de Endurance Grand Finale in Season 5. 2 teams in it to win it all, and the home heroes Greyscales are 19 points ahead of 2nd place Team Sunrise. But there's so much more to unpack in the standings from 3rd on down. Everyone down to 10th can still play for the overall podium and direct auto qualification to Season 6. Everyone down to 15th can still play for top half, and that is playoff spots for the final auto qualification spot. But no matter what your team is playing for here today, it's going to be a new challenge in the Funnel Marathon. This event has never decided a season before in Tour de Endurance. We've had the Funnel Elimination race, we've had Team Funnel Descent, but Funnel Marathon, new event here in Season 5. If you go back to Season 3 in the Funnel Rally, that had 16 marbles, 3 rounds of racing here, where either point marbles get points, and the marble that has the most points by the end of it across the 3 rounds gets the overall win. this. Similar to that, with all 16 marbles are on the field at the same time, but no fewer than 10 rounds of racing for this championship decider. So it might be the most grueling event of all of them in what is already a stacked lineup of endurance-based events in the season. And I don't think we'd have it any other way to decide what is going to be a surefire historic championship in Season 5. No matter how you slice it, in this season, history will be made. The Greyscales, the home team, the final home team in Tour de Endurance, they're going for the first host championship. They're going for the first double championship as the inaugural champions of Tour de Endurance. Team Sunrise, if they can pull off a miracle here and make this comeback, they would make the biggest comeback in Tour de Endurance history. They would also be the first team to win coming from the B League in the previous season. So, history in the making here today at the Funnel Marathon. And as the expedition teams finally finish their run here, it's really going to be an event of conserving your energy, choosing when you want to exert, when you want to push for higher placements in a current round, when you could be saving it for a later one. And there you can see the competitors that are represented for their teams, Shady and Warmth, playing for a championship, Beeswax all the way down to 10th place, playing for that overall podium. And trepidation is felt all across the stadium, but especially for the fans of Team Sunrise and the Greyscales. And there you can see the permutations for the championship. The Greyscales, if they do as little as finish 10th or higher, they will win the championship outright. Team Sunrise, they need to win the event or place second place to have any chance. If Team Sunrise wins the gold, they need the Greyscales 11th or lower, so not impossible, still very hard for them. And if Team Sunrise finishes second place, they need the Greyscales to finish dead last and nothing else. So odds are in favor of the home team, but Team Sunrise, they're familiar with losing it all in their host season back in Season 2. So we'll see how this goes, as we already got started with the first round, and off they go here. Where is Greyscales and Team Sunrise? They seem to be mired in the MIG pack as the Croissant crew get out to the best start here. Of course, remember, 10 rounds of racing, so the results of one round only aren't going to be that determinant, but you really want to get a good start here and have to avoid having to come back later in the event when you might be tired. The Greyscales, I see them in a huge gaggle with several yellow marbles in that orange funnel. Well, some marbles are well down there with Lagoon Platoon and those two white marbles of the White Knights and Popsicles battling there. Now Cheeseballs start to fall on through. Cheeseballs, after a great gold in the penalty shootout, they're still in contention for the top half, but they need a lot of help to do it. I see, is that the Crazy Chickens up there? That might be Team Sunrise up there, battling with the Party Crashers Wanderer and Esteemed Funnel Marble here. Greyscales, they're also fairly up there though, so they're doing what needs to be done. Is Shady the captain of the Greyscales also? If it's any harder for Team Sunrise, the Greyscales also won the Funnel Rally back in Season 3. The odds really stacked against our second place team, but they're going to give it their all here. The Greyscales now in a net second place. They're going to try to get knocked by Citrus Sprinter, but the Citrus Sprinters will still hold on. Now they've fallen through, and Greyscales are in the top 3 now for this first round. They're battling with the Citrus Sprinters and the Party Crashers. They will drop on through. That's 2 positions less. That could have been the worst possible outcome for Team Sunrise, who seems to be down there in the bottom half. That's 8th or 9th place, 10th place for Warm. That's going to be 7 points for them, but only 16 points for Wanderer. Then it's 15 and 14. So Greyscales still have the upper hand here with 3rd place for now. Still though, 9 rounds to go. Team Sunrise aren't out of it yet, but advantage has to go to Shady here. Party Crashers, of course, Wanderer had not had the greatest of seasons here, but very strong in the funnels. A great medal here could push them well into the top half. As it stands, they would jump up into 6th place in that playoff zone. Greyscales would win comfortably here as it stands. Of course, as it stands, they're getting a bronze, but anything can change here with just 1 round done in this finale event. And we get ready, lined up in round 2. How will Team Sunrise respond? They're on the back foot, both in this event and in the standings coming to this event. So we'll see how good of a start they get to here, and they've already fallen through. The Greyscales are also once again off to a good start here. Team Sunrise needs to rely on those orange funnels further down to make a comeback here. No green funnels on this course, but I think you'd forgive these marbles for wanting to spin for a little less with 10 rounds of racing in this event. The Party Crasher are out to another lead here in that top funnel, and they're now battling with some other marbles. Couldn't quite keep themselves by themselves in those top funnels. The Greyscales now starting to fall apart a little bit. They're under Team Sunrise. They would like to see that to Team Sunrise and this warmth in this round, but still lots of this round to go here. The battling Greyscales battling several marbles now and trying to make a comeback in the upper pack here. Many marbles battling in the top. Team Mayhem Party Crashers once again here. The Party Crashers really don't want, the Team Sunrise really don't want any of these marbles to get out to a great lead early on, because they want to maximize their chances of winning this event. They realistically need to win this event to have any chance. The Greyscales, it's going to be very hard to see them get 16th place, and we already see marbles peeling on through from the final funnel. Lagoon Platoon, I believe that is, or is that Team Mayhem? Team Mayhem has lead, and it's by a whole funnel now, and Team Sunrise, I believe, is already done here. Greyscales drop on through. It'll be a mid-pack finish for them in the second round, but yeah, it's a second round in a row where the Greyscales have outpaced Team Sunrise. It's not looking good for our runners-up so far, but 8 rounds to go. They can still come back here. Is that Croissant Crew battling? They'll drop on through into 3rd place. Team Mayhem, after leading for so long, will drop on 2nd place, and the White Knights will get 1st place and the full 16 points for the 2nd round. Now, how does this shake up the standings for this event? We'll have to see. Wonder of the Party Crashers 5th after getting 1st in the 1st round. That means they will likely stay in front on top provisionally after the 2nd round. How does it go here? Yeah, Wonder 28 points. Greyscales are in net 4th position, and Warmth all the way down in 14th. They really need to be racking up those good top 3, top 4 results, does Warmth here, and hope that the Greyscales, the opposite happens for them, because as it stands, they'll have no chance of winning this championship. The Marauders, as it stands, would vault 2 teams into 3rd place and have that final auto qualification spot directly to Season 6, and our defending champions would love to see that after slipping away in the past few events. The Marauders really want that 3rd place spot, and off they go now in round number 3. Team Sunrise seems to be one of the final marbles to enter the funnel in the blue. We'll see if that really helps them. It's a huge jumbo though, that starting gate really won't advantage any of these marbles, and Team Sunrise are already plummeting. Oh! Greyscales have fallen in Funnel 4! The Greyscales are going to get a dead last finish in this round. They absolutely need this to see Team Sunrise, as that will give them a little bit of a lifeline. Of course, so much more work to be done even with this loss for the Greyscales, but how far can Team Sunrise go? They don't have to worry about the Greyscales getting any points in this round. The Blue Brigade are down below battling, I think that is with Team Mayhem down below. Team Sunrise are still not in a great position. They need to use those collisions, make use of how densely packed these funnels are compared to other funnel events, and make a comeback here. And as it stands, Team Sunrise has so much work to do. They really want to make good use of this round to make up ground on the Greyscales. It's not happening so far. Up top, many yellow and tan teams battling for the overall victory in this round. The Cheese Balls also still playing for that playoff spot in 1st place right now. This is not the 1st round. We're seeing them high up there in the funnels, and Team Sunrise already finished here. They're not going to be gaining much ground on the Greyscales at all. Team Sunrise definitely not going to surpass the Greyscales in the standings for this event after this round, though they will cut in that lead at least a few points. Wonder once again excelling in the funnels. They're in another top 4 finish here in this 3rd round, and they look surefire for a medal here in this event. They can just not fall apart from this point. Wonder is going to have 3 top 5s in a row to start this event. They'll be beaten by, that's the Rosemaries in 1st place, but Wonder is making it harder and harder for Warmth to get the win in this final event. And there you can see the Greyscales, losing out. They will have had a little bit of time to rest, thankfully for them, and maybe get back to winning ways in this 4th round. But as it stands, Team Sunrise still have so much work to do, and they are losing time here in this final. Yeah, Wonder has been consistent, 10 points clear of 2nd place Crazy Chickens, who are last place in the standings, hoping to avoid that. And right now, Warmth, 16th place in the event here. There's where the Greyscales fell off. It does not really matter for them. How Team Sunrise has been performing in this event, the Greyscales seem to cruise to a championship here so far. Of course, it's not over yet. Still only 3 rounds done, 30% of this event done. There's still so much that can happen, but Team Sunrise, really, they need to be starting to rack up those good performances from this point on. And now they can't guarantee bad finishes for Greyscales anymore in any of these rounds. Greyscales and Team Sunrise, I believe, are both still up there. Now Greyscales have fallen a little bit. They're still in that first, now dropped onto the third orange funnel. And Team Sunrise, is that them in the top blue funnel? Team Sunrise has finally got off to a good start here. Can they hold it though? Avoid those collisions further down. There's so much energy that we want to save in this event. Have Team Sunrise been doing that? Have they been saving it up while all these marbles have been expending their energy in the early rounds? We'll only have to wait and see. But off they go here. They've really put themselves on the back foot in terms of points. One marble is well ahead. That's Lagoon Platoon up top. They're well ahead of the rest of the teams here. If they can avoid that contact with those 3 marbles in that funnel below, they'll be in a great position here, but they can't quite do it, and they'll get knocked down into a funnel further down. Popsicles look to be finishing here. Where are the Greyscales? They're once again in the mid pack here, making them decent ground for that last round here. And they're making good use of the contact once again to get some more positions. I think Team Sunrise is that team still Team Sunrise in first place? I believe that's either them or the Crazy Chickens. It's quite hard to tell. But if Team Sunrise can hold on to this victory, that is absolutely needed for warmth here. Wanderer for once isn't having the greatest of showing. Still decent finish for them, which is going to make it very hard for anyone to challenge them for the overall gold. And the Greyscales, yet another good finish for them. They're back to their good finishes in these races. Team Sunrise, that is them in second place. Seeing if they can get the win here. They're going to be pushed down though into 4th. So decent finish for once for warmth here, but only 1 spot ahead of the Greyscales in this round. They still have so much work to do in the final 6 rounds of this event. Still, if not gaining on the Greyscales, they're gaining on several other teams doing poorly in this round. Much needed 13 points for warmth, but Shady is putting in the consistency. Aside from that crash, Greyscales have been the class of the field here, along with the Party Crashers. Crazy Chickens also having a great event thus far, hoping to get a medal in this final event. They're the only team, I believe, that doesn't have a medal in this season. Party Crashers only 3 points now clear of the Crazy Chickens, and as it stands, Greyscales are looking to cruise to a 2nd championship. In fact, Honeycombs now vaulted provisionally ahead of Team Sunrise. Marauders also, and Party Crashers vaulted into 5th provisionally. So Team Sunrise not even coming close at this point, as the Greyscales comfortable out in front. It's just a matter of bringing it home now. The trepidation on the Greyscales fans is turning into cheers, it's turning into excitement as we get closer and closer to the halfway point of this event here. And off they go here. How long will it be until it's pretty much a done deal? Team Sunrise has fallen once again in these orange funnels. The Greyscales haven't got off to the best of starts, but they're still ahead of Team Sunrise. Wanderer yet again is off to a great start. You just can't stop Wanderer in these funnels here. They'll drop on now through the first orange funnel, so not the best start in the orange, but still they're in a great position overall compared to most of the marbles. And the Greyscales also once again continuing their consistency in the mid pack here. Team Sunrise is nowhere to be seen towards the top of the field, and it's looking increasingly dire for them. Popsicles and Lagoon Platoon high up there. It's very sparsely packed higher up there, and now they start to hope to avoid those collisions to join the marbles down below. Where is Team Sunrise? We're seeing them. I believe that's them with the Blue Brigade and the Rosemaries. As we start to get our first finishers here, Croissant Crew are going to drop on through. I think that's Wanderer that's completely fallen apart. Party Crashers for once are not going to do that well here. Greyscales are bringing it back yet again. Now once again in the top 4. Now they drop on through once again, but the Greyscales, they have been so consistent here. That's really all they've needed to do for this entire final event. Just be consistent. Just ensure yourself a top 10 finish, and it doesn't even matter what Team Sunrise does. The Greyscales will secure themselves a 2nd championship. Team Sunrise is already done. How far can the Greyscales go here? They will drop on through into the final funnel. Battling with the Popsicles, I don't think they're going to make contact in time. And in fact, Cheeseballs will join them. Lagoon Platoon will join them. I believe that's the Crazy Chickens, who yet again are doing well here. They'll drop on through before the Greyscales, and the Greyscales will get the win here in this 5th round. So, Team Sunrise, it's gone even worse for them here, as the Greyscales are just so consistent and finally have gotten themselves a victory here at the halfway point of this event. Is it already done deal for Team Sunrise? Of course, it's really not over until we see it on the scoreboard. The Crazy Chickens, as it stands, have vaulted above the Party Crashers for provisional 1st, and the Greyscales in 4th place. They are looking to seal it here. They're looking to cruise to this championship. As it stands, yep, they would be ahead of Team Sunrise by provisionally 28 points. really the story of the season thus far. But looking down below, Honeycombs have overtaken the Marauders as well, back for that auto qualification spot. So lots of battles going on for those auto qualification spots and for the overall playoff spots from 4 to 8. Remember, it's 4 to 8 that go to the playoffs with the top 3 of the B League that we saw not too long ago. Now off they go here to start the second half of this event. Team Sunrise is off to a decent start this time, but is it already too little too late? The Greyscales might be letting off the gas a little bit, and now they know they have such a good cushion here in the event standings thus far. And the Goon Platoon Citrus Sprinters seem to be emerging in the top spot so far. I think Team Sunrise finally sees themselves towards the top of the field. Will they be able to get a goal? If they win this round, if they do well in this round and the Greyscales do poorly, which they seem to be doing in this round, of course, it's still so much work to be done for Team Sunrise, but it makes those chances at least slightly possible going to the final few rounds of this event. And Lagoon Platoon is that, or is that the Marauders well up there in that first funnel? Now they join a couple of marbles, but it's really sparsely packed. As we get later and later in these rounds, I'm noticing it becomes really densely packed, and with no green funnel, it becomes so hard to come back if you're all the way down below. And these marbles need to keep that in mind. They need to prioritize getting decent starts and decent performances in the mid-pack. And now Team Sunrise is starting to make a comeback a little bit. They're now in a net second place position in this round. The Greyscales are still racing though. They're still rolling. It looks to be a top half result yet again for the Greyscales here. So even if Team Sunrise, who have now taken the lead here, get the win here, they still have so much work to do. They're still not going to be gaining that much on Shady. 5 marbles left in this round here. The Greyscales, are they going to be made contact here? They do, but they do fall on through into 5th place. And Team Sunrise, can they hold on for the win? They're going to make contact with the White Knights. Warmth will be pushed on through. And, almost. I thought they would have gone through for 3rd place. They'll go on through for 2nd place as Milk secures the victory here in this round. But it's another good finish for Team Sunrise. Fortunately for them, even if they're bringing it back themselves in this event, the Greyscales are not stopping whatsoever. The Greyscales, I don't know if we've had any rounds here, aside from the one that crashed, that have finished bottom half or bottom 4. And so looking at the standings, Warmth 15 points for them, but Shady 12 points. Consistency has been the name of the game for our inaugural champions here. Down below, Wonder continues to struggle. After a great start, are they perhaps losing energy now? They've now fallen completely out of the podium, and Greyscales now into 2nd place. The Crazy Chickens are looking from last place in the standings to win. Of course, they can't make the playoffs. They're the only team that can't. They're looking to get a last-ditch gold medal in this final event. And as it stands, the Greyscales are only extending their lead here. 194 points. They're going for the all-time best single season record here. The Green Peacocks in season 3, 184 points for them. But the Greyscales get 5th place minimum in this event. They will have the single best season of Tour de Endurance in terms of points. And they're really going for that now at this point, with how dire it's looking for Team Sunrise. Off we go now into the final few rounds of this event here and in the season as a whole. The Greyscales, it looks to be almost a formality at this point. It's not mathematically over, but really it's just a matter of keeping it up, keeping going to the end of the season here. Down below, Wonder, is that Wonder or is that another marble that is well down there? I think the Team Sunrise yet again is struggling fairly down there. And Blue Again Popsicles, who I keep seeing close to the top, are doing well in this event, in this round. The Greyscales, as we watch on through our home team, they're circling once again in the hot. They really do a good job, do the Greyscales, of making contact and making good use of how densely packed these funnels are in the mid-pack to get as many positions gained further down the course and get a good position and get consistent results in this event. And we're going to start seeing our first finishers here. Lagoon Platoon is done. White Knights are done. Team Sunrise, I believe they have came back a little bit. The Greyscales, yet again, just refuse to plummet and get poor finishes in this event. And looking at the lead there, is that the Crazy Chickens that seem to be in the lead yet again. Our provisional leaders of this event don't seem to stop. After a terrible season so far for defending 3rd place finish, they're hoping to secure a gold medal in this finale. And down below, yeah, Team Sunrise is going to get roughly near the mid-pack. They do outpace the Greyscales, who fell apart a little bit towards the end. Still not close to the bottom as the Popsicles and Cheeseballs battle for this victory. Will the Cheeseballs make contact? No, they won't. Crazy Chickens will fall down in 3rd place. Still, though, they're only going to extend their lead in this event. The Crazy Chickens could secure this gold medal before even the final round. And the Popsicles, very angular rotation here in that final funnel. They will secure the full 16 points here in the 7th round. With just 3 rounds to go, Team Sunrise, I think it's pretty much dire for them. It's pretty much done deal for them as the Greyscales, 9th place. Oh, it's looking very, very good for our home team. 71 points. They're in provisional 3rd of the Greyscales. Crazy Chickens in 1st. A whole 12 points ahead of Citrus Sprinters 2nd place. That's another team down below, close to last place in the standings. And the Citrus Sprinters, as it stands, are vaulting up 5 spots provisionally into that playoff spot. That would be great for the Citrus Sprinters. They really want to hold on to at least a silver in this event. Lagoon Platoon, White Knights, also fringe provisional playoffs teams here as we head into 3rd to last round of this final event. And off they go here. You should really pay attention to those mid-pack results. With so many teams so close on points in the mid-pack, a single medal, a single gold can vault you up so many spots, as we've seen in the provisional results for this event. And Team Mayhem gets off to the best start in this 8th round. Where are the Greyscales here? They're mired in the mid-pack. Citrus Sprinters, we should also keep an eye on them. They need to hold on to that silver realistically to have any chance of staying in that provisional top half. So also for that final podium spot, the Honeycombs and the Marauders, those two are locked in a close battle. Popsicles also want to be joining in. Those 3 teams not out of it for that final 3rd place spot. Maybe even doing good enough to be 2nd place ahead of Team Sunrise. Team Sunrise continues to underperform, but this time Citrus Sprinters all the way down below in last, and they're going to fall down here. And that means Citrus Sprinters, that 2nd place provisionally in this event, is going to be very, very tepid as Citrus Sprinters get just 1 point from this round. Looking higher up, Team Sunrise is doing well here. Oh, Jewel of the Crystal Pistols, who we haven't mentioned for most of this event, crashes out fairly late in this event. And higher up, it's Team Sunrise and Croissant Crew now battling for the victory in this round. The Greyscales seem to be done somewhere. Party Crashers, they want to make a late surge to get back higher up in the standings for this event, so if they see if they can get a medal in this event and vault themselves into the playoff spots. Team Sunrise, will they do good enough to get the win here? Warmth circling with the Blue Brigade with milk of the White Knights. I think Team Sunrise may fall down through. No, White Knights fall down through. Then it's going to be, I believe, Team Sunrise in 2nd place, and Blue Brigade will get the full 16 points from this 8th round. Just 2 more rounds to go in Tour de Endurance in Season 5. Blue Sky gets the win here in Round 8. Crystal Pistols, remember, if you get a crash, you will get 0 points for them. And so that gives Citrus Sprinters an extra point that will help them get 2nd place. And they drop down to 3rd. Wanderer with another good finish here in 5th place in this round. They go back up into 2nd place after round 8. We'll see how that puts the Party Crashers in the playoff provisional spots. As we wait for the update here, Party Crashers are, as it stands, vault up into 2nd place. Really, if you get a medal, you have a great chance of vaulting into those playoff spots. Team Sunrise still in the net 2nd position, and the Honeycombs still in 3rd place as it stands, ahead of the Marauders. And now, 2 rounds to go here in Tour de Endurance in Season 5. Is the Greyscale, have they won already? We'll have to see. Oh, several marbles stuck in the starting mechanism. It's going to be a false start. We're going to do a rerun of this. The Party Crashers, Team Mayhem, and the Marauders stuck in the starting mechanism there. We have to do a rerun. Ensure fairness. It's going to tire the marbles that went a little bit, but of course, officials are on top of it. Get started as soon as possible, and off they go this time. No false start this time. Yes, Honeycombs took their time. They're now through. You can see some marbles really dropping down quickly. You can tell the false start shook them up a little bit. Team Sunrise and the Greyscales are part of that group, and 3 marbles only are left in the blue from now 2. White Knights, a marble that has been surging up in this event in the later rounds. And Blue Brigade, the marble that just won the last round, now dropping down in last place. The Marauders also fairly down there. They still have some work to do if they want to get back into the provisional podium spots. Now Honeycombs, one of those marbles that got the best start in this round, they are fairly up there once again with the White Knights. Blue Brigade are really falling apart, fairly down in this event. They have a full funnel in between them and the next models. Now the Crystal Pistols closes that gap, but now Blue Brigade continue to plummet. And the White Knights and the Cheese Balls, the two solid color teams, are battling for the win here. Where are the Greyscales and where are Team Sunrise? The Greyscales actually now seem to be in 14th place is Shady. Of course, they are just letting off the gas at this point, it might be. Citrus Sprinters are fairly in the mid-pack. Where are the Party Crashers? Party Crashers, Citrus Sprinters, two teams that really are in a close battle for the podium here. And so as the Crazy Chickens seem to be securely in first place, it's really going to be a battle for second between those two teams, the Citrus Sprinters and the Party Crashers, and that could decide the playoff spots outright between those two teams. The Greyscales still running here in that final funnel. I'm not sure if they'll be able to hold on any more positions. No, they won't. The Greyscales will drop on through in, I believe, 6th place, as the White Knights and the Cheese Balls have been battling for much of this event. Cheese Balls will fall in 4th, and the Crazy Chickens yet again will get 2nd place. The Crazy Chickens might secure their victory after this round outright, as the White Knights will get 1st. The Crazy Chickens will, I believe, be so far ahead of 2nd place, it might be a done deal for them already. And Milk just really taking their time here. There's still one round to go, remember, in this event. And now, as we get closer and closer to the final round of this event in Tour de Endurance, it's all on the line here now. Leave nothing on the table. Spin for as long as you can. Spin, even if it means you'll never be able to spin after this, as Mace gets the full 16 points in this round 9 here. Let's see what it does to the standings. The Crazy Chickens have secured it. The Crazy Chickens have secured the victory in this event. That's huge for the team dead last in the standings. As it stands, White Knights and the Party Crashers, they're in 2nd and 3rd. The Greyscales still higher up there. The Greyscales in 1st place, well ahead of Team Sunrise. The White Knights, as it stands, have vaulted everyone into 3rd place. Battle, look at this, everyone down to 143, so many teams within 10 points of each other provisionally for the final 3rd place spot. There's so much going on in the auto qualification battle and in the playoff battle. And off they go now for the final time in Season 5. Who gets off to the best start? Lagoon Platoon seems to have the best start. Wonder, Party Crashers, a team you need to keep your eye on, and the Greyscales, it's just a formality at this point, but they are having a good start as well for them here. The Crazy Chickens, what a job by them. After the Cheese Balls had their moment in the previous event, the Crazy Chickens have had their moment in this event, and the Citrus Sprinters are doing well yet again, as Sinensis has the lead now. That could be huge for the Citrus Sprinters to hold on to that provisional playoff spot. They're battling with, is that Team Sunrise or is that the Crazy Chickens? That might be Team Sunrise, I believe, who's just trying to hold on to a podium spot at this point as we get to the mid part of this final round. But Citrus Sprinters hold on to that lead here. They're battling with the two championship protagonists here, as the Citrus Sprinters will fall down through. Greyscales and Team Sunrise battling in that same funnel. And down below, the Rosemarys are going to drop on through. They'll be finishing last in this last round. Then it's the Cheese Balls. Couldn't match the form they had in the last round. Several of the teams are going to be piling on here, but as they do it, the Greyscales, 4 years ago, they were the first to scale the mountain that is Tour de Endurance, and now, 4 years later, they will scale the mountain yet again and plant flag number 2 in front of home crowd that is absolutely thrilled and have been cheering them on this entire time as they take the lead. Does Shady here ahead of the Sinensins. Blue Brigade and the Crystone crew are battling down there in the final funnel. Will Greyscales hold on for the victory here just to secure it in their whole season? Blue Brigade fought on through. Crazy Chickens are going to drop on through. It's a battle between these two models. Greyscales won't get the win. It will be 2nd place for them, but that is enough to secure the Greyscales their 2nd championship in Tour de Endurance. Greyscales are your Tour de Endurance Season 5 champions. 2nd place in this final round will secure it ahead of Team Sunrise. That is just so poetic here. 2nd and 3rd for them in this final round, and Sinensis gets another one over on the Greyscales in this final event. That will be enough for them to go in 3rd. The Greyscales go up into 2nd for this event here. No one could touch the Crazy Chickens, but the home fans are going raucous all around the stadium and outside of it. The cheers are going to be heard as the Greyscales have made history here today in Tour de Endurance. Well done to Shady here, well done to Sinensis. That final stand here, they love their finales, they love their funnel events to Sinensis. But it's the Greyscales day here today, here at their home stadium. They have won it all, and they are legendary in the history books of not just Tour de Endurance, but of marble sports as a whole. From myself, Ramen Powder, and of course on behalf of the man himself, Big Jangus, thank you so much for watching what has been another stupendous season of Tour de Endurance. We'll be seeing 8 of these teams in the playoffs for the final auto-qualification spot whenever that may happen, but even sooner, we'll see our newly crowned champions, the Greyscales, in the 3rd season of the Marble Invites, so stay tuned for that. On this channel, next on the docket is Terrain Marble Trials Season 3, and then the 6th season of Tour de Endurance. Lots more to come, but for now, enjoy the closing ceremony. So long, everyone.